Walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explore right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe, trying to protect your soul.
Crack it.
cracking.
When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Earth from a bird's eye view. You should grow feathers and see this too. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. When you want to get off the darkest ground, but gravity pulls you straight down. Clear sky. Without you, I remember myself, my name. Forgot about all you tried to change. Familiar was the sound of your voice as I continue to walk on by. It has been a year and now I'm living on the line. It has been a year and now I'm thinking what's mine, that I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you. That I'm better off right here without you.
I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in the cradles, profanities. I see the world through ice covered in ink and bleach. Cross out the ones who heard my cries and watched me weep. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. tape my eyes open to force reality. Why can't you just let me eat my weight in glee? I live inside my own world of make-believe. Kids screaming in their cradles, profanities. Some days I feel skinnier than all the other days. Sometimes I can't tell if my body belongs to me. I love everything. Fire spreading all around my room. My world's so bright, it's hard to breathe, but that's alright. Hush. Hold your breath and feel the tension. Devils hide behind redemption. Honesty is a one-way gate to hell. I wanna taste consumption. Breathe faster to waste oxygen. Hear the children sing aloud. It's music till the wick burns out.
Take the wrong and you make it right. Like a firefly, you're glowing at night. So don't make it hard, don't let me go. I wanna hold you tight when you're cold. I'm waiting for your love, you just keep me hanging on. I deserve to stay, and I will find my way. I will find my way.
Fire makes the city so bright. Close your eyes and just stay tight.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot! Nice! Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Swing around. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
And we're back with Epic League. The CIS are time to see how the ending can start to shape out. Of course, we're not quite at the end. It is the penultimate day, though. I am T-Time, joined by none other than Michael Yumi Cassie. We're going to be starting off today with the lower bracket semi-final, or the lower bracket final, depending on what terminology you'd like to use. Maybe you call the one afterwards a consolidation final, and afterwards we'll be moving on to the upper bracket final. Of course, Michael, we've got Spirit versus Virtuspro to start things off for us today. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I know. It's a weird one to kind of come through in the lower bracket, because I think both of us, when we saw these teams earlier on in this in the playoff period, were a little bit surprised by how lackluster both of these teams felt. You know, they felt kind of out of characters, out of sorts. They weren't kind of playing that aggressive style that I think both these teams have kind of coined via individual players. We highlight Mir and Yakindar as being those kind of players at the forefront of both those teams.
Of course, very similar teams as far as, you know, on paper. One very aggressive player, pretty passive Opera coming in. Virtuspro has had some alterations to how passive James has been in recent history, though. But I believe we do also have a bracket to show you guys some of what has already transpired. Of course, Virtuspro and Spirit were 2 of the 4 expected favorites coming into this tournament. The other 2, of course, being Gambit and Natas Vince. Natas Vince, though, already having fallen to the hands of Spirit in a pretty convincing performance earlier on yesterday. Spirit were able to 2-0 them. Virtuspro, however, have looked more shaky throughout the tournament, with losses to Entropic coming out of the group stage, with, you know, loss to Akuma as well earlier on. In a lot of situations, it looked like they weren't always ready for it. But this time going into it, this Vita is going to be definitely very important, as there is a lot of overlap for these teams.
Yeah, I think we kind of talked it over between ourselves before this, and there were a few ways that it could go, but we figured the standards, you know, we expect the permabans to be removed in both Nuke and Vertigo for both these teams. Then I think it just becomes about where you go if you're VP. I kind of thought maybe take a few more risks, you know, maybe throw in a train in there, but I could see playing it safe in the lower bracket makes a lot of sense, and yeah, so they go for a comfort pick in Inferno instead.
And I mean, this is where I'm expecting Spirit to just counter up with the overpass. If they go for Dust 2, it's a very risky pick, but okay, yeah. I do at least appreciate this in some regards as well. I was thinking Dust 2 would be the decider. I was expecting a train ban to come out from them and VP to ban Mirage. And yeah, so VP bans at Mirage, so should be an overpass decider more likely than not, though. No. Spirit has gone for a trained pick in the past as well. The last time these two teams faced off versus each other, Spirit actually first picked train into VP. They were not really a great result. This time it will be overpass as the decider. Pretty similar to the Vita we had on paper, just Dust 2 and overpass maybe being swapped out. And this is where it gets interesting, Michael, because we saw Spirit being absolutely destroyed by Gambit on Dust 2 with no questions asked. They did not look like the same team we know them to be. But then yesterday versus Navi, they had a pretty good showing. So which Spirit do we see, especially keeping in mind VP actually likes to first pick Dust 2 as well?
Yeah, I think my concern coming into this is that we're talking about how similar the veto is in our draft of what we expected, but both of them were about what Spirit picked into this, whether they went with that Overpass or Dust 2. So in some respects, they've ended up with 2 first picks. And I know, like, even with that conversation we're having about, I mean, VP have played Dust 2 a fair amount in this tournament. They have even toyed with it as their own first pick. There is that sort of layer of complexity where we may see some sort of minor metagaming coming into the match. But I think even with that in mind, Spirit having it be their own pick, they're going to have more of a game plan coming into it than say VP, because you wouldn't expect them to alter too much, understanding that is first pick territory for them.
Of course, we also have to keep in mind that this is where a lot of the discussion of the players comes into things. And in particular, yesterday, SDY was really showing up on Mirage, had a fantastic performance coming through against Na'Vi. And if you have that one extra piece in Spirit who is showing up with star-level performances, then VP's going to have a very hard time. Buster's had his moments. James been very good throughout this tournament. But unfortunately, so far, Yakindar has been a missing piece across the entire event. Hasn't really had the best of performances, the best of ratings, versus, you know, teams which I would say they should be able to compete against. So this is where things get interesting, because the parallel that you draw earlier on between Mir and Yakindar becomes all the more relevant if one of them is not present on the server.
Yeah, I mean, when you end up in the server, we're going to see Mir kind of throwing himself into high pivot positions where he can rotate between sites very quickly. I think that's what we saw from SDY in yesterday's games, where he was able to just be dynamic. You know, we saw him get some highlights over at the B bomb side on Mirage, then sometimes over towards A, and he was just kind of fragging out wherever he went, which is, I think, when we call back to earlier games for Spirit, what Mir was able to do so well. So maybe it is just about who has the hot hand and who's going to be in those faster rotating positions, because there is a fair amount of overlap between those two players, and I imagine a large part of that is not only confidence, but also just feel for the sort of game state in the mid-round.
This is also where we have to shift the conversation a bit towards the opping, though. This is where, you know, you look at James, you look at Dexter, two oppers who are considered stars in some regards, but also both considered fairly passive. Now, I do think James shown a bit more of an added dimension than Dexter has in recent history, and it might be the big factor as we go into it. Inferno, Dust 2, both maps where an opera can get incredibly active. Interestingly enough, though, Inferno is a map where Dexter on his opping can be very impactful. So that's something I'm looking... Sorry, on the T side, not just the T side. So that's something I'm looking forward to, because we don't see a good T side opping all too often on Inferno anymore, with how good teams have gotten with grenades and all that good stuff. One more thing to keep in mind on Inferno, though, is the utility usage from Spirit will be paramount on the terrorist side. It's the only way teams have historically been able to stop Yekindar and Banana, and that's where James gets a lot more freedom. So James going to have a lot of the weight being put on his shoulders, and should be interesting to see what he can deliver on.
Yeah, I think even in an AWP-to-AWP comparison, when we highlighted Dexter previously, our discussions about Spirit were that he's not really this sort of crowning jewel, I think, of the roster. He's definitely more of a role turret-style AWPer, definitely more positionally based, whereas I think you'll see, especially with VP's shift a bit more towards James taking more of these late-round duels, where we sometimes... I think it was fair to end up in critiques where he was taking far too few risks. Now, where you might get to see that pale in comparison now that we're actually in the server.
Well, this is where VP have started things off with 3 sets of utility. Interestingly enough, no kit on the side of Spirit, so if this becomes a full execute, then this should favor VP pretty heavily, especially considering you've got 2 Molotovs. One of those could be used to flush out Mir pretty quickly. There is support from Chopper available in the sense he can throw smoke, but he's so far away on coffins that by the time that smoke lands, a Glock Rush should just spell his death there and then. Lots of glass being broken, though, in the meanwhile. Allows Yekindar to just move past. Easy does it. Always good to see that. Sound cues manipulation, very important part of the game.
Yeah, gonna really limit the information that's available here for Spirit. Mir's gonna be under some pressure, though. They are creeping towards the top side of Banana. They still got so much utility. The flash is going to be absent, though, for this corner. Still waiting for Spirit to make a move.
They're going dry. Buster showed his head. Mir's getting ready to peek through. Flashbang comes in, allows him to back up a little bit more safely. But a Molotov at his feet means Banana's given up. Mir's still holding an angle, but it's a wide one. And as they peek through, Dexter's found one on the other side. Yekindar already falling. Buster to fall low. And now in a 5-on-3, VP have got to try and get onto this B bomb site. They've got the utility to do it, but without armor, it's going to...
Incredibly so. 25 seconds, still trapped behind smokes. Everyone has started to lean over towards that B bomb site, and VP aren't deterred. They have no option to go back.
Goes out the Molotovs, flushing out one. There's a second smoke for CT to keep it going. Keycard fighting back, but players are falling, and Mir is the one to deliver death. Not a single casualty on the side of Spirit in the first round. Not just that, but they even save a lot of players on full armor as well. So this is going to be a very healthy upgrade coming through. And again, Yekindar just being found out early on over there changes the dynamic of the round immensely.
Yeah, the aggression over at B and that lurk from Yekindar are the 2 win conditions there for VP. If they're able to get a pick on towards B or that lurking arch side player, then the options open up. You can see they held all of their smokes exactly for one of those contingencies to come in, but neither of them successful. So a really solid pistol there from Spirit, and VP, they've got themselves into a situation where, hey, not too much coming into this round. The singular flash, and Keycard's going to burn alive. So a really solid opening, but some damage and some threats being thrown their direction. Ideally, I think one of the things we noticed that when we were casting is that we didn't see too many of these upset rounds come through, and so limiting the damage is going to be a massive factor, considering how much CIS teams love to sort of push the boundaries.
True.
And all these SMGs are really cleaning house. That's always lovely.
One other thing to keep in mind, though, about that pistol round is something that, you know, maybe across the rest of the map... Oh, nice shot from Dexter. Across the rest of the map could become a recurring theme, is that VP were very hesitant in reveal positions early on. When you're playing against Mir, you're going to have a hard time doing that. This is something that Hawk actually did a video on a couple of months ago about Yekindar in this exact same position in Banana. He said, you need to use 2 nades and maybe a Molotov to be able to stop any sort of aggression from coming through. Otherwise, if you get greedy more often than not, you are going to be punished for it. So Have to be careful. Mir, a very similar player in that vein, as we've already discussed. No. Back with a flashbang and a Molotov at his feet will be extinguished, but not before it does a lot of damage, and that damage is enough to allow for a follow-up. Excellent recognition. Buster does have a tendency to do that, as he showed in the pistol round as well, but already a man lost and a lot of utility still there.
Yeah, in the first gun round too, so not ideal here for VP. Got some solid control as a result of Yakindar's play, but SDY is holding a tight line. Some solid damage on Yakindar, given that he's only got that MP9.
He got to with HP as well. Not a good sign for Yakindar. Again, spotted out, trying to go for shenanigans, but the problem is Spirit of being so happy with finding aggression in these small angles, over towards library, over from arches, that it will not be for VP to be able to come through with one of their sneaky plays, as they tend to do so with Yakindar.
Really slow grinding around here for VP, but they're setting their sights over towards A. So many flashes that are going to be cascaded on towards this bomb site.
Oh, Magix is just waiting. He does have an aid, and so does Dexter. This could be big as the flashes come through, but they can't pull out utility. Dexter, good for one, jumps on top, and Magix in the long range won't win the duel, but allows SDY to come through from library. Dexter still alive, fighting back. Bomb's been dropped, and SDY will pick up an AK to deliver death. That's a good bonus round right there. You get a lot of kills on the MP9. Money's been built up, and AK's taken forward. That is lovely. But you know what else is lovely? The fact that we've got a fantastic partner over at Paramatch, and they're giving us odds for map 1, 142 to 275. That's a hefty set of odds going in favor of Team 3. And of course, you can get a bonus on your first deposit if you just scroll down in the Twitch banners, click that Paramatch, and see how it goes. And honestly, I like.
Yeah, certainly a temptation for sure. These pistols are going to be tempting VP into speedier performances, in spite of the fact that they do like this slower chugging style here on Inferno. Kind of really hoping we get to see Mir Unchained later into this game. Dexter's going to let them pass. He misses the opportunity. Oh, shoots between them, and that's the ult given over.
And now more kills coming through. Mir needs to step up. He's got one, needs to make it two. The smoke comes in, helps him out of flashbang as well, forcing them back, and now he's just going in pursuit. It's a 3v3, and VP know if they reset this, there's enough time to be able to make this really problematic. They have the bomb and a flashbang with it. His deagle's going to be big, though. Yakindar's just got another one. And an upset round could be spelling disaster for Spirit. Got the money, but Yakindar's got the frags, and that should be it. Yet Mir will be forced to save. VP, with a couple of good deagle kills and some greed from Dexter, are able to overwhelm.
Yeah, and that's some of the temptation for the fact that VP were just barreling through that mid-smoke and trying to get control of the brackets. Dexter didn't want to leave that control or give that control over so easily, and as a result of that, they just get punished for it. Really good recognition as well for VP to recognize that there were quick rotates available there from that CT side, so just ran away with the AWP, and then Yakindar does as he does. Gets himself into a position where Spirit weren't suspecting. I mean, the timing was just perfect as well. The second kill.
Yeah.
Just the cherry on top.
Beautiful. And over there, you could see how frantic Mir was getting as well, because he realized if we don't kill them here, we've already given up our A-side anchor. And that means that getting back onto the side from library is going to be incredibly difficult. They don't know that VP doesn't have a smoke, so in that situation, you can't, that motor won't be smoked off. Mir tries to get aggressive, but when he's not able to get the kill, Yakindar has a space to move through and find that pick up towards library, and that's just some beautiful stuff from VP. The recognition mid-round looking good from them.
Well, double ups now out here for Spirit. Mir and Dexter. Mir had a pretty good spawn to go for the peek towards top banana, but decides against it. Instead, the standard utility will fly out. Something that Buster fell victim to. He's changed his position this time around, though.
Very passive on banana, actually. On the AWP, just wants to be able to get a quick kill and back off, and that might not be afforded to them. They've given up so much control. Now, the question is, can Buster dry peek this time over? He's been burnt once on that, and that's a good name.
Yeah, really solid. Charbro's just ready up on top side of the boost for some retake utility topside banana. decides to stick to it as well, in spite of the fact that Nade has just bonked him on the head.
You know what they say, lightning doesn't strike twice until, oh shit, it did. Mir, though, is going to need a strike.
Still so little information here for Spirit.
At the same time, VP doesn't know if this is a stack on the big bomb side with 3 players or not. The flashbang comes in, Mir's revealed his AWP, and Chopper's trying to fight back through the smoke. No one's really pushed, though, and this is where the fact that Spirit has 3 players on the A bomb site might actually go in their favor. VP might be expecting a rotation to come through, but SDY is just holding this angle. Smokes, flashes, all coming in. He's dodged them, though, and this is where he's able to reinforce the bomb site. He's sitting right here where Dexter's up, and Magix is here for the crossfire. This is going to be really massive. SDY needs to show up, but the flashbang is going to take him down, and Magix has fallen as well. Dexter can't get the kill, and Sanji overwhelms. The bomb site is theirs, and so is the round.
And this is why we talk so much about throwing in bits of aggression on CT's side so often, is just look at how much free room VP had to maneuver in that instance. They start to throw some utility over towards the arches, they fall into the sites, and you can understand the decision-making there from Spirit, wanting to curdle in, especially with time being a very relevant factor, but VP weren't pressured in so much of their utility, and now this hunt is looking good. Buster, clean shot, Mir just trying to hold onto that AWP. This is a double investment AWP round here for Spirit, so it's really costly.
And look, over here, Spirit's also shown that they're not that willing thus far to stack 4 players on towards that A bomb site. Now, Mir will find 1 kill over here, but in his jump backwards, Jane finds him out. And in case the viewers are wondering, let's not forget, Virtuspro, Inferno was the map on which they got all their fame initially. Last year, you know, when they weren't considered such an incredibly overwhelming team, they went into, I believe it was Flashpoint. They played against Cloud9 in the first map. It was Inferno, Cloud9's map pick, and everyone from Cloud9 back then was saying, oh my, we didn't think VP would be this good. And on Inferno, that's been their staple throughout. There have been times where they've slipped and fallen, but that happens if you're playing against Astralis on a regular basis, you know? Rush down mid with the USPs. Probably not going to find too much of a hit. Should be a clean enough affair.
Just to tag on to that point as well, of course, this VP roster, aside from Yakindar, 2nd place at the last major. It feels like a long, long time ago,
Yeah,
but
like
it's the same. It's the same core, really, which is a really a solid positive in your direction. But they've had to do some rebranding, some re-identification. That game time meme I've said it's kind of dying down a little bit.
RIP Adren. Not actually dead, of course.
Of course. Naturally.
Oh, that's where Flashbang comes in as well. Okay, this time they look to be a little bit more aggressive on a banana, but Dropper's already been forced back because the Molotov had fallen. And they are really willing to give up this space early on. Grenade's not going to do as much this time, even though they do double it up.
I'm really hoping we get to see some more dynamic play here from Spirit. Same stagnant, very defensive setup.
Yeah.
Again, all those factors come in. Look at all the utility that VP have spared as a result of this.
And it feels like that is going to be rewarded. James setting up for the flashbang. The peak should come soon. They knew Mir's playing this position earlier as well, but he's missed his shot. They had a knife out, though, and Chopper's able to defend because of it. Mir repositions back to new box. He goes, keeping care, and although he's used the smoke, that means he's flushed out, but Jane misses a shot. Repeak is given, and Jane will win it. SDY now inside the smoke, looking to push through. They move past. He won't find them, though, looking the wrong way. And Chopper's demise means once again it will be an attempted save. Spirit not looking all too strong over here.
Yeah, missing out on so much information in the late round is just so... it feels awkward, right? You see how much VP are prepared for these bursting plays, even if they are getting, I guess, caught out by some of the positions that they're taking. Knife out from Kicker did seem a little bit odd, especially as that first man in, but they're expecting that AWP to be holding the tight line and not expecting Mir to be up so close. Again, they're going to look to hunt. They know this is a costly round here for Spirit, but I mean, look at their own money. They are sitting pretty. I'm surprised they're not throwing more of this.
And look, not to mention, another thing you've got to keep in mind as well is the fact that Spirit aren't saving all of their utility either. They are throwing a Molotov, they are throwing a nade or so early on as well. Nice shot from Sanji, that's beautiful.
Yeah,
but,
loses the AWP.
Yeah. But at the end of it all, you also don't have the double Molotov to keep VP at base. So you can't even really punish them the same way for having 35 seconds left on the clock. Now, SCY was there with a rotate on time, but again, is he really going to be able to do that much if Mir's already dead in that situation and Chopper's position is known, so they don't need to care about a crossfire as much.
Well, some additional breathing room it feels like here for VP. Especially after the first 3 rounds were lost, they have recoiled right back, looking for a 5th, of course. And we're going to see a bit more of a stack towards this A bomb site here for Spirit. They do have some utility. They can run some delay tactics, but not going to have smokes on everybody, so it will be somewhat limited. And I suppose one of the benefits for the lack of presence is it does set this condition that they couldn't put themselves in all of the forward nooks and crannies.
Yep.
Could catch VP out.
This would be a big round to be able to steal away if they can find anything over here. Yekindar or Sanji going down could be. AK's recovered, but they're so thorough, man. Molotovs everywhere, forcing out the crossfire. Yakindar's gonna fall, but the trade is there, and they don't have a second player coming through. Magic's so good for 2. And maybe, just maybe, there's something to be done here. James forced back. The op is not there. Dexter, no, rather Chopper, still over towards that B bomb site. He'll be able to at least provide some sort of sight lines. SDY also rotating over. A smoke is on the ground. Chopper is looking to position himself inside it, or maybe just to boost up SDY, and that's where SDY has a chance. He sees a player, but he misses a few shots, but is able to compensate. A 3-on-2. The retake is on, and SDY will be able to stop them from crossing over towards New Box too easily, but a smoke down at his feet that I hadn't seen before means that's not true.
Really thought he was going to get flustered on that shot as well. Almost had a chance that was missed out on, but that man advantage is going to go a long way, especially with that AWP on James.
They've got a flash in Magic's pocket as well. They really need to use it, and he's
Gotta
lining
go
it up.
quick.
There it goes. They're peeking out. Sanji, though, is ready for them, but can't double up. It's a one-on-one down to SDY. He missed shots before. Is he going to do it again? No kid, so has to hurry. James is playing around. It's time for him to shine, and he does so brilliantly.
So composed. 4 kills there for James. He's now into double digits as VP squeeze past that round. It's a little bit too close for comfort in that instance. You can see how thorough they were being towards that A side, but missing out on additional utility or just eyes on that top side roof. Did swing Spirit into an advantage, but it's a close shave, but one that will be missed out on chopping the ear off. VP now looking for even more. They have been on a tear since they've gotten themselves onto rifles. See if Spirit decide to change things up all too much.
And the problem is James bought Bitcoin when it was at 500, so he's balling out of control.
If there's ever a time to not save, probably now.
I mean, you know, Yekindar's not doing too well in cash. Keeker too, you know.
Maybe for in this instance, we could see James dropping Sanji. Wouldn't that be a role reversal?
How the world really turns. Good on the Tonka. But also good on the Tonka anyway. Spirit could find information in this round. SDY is looking to maybe gamble back towards B. Their experiences so far have not been kind to them as far as this B-bomb side is concerned. Late round, and Virtuspro is looking to exploit that very fact. You can see Dexter is already angling towards an Archer's control. Magic's as well, right outside on the balcony. Good timings on the smokes. They need to find information or a kill soon. They're just playing from inside the bomb site. They're relying so much on winning these duels. VP.
They got another thing coming.
Yeah, they're pulling the trigger soon. Flashes already as well. Magix needs to show up over here. They're all going to be coming out his way. He misses the first, and Avis White swing for it. Get him down, and it's all SDY, but just can't get it done. Dexter good for 2. Makes it 3. Keeker trying to get the bomb down. He's got to pull out a 1v3 to continue their streak. Now he goes for the first 2. Isolates Dexter. Trying to go more, but he doesn't have ammo, and the time ran out before he could even try and get the bomb down. Jane. Now he can drop his teammates.
Big round from Dexter. James had a big one on his AWP the round prior, and Dexter responds in kind. He dropped that the bomb, especially with the time running so low. Executing on 20 seconds, nothing could go wrong for VP. And, I mean, in most circumstances, we look at that and just say, this is really, really dangerous. But considering how Spirit have been performing on these site holds, it actually looked very feasible. They got the solid entries, only for Dexter to completely blindside them.
Hell, I mean, you can't. As far as VP is concerned, actually, hold the thought, because Buster's found a kill already towards that B bomb site. Forces SDY back as well. So don't forget, utility and money's not the best on Spirit. But, yeah, I mean, you don't expect an Opera to be able to find 3 kills in that position over there. And anyhow, so VP, when they're able to bypass the first threat, they could have gotten a lot. But Yekindar's found another already. Dexter will fall this time. There's only Magix on the bomb site. What can he even do from here? He's cornered in by the smokes. Will find one, making it possible for his team. But unfortunately, without the second kill, just will not work out. Have to go back and save again.
You've seen some really solid stuff from Yakindar.
Yeah.
He's had some very successful timings over on that A bomb site, slipping past the net on that short position now 2 or 3 times. And in this round, you saw Dexter. He was trying to fall off that angle, and as he repositioned, Yakindar was already beaten past the timing that Dexter had anticipated. So good to see that Yakindar's online, considering that we talked about him being a little bit quieter in some of the games we'd witnessed earlier.
That's actually just what I was about to talk about. I'm not 100% sure if this is how the seeding works, but generally speaking, in best of 3s, the team with the higher seed will be allowed to pick whether they want first ban or second ban. And that also translates to first pick or second pick. Normally you see teams go for a second pick, in the sense that they'll have their map come through second, because that lets you be a little bit more flexible with the very final map of the best of 3, the way the ban system works. If VP has indeed chosen to go first ban, I quite like this. It allows Yekindar to be a lot more comfortable on a map that I think is probably his best map in the entire pool. And then you're going forward into Dust to, working with Juice, working with Gas. And that's something that I really want to see from Yekindar throughout this series. Is the sustain we know he can offer.
You can see Spirit are moving in to take a bit more control of Banana. 3 players here, but Buster still finds the entry. In and amongst it, he siphoned one off in between the 2 players of Spirit. They're still holding on to that top side control, but Buster could still fight vehemently for this. There's utility being lined up here for VP. They still want this.
I mean, they might be expecting a rotation maybe to come through, but with this much noise being made, Chopper spotted out that there's at least 2 players, so. Oh dear, this is going to be difficult for Spirit. Virtuspro has played this perfectly, Michael. Arches is owned by Dexter's Deagle. And I know this isn't a round that you're supposed to win if you're a Spirit, but you really need to start winning 1 or 2 of these rounds, which you're not supposed to, if you want to have a chance in this half.
Yeah, gamble stack coming out to try and increase those odds, but look at where that bomb's headed for VP.
Yeah, this dealer doesn't like them very much.
See you later. Coin flip, and it's all heads for VP. It's a trick. Oh, okay. Now I'm getting worried. They're going back towards that B site. Yakindar's looked through the arches, and he's on the flank, but again, 20 seconds, and Magix has found him. Oh dear, this is really falling apart.
And now Dexter is also coming in from the side. They're not checking him, but he's only good for 1. The AK picked up and sprayed down. Magix and Mir will clean it up, and Virtuspro. The coin their way, but they took it, they picked it up, and they flipped it over themselves, saying, no, we don't want heads. And that could be the turning point of this game. Spirit now have the money to be able to buy up completely. And have some saved over. Now, do I hate the fact that they have 5 pieces of head armor? Yes, I do. But this could still be the turning point for them. And hopefully, maybe something a little bit different can come through now. Dexter does look like maybe he wants to, you know, be a little bit more aggressive with SDY on the helm.
Well, that molly's not quite hit the mark, but hey, this time Spirit have top banana control, so really solid for them. But Kicker's in at logs. They've been using a lot of utility that direction in the early round, so VP have gone for a different timing.
Oh, Chopper's got great timing of his own as well. Flashbang comes out. Kicker's position is now known. He's not sure where to look, but he gets the kill anyway. Chopper now backing off, and it's a 5v4. This is what Spirit has been sorely missing so far. And Virtuspro, in a rare instance of weakness, will be put in a man disadvantage.
Definitely more a characteristic style here from Spirit this early round, getting that advantage early.
Flashbang catches him out brilliantly. Mir, though, still good for one at the very least. Keeps the advantage their way. Doesn't have any utility, so he can't go for a bomb plant denied through the smoke too easily. Yekindar, however, nestled away inside the corner, will go unchecked. SDY, you're giving it up, and a flashbang's there. Mir at least can clean up, so the trades are good, but Dexter's so far away that they'll have to wait for this. Mir's the only one with the kit as well. Sanji leaning back in towards Banana, and Jane being isolated could be everything. They do have a Molotov. Smoke comes out, blocks out Banana, so Sanji will have to push through it. He's in a compromised position right at the corner. Is there, and now the CTs, they're hesitating. Jane peeks out, his position is known. Sanji takes advantage of their distraction and moves back through the smoke. It's a 2v2, and a nade will go amiss, barely. Dexter, though, good follow-up, and they do have to stick it. Sanji's in position. What a round coming through from Virtuspro.
Just waiting so long on that retake were Spirit. And I don't know if that's a miscommunication about where your Kindar could be positioned, but it looked almost as though that he thought that Mir had cleared that close triangle because of him being smoked off in towards construction. It's an angle that went uncleared, and it gave VP that minor edge. It could have been so much worse given that it was a 2-on-3 for most of that round, but Spirit were just looking for that opportunity. VP never gave it to them.
I mean, Michael, you're talking about minor edges. That first grenade, if it just landed, you know, they're maybe even able to isolate Sanji out in that position. It's all one small pixel even. Good shot from Mir early on. Finally finds a kill over here. Buster has been very good about not peeking that angle without a flashbang. This time, a little bit less so. Okay. For a second there, I thought Chopper had practiced a lineup that would be able to get the smoke perfectly inside a Molotov, and I was about to be very impressed, but turns out that smoke's very whiffed.
Oh well. It is a nice idea on paper, if it were true. We've had a lot of eyes on this Banana position. It's been a key crux to the round for either side. Seen Spirit take a couple different approaches these past few rounds. Once again, VP are in control. They are that man down, so be that added worry. But once again, Spirit are contained in these bomb sites, and there's a lot of utility here for VP.
Like this position so often, but doesn't get a kill this time over. Damage is good on the Yekindar, but a flashbang forced him backwards. Mir as well, mollied and flashed out. Jane will find the kill. Chopper is located. Kikert tagging away and finally forces him out and down. A 4-on-3 where Spirit are considering the save, and indeed, despite the advantage being found early, Chopper not being able to complete that frag on the Yekindar makes it a little bit more risky.
Especially in executes that are within the last sort of 20-30 seconds, a second orange's position is really just not that strong. Sorry, when there's more time in a round, usually that position is just not that strong because more and more players have adopted that wall bang in between the missile silos. And it's just really compromising. Even if it doesn't kill you fully, it'll tag you, blood will show on the wall, it'll just give you up. So you've been seeing it kind of fall out of favor, but then you think about where you can actually position yourself on that bomb site if you're going to play these passive setups, and it does feel like you have to sort of play retake B if that's the case. That's why we see so many teams fight so vigorously for that top bead side control and go for these retake strategies of that particular position. But we haven't seen Spirit emphasize that as a point yet, aside from maybe one or two off rounds.
And overall, Spirit's setup on the B-bomb set has not been dynamic. It's been very static. Mirror will often be on the AWP in the same angle. Chopper holds on top of first oranges. How many times we've seen that be naded even? Spirit are looking a little bit worse for wear as far as the creativity department is concerned on that B defense.
We do see a change in this round, though. Dexter has moved himself over. They're going to need a little bit more than an AWP. Some inspiration could go a long way. And, well, SDY, the Mag 7, hey, I'm all for it. I don't know if that's really the creative juice I was anticipating, but...
Hey, if it can make a smoothie, shake it away and see if it works. SDY, gotta wait though. If he can mix it up or not. Magic's forcing himself back down into mini pit. That Molotov's not going to spread to SDY just yet. They're trying to wallbang him. They're not going to find anything so far. Kika, though, tagged into. He's going to be brought down, and it's back to 3v3. 50 seconds means that they can back off, but Mirrors is contesting. James almost brought down. 6 HP's not enough, and the bombs dropped as well. Emir tries to get a little bit greedy, though. Picks up the rifle, and that might be the end. However, SDY, that Mag 7, could be coming into play. If they go on to say bomb site nade, though, that is beautiful. I think Sanji might be able to see some blood. Not sure about the angle, though. So SDY repositions. Gets a shot in as well, but long range with the Mag 7's really not where this fruit is going to be born. USB picked up. Okay. Thought it looked competitive for a second. If he lands that headshot with the USB, Buster's low HP. But yeah, Spirit. Again, around that, it looked like they could have snuck away, but Mir slightly greedy in picking up that rifle.
That one overstep does feel like it's cost them the round there, which it's not usually just one particular moment, but Spirit were kind of keep holding their own, preventing VP from scaling all too efficiently. The bomb was dropped. Even if he'd sort of nestled away in that corner, it felt like he'd been giving himself a better chance, but caught out in the open is really close there for Spirit. VP have again dodged another one of these eco victories from that CT side.
Buster. Oh, Chopper. This time we'll be able to find the initial kill, even jumping across in there, maintaining control over Deep Banana. This is the first time we've seen them go for this all half long. Gekindar, though, meanwhile, he's so deep into apartments, and you can see Spirit. They're aware of it. They've used their utility. But unfortunately, awareness doesn't mean anything if he can just change his position because there's so much time left in the round.
Well, now being forced to expend utility earlier, the flashes are perfect for Yakindo, but he can't track down Dexter. Magix was there in support, gunning it as Dexter was falling back. So they're bleeding out a little further down. Time's still ticking away. 45 seconds for Spirit to hold them off. See if they can muster up a sixth.
They do have a Molotov in there as well. Then 30 seconds means that's going to be very impactful if he wants to deploy it. But look at where James is.
Yeah, he's all the way over at A, but he's lurking with that AWP.
Yeah, which means he can't unscope at any point at all. James is trying to come through in the flank and trying to pick out those new box players. Molotov, good place though. Chopper's already taken down Sanji before he can deploy it. James, a Molotov of his own would not go amiss, but unfortunately no time, and that's going to be the sixth for Spirit. James can't do anything. Chopper, even through the smoke, catches him out and shuts him down. So at the end of it all, respectable scoreline on Inferno. I'd say 6-9. Not the best, but it is very heavily carried through by that pistol round.
Yeah, and considering how much VP were kind of running away with it towards the middle of that half, there was growing concern, I think, that Spirit could just flop on that CT side. And you can see the odds have shifted, as they ever do, over towards VP. It's 125, 375 for Spirit, and I think understandably so. I don't think Paramatch are as big a fans as we are of that CT side overall from Spirit. Felt very static. And of course, you can go down to those banners down below to go on through to our partners.
Indeed. If Spirit can find the double pistol round, though, that's where, you know, that does seem to be the key these days to upsetting an amount maybe you're not entirely comfortable on. Next Dexter's heard some footsteps over towards that A bomb site.
Big
No
contrast.
utility. Yeah.
We saw 3
utility at
sets.
all.
We saw 3 sets for VP, and
Yeah.
only the one smoke and flash. They're taking these fights, VP, and, well, off to a very good start. Oh my god, Jikindar's got 3.
Yeah, Kinder's got 3, and that should be the round over and done with. Mir is now left alone, a 1-on-3 of his own. The bomb is in his possession, and time is on his side, but nothing else is, unfortunately, for him. A smoke as well, so maybe some shenanigans, a one-way, a fake, all the good stuff that we can see on Inferno, but over here, James revealed his position. Sanji, he's pushing through towards apartments. He's able to get a good sight line now. James backed off, and this could be the timing window. Mir, he's creeping through. This could be it all.
Surely not.
Oh, they're not checking this. He's already crept through, and Sanji swings out just in time to shut it down. 10th round secured for VP off the back of some beautiful, beautiful taps from Yekindar. He's just able to clean it right up.
Yeah, the late round could have maybe gone a bit askew if not for Sanji's spider senses that were tingling in the back of his neck. Hey
man, he just went into defending James mode right there.
Now, unlike some, I do not detest the second round buys, of course.
So unreasonable, Michael.
These are solid through and through. We've seen the success rates. They may be sometimes a little bit lower, but it's all about that damage. We know how fickle the CT side economy is.
Yes.
And that double-digit scoreline for VP is not the safest.
Oh, I can't believe you. Okay. Sure. Yes, that is true. I agree with Michael entirely. And I'm glad that you pointed that out. Yeah. Anyhow, let's see whether or not the success rate can be bolstered a little bit overhead. Of course, were themselves found falling down to a deagle round from Yekindar. Question is, can they find anything of the same? A lot of noise being made towards archers. That's where Sanji's rotating back. If they can catch him out in the rotate, this could be a B-bomb site that they are destined to head for. Sanji, though, has made the noise. I think they must have heard those footsteps at that point. Yekindar as well found out. Buster, 2 creeping through. Buster's found 1, though, and Mir, he's trying to return, and he will be able to do so. 35 seconds, and they're turning around. The B-bomb site's their destination, but they might not expect the secondary flank from Sanji that's being prepped up for the late round. Yekindar, though, nestled away inside construction. There, he turns the corner, checks the angle, but he was forced forward, and it shows. Not comfortable in that duel. While Sanji, he won't be able to stop the bomb plant, but he will probably be able to stop the round from slipping away.
Really hoping that Dexter was going to be the forefront of this if there was going to be any chance here for Spirit. Try his hand at it. First kill is good, but James does track him down. It's some solid damage overall there for Spirit. They get the bomb plant as well, so their first buy coming to the second half will be reinforced as a result of that. And you can see that the threats were there. If Yekindar doesn't win that initial duel over towards B, then that site is very easily lost. The numbers are going to be far more in favor of Spirit. Okay, I think this is slightly more unreasonable. You've had Mir invest into it. They're actually just going to buy straight down. And
I mean, this is something we see sometimes when teams are down in the second half. You know, bomb plants there as well. You want to punish the VP economy to some extent.
It certainly makes more sense if there was just more damage done, if there was sort of like 1 or 2 players up for VP, but I mean, this will catch them out. They've kept SMGs.
Sure, and this is where that utility difference really is coming through. Chopper as well pushes through a smoke, nicely played. Yekindar does end up falling. That forces the VP side to spread a little bit more thin. This is where Magix's position is going to be everything. James scoped in with the AWP, a very tight angle. If he misses a shot, he will have to commit the goal. No one can really help him. Keycard's got a Molotov, some utility, sure, but not really enough in that situation. STY, though, has to be careful. Keycard is keeping an eye out for him.
feel far more. Sorry, they're far more split than we saw VP on their T side.
Yeah.
Still culminating far more frequently in the late round. And we'll get there in the end. But you can see VP are up for investigation themselves.
Yeah, that's the big difference maker, and Jame will make that difference. Sanji as well, UMP at the ready. They're just not checking the angles. He's on Dexter trades, sure. But again, you're just going to have to end up turning around, running back to the B bomb site. Buster's there with a flashbang, and with 20 seconds, they decide we can't commit to that. Jame, they need to flash this angle off, man. They just drive peeking into him, and he'll go for it all. 3 kills, each one more crucial than the last, and that is another round which you could have seen Spirit being able to weasel out in that situation after they trade 1-for-1 initially.
Yeah, but it goes back to what we've been saying when we looked at Spirit CT side, you know, the differences that we're noticing between these two teams. I mean, stylistically, they do feel very similar in a lot of respects, but coming into this particular map, Spirit haven't been going for those late round pushes. They haven't tried to sort of insert themselves into the back lines all too often. VP show us straight out the gate in one of these first few gun rounds that they're willing to take those risks.
We are not going to see a real investment from Spirit in the second half until the 4th round. That seems like a lot.
At the very least, they're doing a good job of bleeding out some of the utility here for VP.
Yes, there is that. Unfortunately, the problem with flashbangs as well.
Yeah.
Because they do, and this is one thing you have on Inferno if you have an Opera who likes to go for it. Chopper can't buy additional utility because he has to be able to drop the AWP over to Dexter later on. Otherwise, on Inferno, these Deagle buys can be very deadly. Yekindar, though, short initially, is just going to be cleaning up, getting some money, gets 2 kills with the MP9, pays for itself, and moreover.
Yeah, Magix has been spotted out on the lurk as well. And, actually, I thought he might have been able to get away with that one, but that Heat Seeker from Sanji. Yeah, nothing really doing. And, well, James spotted the bomb, dropped another player. And this is a meaty sandwich over a banana. I don't think bananas are all that meaty, but Chopper's gone.
Yeah. I mean, they're fleshy, you know? Sort of. I feel like I could call a banana flesh.
I feel like that's only if you're eating it with the skin on, and then if you are, I don't know you.
True, fair enough. I've never tried that. Maybe that's where all the nutrients are. However, we've got a lot of juicy goodness over here from VP so far. Absolutely breaking Spirit. Now, though, we do see the full buy coming out. Chopper, surprisingly enough, not dropping the AWP despite having $1,400 left over here is something I find interesting. So maybe slightly more fast-paced round could be coming through. Magic speaking out, does find the first. Yekindar's demise is important, but the grenade coming back here is doing so much damage that Spirit will have to play a little bit more carefully.
Oh my goodness, look at the rotate coming in from VP.
This is massive, holy...
All off of one initial kill. They know Team Spirit were hungry for it.
And Deathball might be countered over here. Buster's getting ready. Keeker through the smoke. Molotov has missed. Buster's been given an opportunity. He's going to peek up, but Chopper will finish him off before he has the chance. Despite everything looking to be in place for him to succeed, he's just not able to find that first shot. VP will have to turn around and save, despite a great rotation coming through. Spirit's death ball will work out for them.
Yeah, it's crazy to think that they rotate early on that execute, and they're still not quite there in time to save those B-site players. Like you said, there was additional room there for Buster to operate, but after finding the initial pick, his counterpart on the bomb site, all eyes were focused on him. And then from there on out, it's game time.
Absolutely. Ooh, okay, I like that. But you also have to remember, this wasn't just a call to move over towards the B-bomb site because you're thinking VP. It's okay, you're not finding that one, Kika. It's not a call where they're trying to save either, because they have the money to be able to buy up in the next round. They're not too fluffed about it, and sure, they could still try to save in that situation, but that's very much a read coming through from VP where they're trying to win the round. This isn't just a random gamble.
Yeah, taking a gamble like that in the early stages just doesn't happen that often, so it's understandably some sort of a read coming in. It's well identified, and hey, James up to some antics.
Oh, yeah.
Timing won't really work out for him, nobody peeking, but look how fast Mir is up through Banana, and he's won the fight. Another duel that's won the top side. Buster trying to compensate, he doubled them! The nade can finish him!
The nade's gonna finish him! Oh, that is massive! That aggression, oh god, this is just such a stark difference because you can see even when VP is going for the double op, Buster's positioning is so different to how Mir was playing, where he's willing to get a little bit more. The reason for that is because he has a player playing towards sandbags, even though that position has somewhat fallen out of favor. Buster doesn't have to worry about being rushed down, so he's more than happy of going for a repeat, going for a trade frag in that positioning. But because Mir was playing first contact with that secondary op, he could never really go for something like that.
James wants a piece of the action. He's heard what Buster's done, and he wants some himself.
And there's kills to be had here with the op. Yes, please. But not everyone can order from this menu. James misses out that shot. The flash timing not working out, and Buster showing him how it's done. He's playing with his food, but that food's fighting back. Don't harm your food with AK-47s, apparently. Buster, though, still peeking around the smoke, trying to find more done. James will get at least one, but Buster's the one who's the star of the round. 4 frags on him. Absolutely fantastic. Just saves what looked to be a desolate situation, and we've seen again. Now, 2 or 3 rounds where Spirit on their T side have found the man advantage, but could not capitalize.
Yeah, call that B bomb side a ballroom, because Buster is fucking classy, man. He's dancing around smokes, he's hitting shots, and I talk about James moving over with that AWP and feeling, you know, oh, he wants a piece of the action. There's a part of it to that, but because that AWP is the first bullet that fires off, they think he's rotated himself. Yakindo's gonna be here so early, that run boost?
Oh, that's massive. They weren't expecting that timing at all. SDY could have gone down immediately. Yakindar, you don't see that run boost coming out very often, but man, oh, juicy, juicy nade. Not a good start to things for Spirit.
I want to go quicker with it, and you can understand why. These slower rounds haven't been working out. VP have been giving it to them with these aggressive plays. Magix is kind of trapped as a result of the molly, but there's a gap that's been opened up. Spirit are lurking towards the arches. Steps are being made, though.
Important for him. He's been able to scout out too.
All the
They're not
info.
going to be expecting him. They do check the angle this time. Yakindar, however, not going to be caught out. They must have seen him. Chopper, though, he's going to hold his own crossfire for a little while, and that means they've got an advantage. I have no idea what's happening this round, Michael.
It does feel a little bit all over the shop, that's for sure. Thought they'd...
What shop? This isn't even a shop at this point. This
Yeah.
is just people stealing stuff from my yard sale.
Yeah, really, really confusing stuff. The arches were open. You could see that VP had that information. The site player would have been able to call those rotates, and it looked like Chopper had turned around and scouted out Yakindar, only for him to still blindside players on the wrap. Maybe didn't think he'd fully commit to it. I don't know. I feel like if you know, you know, and you wanna help out. But either way, it's another round here for Spirit. It deters VP from round number 15. And so it doesn't change from a crack in the doorway to an absolute slither. It is still open enough that Spirit could bring this closer, make the same contestable game. You have to see things really shape up, though. And they've been able to get a lot of successful opening duels in these past few rounds, even if they haven't had successes in the late stages. A lot
But
preventing.
the problem you're always going to have with the death polling is that eventually the death poll doesn't work. You know, an op will find an angle. You have to be perfect on executions every time over. And it's one of the reasons why exec and death ball based CS has fallen out of favor so much outside of just a niche round. Oh, good nade. Oh, that is beautiful. The Magic has found one James, good for a trade, but not for 2. So again, Spirit found the man advantage. VP's aggression is not paying off for them over there.
This is where I wonder whether we'll see the more firm economic choices here for VP. They know this game isn't quite done just yet, and keeping the economy high on that CT side is going to be very relevant. They're still separate, so they haven't fully committed to one of these bomb sites as of yet. Neither is Spirit, though. Okay, here it comes. Thought maybe VP would hedge their bets between the two sites, but we do see them take this more conservative route, but this conservation could be all about constructing a bit of success over at this B-bomb site, considering Spirit are on their way.
They have the utility as well. Buster's got a Molotov. If he wants to deploy it, this would be the perfect time, and he's pulling it out. This is buying them time at Sanji. The peak is premature, and that gives them the 4v2. Flashbangs as well, ready from Spirit, from VP rather, but how much can they really do? Yakindar's going unchecked. Yakindar's going uncleared. They're not checking the angle. They're not going to be able to get the bomb plant down either over here. Yakindar's waiting for it. He's playing this perfectly. Gets one. The second in the back lines is belonging to Buster. They're trying to chase him down. There is time, but he's found the kill he needed. Wait, who won?
It's a millisecond.
Oh,
that is a photo finish round.
For a second there, I couldn't tell.
Hard to. Of course it is. That couldn't have been better executed there from VP. You may look at Sanji running through that smoke and just being like, what on earth is he doing? Both his teammates have flashes. Could have played that one out, but it was running in the minds of Spirit that they could have just been that one player solitary at B, and that they gambled over towards A with the last two, only for VP to be in prime position.
Even if they're expecting two players over towards B, they're probably not thinking there's a boost beyond it as well, even though there was a split second where they try to check it, but Yakindar still finds the timing. And will be trying to isolate him over here, though Spirit. Nothing really working out for them so far. The Molotov is good. It allows them to back off. Yakindar not backing off yet, though he doesn't want to. The secondary smoke is what really allows his retreat. So much utility committed by VP, but they keep their player alive, and for some reason, there's 4 players in the B-bomb side as well. So, I just saw that.
Yeah, they've just been clustering. We're expecting some desperation, it feels like, here from Spirit, just running them down in towards one of these sites, trying to brute force their way in. I wouldn't want to go B. Buster's been unbelievable, that side of the map.
Keycard. It out from the corner. Mayor's looking to go for the big find one. This would be big. He's dropped the bomb. Spray transfer unsuccessful, but this has been time wasted. However, Virtuspro will not be wasting any time to decide that, hey, maybe we go for a save.
Yeah, I think it's the perfect time for it.
Yeah. Don't want to give Spirit the free double digits.
I really just want to watch that round back.
Yeah.
How close that would have been. Because we talk about sometimes bomb plants going down or diffusers. Those are easier to sort of factor in, but we're talking milliseconds on the kill at the end.
Absolutely.
And it means that there's a constant fire from behind that Spirit are going to have to worry about. They need to win all of these rounds straight.
Already we're looking like it was fresh pretty thin. They've been able to find that round. VP's economy is broken. You're looking at a 14-10 at the minimum, maybe even 11, considering the fact that VP doesn't have loss bonus. You know, it's doable. But that one round, that one kill Buster's able to find under STY, it's a game changer.
He may not be leading the scoreboard, but Buster's had some really heavy influence in a lot of these rounds. Even if you are a Spirit fan, you're gonna look at that and be like, damn, I want to do that. Once again, VP have gone for 3 players over towards that B bomb site. They've been leaning a bit heavier that direction these past few.
One of the nicest things about CIS Counter-Strike as well. You see, you know, a lot of times the big plays that you see, you can imagine yourself doing that. in a game, and it's just you gotta live it a little bit more than maybe. Oh, you know, Strala's having 5 great nade setups. Oh, no. This is about fighting, and James looking to fight over here. He'll be taking first point. SDY trying to jiggle it out, but his hips are not showing yet. James not being afforded any chances, and you can see Ekendar is looking to get a little bit more aggressive. Get some sidelines down Banana, and they're moving the rotation back. This is such good timing.
Smoke timing is great.
VP. Every bit of their timings is working out for them. Yekendar's pushed all the way through. He's going to be able to find one, but the noise has been made, and Chopper in second mid's in a perfect position. Now they can turn back and run off towards the B-bomb site. With Yekendar having pushed through, the call's been made. Spirit, that one sound cue might end up giving them a lease on this game, but the Molotov again so well placed. Buster through the smoke is spraying away as well. Chopper's pushed through it, but he's not in anything. It's still a 4v4. A grenade lined up, deployed. Good nade. Gets damaged, but Buster can't follow up through the smoke. Question is, do they commit or do they retreat? No shame in either. You've got 3 good rifles you can save. And you can see VP are also on the fence. Flashbang. Buster, 6 HP. You've got to back off. Buster's dodging bullets like it's a Matrix, and the good one.
Wait,
Not Matrix 3.
There's a bad come on, man. I feel like back then I wasn't really a film buff, so I can't dispute it that heavily. It's been skewed by nostalgia, but
Indeed.
That almost works out so well for VP. You talk about that some noise cues giving up. I think it's just good clearance there from Chopper, understanding that it's a possibility. But that was all they needed to turn tail and run the other way. If Yekindar is threatening your back lines, then you may just be walking into a stack. So Spirit, it's kind of a blessing that Yekindar does want to go for plays like that into the late round. How can you blame him when Spirit haven't been sort of dotting all of their I's throughout this game? But making sure
a lot
that
of times Spirit hasn't checked an angle, checked a corner.
Yeah.
You're right. Buster's hurt them all. They know where they are. Buster. James is also taking a much more forward-facing angle than he did last time over, but Spirit, SDY is not having any of it this time. No jiggling. No booty shaking over the boiler.
Ooh. I think SDY was just trying to get out of there, and James has completely denied that. Wonder if they're going to start rotating over. You can see Jay moving down. Sanji out in the open. The off angle works for one.
Yakanat's got the deagle. He's isolated away. He needs to be good for at least a kill over here. He will find it, even inside the smoke. Picks up the AK, but that could have been greed. Macho 2v3. A Molotov and smoke both available. They're peeking out in Magix. What a shot! A chance has been delivered, and Spirit will surely take it. Now Dexter. Scope full timing on the smoke. Keeker will fall. It's all down to Buster. He's been good on the defense, but not quite so much on the retake. Dexter finishes him off. And that one shot from Magix on a Jane, man, that is a game changer right there.
Yeah, round-winning shot. Almost seemed like Jane was going to have the duel himself because he was primed on it. Just wasn't quite prepared for how quick Magix was going to be on the draw. And now it's starting to creep up on them. Only a 4-round separation. See, the money is good enough to get something going here on the CT side. There will be some cost cutting if they do want to go for the investment.
I don't think they should, though. But see, the problem with this is you lose this one. Spirit's sitting on 13, and that is a unlucky number. If you are sitting on map point, superstitions can be true, Michael.
Gives them the most longevity in regulation, right? Most amount of buys.
Yeah, true.
Just less optimal ones.
Yeah, it's just that psychological effect, isn't it? What do you really want to fight with? What are you willing to fight up against? Does the number on top of the screen matter or not, basically?
Mm-hmm.
And for Spirit, It absolutely does. Deathwell A potentially coming through. SDY though with the bomb is very far back, and brackets control has just been given up by VP completely. He's going out, not doing much. No one's taken short, but Keeker through the smoke. He's got a gap in it. Yekindar's a trade, and that means B bomb site's open for business. But James, he's still got a shop here, and he's going to find the first kill. Backs off to safety. Now has to take care of the pincer. The scissors are coming through, but he's decided to go for the weaker side. Mir jumps down. Oh, missed. Oh, it's on the line. And Sangji with the UMP can't bring the numbers back in their favor. Now with the off loss, the question is saving worth it?
Yeah, it's going to be another call here for VP where they give up round number 12 here for Spirit. You could see that the idea was there. They wanted Yukindo to aggro early on, and it caught Spirit out. Last time round, it was a vacant bomb site. This time, Jame was there with the AWP. That kill on Mir, or rather lack thereof, determines the round. That's bomb control there for Jame, where he can run some delay tactics. He knew it was a 1v1. The fact that Mir jump peeks the corner makes all of the difference.
I also have to go back and check. Oh, okay. I also have to go back and check the demo about something. I think Keeker, the pit smoke was thrown by VP, right? I think it was.
Yeah, yeah, he was just spamming through it as
no,
a bloom, I think.
I don't know if it was a spam or not, because it looked like it might have been. There's a one way you can do it there, but it's very difficult to throw. VP might have found a different way to throw it. So, if that's the case, that would have been a nice timing to pull that out. But, you know, that's something you don't find out till you look at the demo.
Well, one way or not, there's only one road here for Spirit. Keep on winning. Succeeding so far, but VP will have an optimal buy the following round.
Nade!
Yeah, lands right at the feet of Yakindar. By sending it.
They're behind it. They're trying to get aggressive. Chopper, but Buster, he's taken down his teammate. An advantage that could have been is now lost. Buster, as good as he has been these past few rounds, he's often been on the retake. This time when he tries to get aggressive early on, not really paying off for them. Oh, flashbang as well. Forces them back. He just can't hold. And it's a 4v3. Spirit, good position to be.
I don't know if I favor their chances going up against Buster on this B-bomb site.
Yeah.
Even if he has killed his teammate. At 2 Brute.
That's a blood sacrifice that you sometimes just got to make, especially in this position. He can't be flashed off. There's no Molotov either, and although it drops, it's not going to be the one that spreads on top. Beaker finds one. Buster makes it 2. Now the advantage in the way of VP, and SDY speaking in. Good kill to find, but a lot of HP lost, and Buster should be able to clean up. Virtuspro on the verge of 16. It's only SDY with 5 HP. Needs 2 quick, clean headshots, and it's not going to happen. Keeker on the flank shuts him down. Beautiful stuff coming through from VP over there. Game, just consistent dominance, but that CT side you could definitely see, if not for that one round, Michael, could have gone very differently.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Buster was just a class act on that B site, and that one round we're talking about, watch it back if you like.
Yeah.
It's Yakindar and Buster pulling it through, where they're just running delay tactics and they prioritize targets so efficiently. That's a great map for VP. We talked about it being first pick territory for them, a very comfortable pick for them. Even when we were running through our own vetoes, it was the safer option of the two, and we get to see the stars really come to life there on that VP side, where I felt like they were missing earlier in the playoffs.
And while Spirit were missing a lot of opportunities, a lot of angles, how many times did we see Spirit just don't clear an angle? How many times have we seen Spirit just don't check something? Their timing's a little bit late. You know, they looked very uncomfortable on Inferno, and that's just something, unfortunately, you're not allowed to have versus VP. But even so, they managed to get up to 12, 13 rounds. That's pretty insane when all things are considered. And going into Dust 2, although VP does also like to first pick it and have been doing so this tournament, that's not going to be an easy one. So make sure you stay tuned and don't go anywhere. We'll be back after a short break because there's still a lot more Counter-Strike to be played.
casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now. Casting on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways. And on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for
I feel the rain crashing down. All around this empty town, we're searching for the lost and found. But you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air, like a blazing flare. Don't stare, cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares through. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Do you remember how you held me then? Now you got me reaching out. And do you see you got me falling in more times than I can get out? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I crawl for you.
There are only few seconds to close this round. A headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Wing around. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
A triumphant Virtuspro start things off with a bang. It is, of course, the lower bracket semifinals for the Epic League CIS RMR. I'm Tita. I'm joined by none other than Michael Yumi Cassidy. We've seen Spirit looking slightly lost in the first map. Inferno, not a good look for them. But now we go into their map. Pick. It's time for Dust 2, and it is a map which we know Spirit are as comfortable on as any, if not more than any, other team in the world.
Yeah, and with a lot of the same kind of playstyle elements we've been talking about throughout our journey with Spirit through the playoffs, is they are very inclined to go for information gathering plays and to go for some of these aggressive, sort of not so much aggressive pushes, but aggressive stances on their defensive end. I think that's where a lot of emphasis is going to be placed for me coming into the second map, because we talked about it being kind of missing and the lack of information that they had on their Inferno. And that doesn't feel like that should be something that bleeds through on Dust 2, because if that's the case, then we've got the turtle kind of in its shell for Spirit.
Well, I think that's a big question. Is the turtle in its shell, or is the turtle out and about partying all night? Because that's the difference between the Spirit we saw versus Gambit on Dust 2 and the Spirit we saw versus Na'Vi. And, well, every other time on Dust 2 as well. So, the question over here for me, Michael, is, we talked about this a bit off camera as well. Who do you think is going to take this one away, Virtuspro or Spirit?
Yeah, I think unless we see a big playstyle difference here for Spirit, I kind of think VP will just take this. We've seeing some really good activations from a lot of the key elements from them.
Well, look, over here, I'm just a little bit curious about what do we really see going into it all. Which Virtuspro do we see, etc., etc. But we actually have to head into the game as well, as things are starting off. Michael, it's going to be 2 sets of utility again coming up from Virtuspro. Dexter's trying to fight back, but the tags and Gush is going the way of Sanji. There's a lot of damage dealt, and Magix has to clean up.
Oh dear, 4-on-4. There's a flash and a kit available, and they're trying to play for this retake. They're allowing VP to cross relatively safely. You talked about all that damage. They're still not creeping up and peering past the site. They're just all hovering ramp.
Sanji looking for the kill. If he finds Magix, that would be big, but the bomb still has not transported itself onto the bomb side yet. Chopper. He does have a kit and he's fairly close by. This is where SDY's positioning is going to be very crucial. If he starts to come through with a short take, that would be big. Mir's gone down, so he needs to substitute him. Instead, bomb's being planted. Flashbang's ready. Magix needs to deploy it if they want to start rushing onto the bomb site. But Keycurt is delaying for a while from long as they start to come through. Buster avoids the flash. It won't find anything. Buster's fighting back. Keycurt good for one, and Keycurt finishes things off.
Looked like they were almost going for a Gladiator's performance over at ramp. They were all bundled up together on the side of VP. You can see our partners over at Power Match, the odds that are on screen. It leans Spirit's favor because it's such a strong map for them. But VP, they take that pistol. Of course, you can click the banner down below. There are bonuses you can get on your first deposit over at our partners. So do check them out. But it did really seem as though VP were just kind of staggering out on the ramp for far too long, only for it to end up in a bout of composure. It seemed as though Spirit were kind of losing their edge in those duels because they thought that there maybe weren't as many resources committed that direction as they had once thought. And now that we get the second round bye here for Spirit, see if this is overturned. We've had a couple for Spirit in the playoff bracket, but overall these have been rather unsuccessful. Oh, big shot for Magix. Jikindar, it's a hammer on over at that short position. Kickert's doubled up and short's been taken, so it looked a little bit dicey to start. That nade does so much damage, and Dexter's got himself to himself.
And Buster and Sanji, they have to try collating things up. They don't want to fall astray to the forest spine that gave them so much on Inferno. Buster planting the bomb. We'll be able to get that securely at least, and that makes it slightly more difficult for these two scouts to get much done here. Mir, moving forward, needs to find the first kill. Molotov, well placed. Will be forcing out Buster into a more open position, but Buster's already backed off, and the molly's not quite as deep as they'd like it to be. Buster tagged up, position revealed. I don't know if the sound cue gave it away yet. Dexter will find it. Sanji, good for one, keeps it going, but the double peak's too much for him to deal with. Mir finishes him off, and that'll be that.
Man like Dexter, that double kill he gets on short makes all of the difference. He ends up with 3 in the round, and Spirit overturn after losing that pistol round. You can see VP were feeling a little bit crunched in. After losing Jikindar so early, they commit up short very rapidly, only for utility to really be their undoing. Just very well read there from Spirit. Not how you were hoping to start things out on your opponent's map pick.
Indeed.
Double scat, or rather, sorry. Thought Sanji had one himself, but a couple of rifles being brought through here on that T side, and a speedy Xbox smoke as well. Given the pressure put towards short last round here for Spirit, VP are trying to meet them halfway.
The silver chopper could be caught out. Flashbangs dodge. Sanji's got the frag. Beautiful start the round for VP. They can recover that ump as well, and they're not really looking to pause for a minute. They're just rushing up and out. They're looking for the frag. If they can find the one on the bomb side, that'd be big, but so far Magic's only tagged, not quite brought down. Dexter's there on the support, and Magic pops up for another. It's Jane with the Glock though, who catches off the flank, and the bomb can now rotate. Magic, however, will maintain advantage onto long. Sanji and Dexter still trading frags.
James out of there.
Yeah. The bomb plant at least is secure for him.
Where he's going around the world for this one. I thought it was a bit strange on the A side execute. James had that bomb and he was just hovering around the smoke.
If he finds this on long, this would be massive. Oh, they're not gonna hear each other. No. Barely
Dexter
misses
should
the
have
timing.
him.
Dexter, he's got the deagle in his hand, but he misses a few shots. James, an opportunity afforded, but not capitalized on.
Oh my god, first few misses, and you don't want to give James a second swing at it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seemed like a really strange round there from VP. They were suspecting the flank coming. James would have heard Mir on the backside as well. So much so that he was convicted with the Glock to stare at the backside of the smoke, but kind of just leaving the rest of his team to do the dirty work, and, well, they weren't successful, so he went on an adventure on himself.
Oh, good night, but a little bit shallow.
Ugh.
Oh, Sanji. You know, this is a player that, Michael, we've talked a lot about how good he is on those deagles, and on Dust too. That is certainly a risk you are taking, especially considering Spirit. That economy needs to solidify right now. Ooh. Brutality.
Yeah, that's the premium rifle here for Spirit, being guarded vehemently here by Dexter. Sitting shot after shot here with this ult, even through doors and the like. I'm already liking what we're seeing out of Spirit in the early stages of this one. I think we were a little concerned they could just cower away. But they are really wanting to push all sides. Chopper investigated short. He wanted long himself as well. And that SMG's going to farm. So overall, in spite of the fact that Mir got dropped so early into that round, still no additional casualties. So that's looking pretty here for the buffer being built on that CT side.
And now this is where, despite Virtuspro having the first round bomb plant, they're not going to be able to find that full Molotov execute onto short that they really like to go for either. So maybe a little bit more B-side to play. Wouldn't be too surprised to see something more on the line of mid to B coming out from them. But Spirit, so far, mid's been completely abandoned for now.
Grouped up at B.
That's the aggressive angle you were talking about, Michael. Coming through, Mir, good for one. It's busted a trade, and they keep it going.
Counter flashes are there. Chopper's crept onto the site. SDY could get blindsided. Sanji's crept past further than they anticipate. Kicker actually finds the kill instead. And now above the smoke, Sanji gets the second. Line could go down. Sanji spotted out, and Magic's creeping past the smoke there, getting completely caught out by timings here. The team kill additionally, and it's all gone south here for VP. We noticed last time when we had seen Spirit on this map, they were getting hammered towards that B side. Wonder if that's a vulnerability that could have been spotted and tried to be exploited here by VP in that particular round. And heck, they got the entry. They go for a 1-for-1, but it's those fast rotates and the flashes that ultimately slowed them down too much.
And Spirit, this is very different to what we saw coming out from Inferno. They're so much more willing to take duels. They're so much more willing to stand their ground in these positions. But Yekindar now with the Tech 9. Looking for that quick little side swipe tap. Good old master of wide swinging, but nothing just quite yet.
Ooh. Could have been a potential for that long-range duel that James was waiting so long for. Only for him to give it up, just as there's a recipient the other side. Magix is predominantly alone here. Chopper has his short, but taking tags would be very, very bad for him. No run boost being thrown out here by VP. Just slowly creeping the angle, and Magix actually gave it up just as they were going for the swing. Setting up for a one-way smoke on this bomb site should VP decide to apply some pressure that direction. It's a very cheesy smoke. Not a big fan.
Oh, this is really big though from Sanji. If you can just find that frag onto Mir. But Mir backs off at that very instant. SDY as well. Of course, does quite like to pick up the secondary off from time to time when does too as well. Although we do still generally see Mir on it, but Keeker tagged in mid. Chopper there to clean up, and it's good damage onto the T side, meaning they can't really even trail back for the bomb and try to get it planted. At the very least, Buster does find that second frag, but on his side is the secondary op of SDY, and he'll be able to finish him off.
Yeah, very on the fly round there from VP. You know, they investigated long, met no resistance. Just like, long sight line, not a big proponent of that one. Let's go somewhere else. And hey, they overwhelmed the player they set out for, but they weren't prepared for how quick Spirit were to respond. Now Rifles out, and crucially, we were missing out on that AWP for the first gun round for VP. He now has that in his arsenal, and a series of flashes. It's a fight for long that will be given up here for Spirit.
Oh, checks from Dexter down mid initially, and that's a big advantage for VP to find. Dexter's been solid in holding down middle so far, and Spirit in response immediately get aggressive over towards short. Molotov as well, they've heard the flashbangs coming up for long. They're trying to fight back and keep control. Magix running through, taking the aggressive view. Flashbang as well comes out to allow it to happen, and he's just going for more. Magix with 2 frags despite giving up long control almost entirely is able to take it right back.
He's really hammering this one home. A bomb site's not open for business. He was a crucial element in the games yesterday for Spirit. The turn on that B bomb site of Mirage, obviously a different map, but still coming up with similar numbers here. Oh, Chopper though. Thought they might have been rotating back B, but Buster's not gonna anticipate the second player.
And this is something about Spirit which you have to respect. They're so good at maintaining that man advantage. It's just wonderful to watch. On Dust 2, if they're down, they know exactly where to get aggressive. You saw Magix hightailing it back towards A long earlier on. But over here, they have given up that B-bomb site. Without the smoke, though, VP could be losing a player on the cross. Crouch peeking forward is never a great idea into an op.
Well, it's a Jame 1v3, and they are grouping up to try and make this one feasible. Mir's still far away with that ult, holding the firm line, so they know that he's in the site.
Oh! This is suddenly possible. James just going to keep on going with this. They're peeking in through towards him slowly. James doesn't feel comfortable getting a sightline onto SDY, who's got the one-way. Helping him out, takes the elevated position and finishes off James there and then.
Yeah, he had the lineup, thought that was going to be enough there for James to get it done, but don't think he quite knew that he lined them up the way that he did, that the secondary player was low, would have likely switched to his pistol to finish off that frag, given how slow he would have had to peek with that AWP. You can see VP have called for a timeout. Things not going to plan to start this one off. Remember, they won the pistol. And it's been 6 straight now for Spirit to respond. Nothing really going for them. It is 007 for Yakindar. It's a cliche, but still worth noting. One of the firm entry style players. Has been kind of changing up his roles. Not playing the same sort of over-aggressive style that I think really got him a lot of recognition in the early stages.
It's just all about that, you know, eventually you are found out. That's one of the things that everyone always says about players who are, you know, really changing how CS is played. There's a reason why it's played that way. And Yakindar has shown that he's a magnificent talent, but definitely some teething pains after his milk teeth have fallen out in the tier 1 scene. Now though, Dexter. Oh, will he land a shot over here? Doesn't quite fire through the smoke yet, but now they're peeking through. Flashbang is good, well placed, and Dexter's got a second one that he wants to chuck out for another peek. VP, again and again, they're losing this first man, and it doesn't look like that's a trend that's about to tilt.
Oh, wanted to go for the boost here on VP to get a response, but step made from James, they're going to cancel. ENG, though, creeping out. Magix has the drop, though. Wasn't caught out by that play. And things really going from bad to worse. Losing their two strong entry performers here on the side of VP. They've identified a gap, though. With Spirit containing themselves more towards these sites, they can traverse middle, potentially line up for what is a one-pronged approach via mid towards that B bomb site. And they're going to investigate it. 25 seconds, and Buster's crept up close. You can see they're paranoid of this fact here on Spirit.
Yeah.
Good timing on the smoke will prevent one of the additional angles they have to worry about. Things have got to speed up rapidly here for VP. They are not making a move.
Oh, they've already traded 1-for-1, and that's all the worst possible situation for VP, seemingly. I say that, Riders think that a lot worse. It's just not the time. James has to die, and he knows it. Otherwise, they would have hunted him down after time. Even there, it looked like Spirit definitely had the opportunity to do so, but hey. 7-1, Michael. This is a very different Spirit to what we saw in Inferno. And a lot of the things that we pointed out about their CT side over there that were going wrong, well, they're going pretty damn well over here.
Yeah, they're throwing a lot of early set utility. They're actually hearing some utility being thrown by VP themselves as well, so there's more information that they're having without sort of instigating fights. I think that was something that VP were doing a great job of on their T side of Inferno, was not throwing just standard protocol nades so that Spirit couldn't have a read. And when Spirit have had these informed decisions here on the second map, they have looked good while doing it. Pistols, of course, in round number 9, so curious about how this one will play out.
I mean, the problem is over here always that a quick Deagle shot can just turn everything around, and we've seen Yakindar deliver in Inferno. Who's going to be the one to deliver over here from VP? They need one of these miraculous rounds to go their way, and as Keeker's pushing through, Yakindar's gone down initially. Keeker trying to find more, but SBY's got 2 in the meanwhile. Chopper, the only casualty thus far on Team Blue. And Mir, well, he'll just continue fighting back. No one's here to stop him. Even if he's got no HP to work with, he's content with taking these peaks. No time for Buster. He'll get one score, but very comfortable situation for Spirit considering how good their economy's been. VP just... I know it's a force buy, it's a half buy rather, and you shouldn't really expect much from them, but where are we going to see them really come into play? Yakindar's still 009 now.
Yeah, Yakindar's been getting destroyed in a lot of these fights. First of all, in several instances, and I mean, understandable that, you know, you're going to end up on the receiving end of a lot of that if you're going for these first fights. But it can't keep happening. Oh, could this be number 10? No, first on the board here for Yakindar after being legged, but the nade will finish off the job.
No one beats me 10 times in a row in a duel, he says. 9's fine, you know?
Acceptable. Redeemable.
And indeed, the question is, can they redeem? You know, Yakindar was a very, very important part of their Inferno T side. If he can maybe get a couple of kills, get that mojo back. His HLTV rating's not going to go anywhere, but hey, this map sure as hell could, and who cares about rating? It's all about that W at the end. VP would really like to close this out in 2. Remember, oh, James, Flick not there.
Is the nade really going to be enough to push them back? Because after James missed out on that chance, you fall away, they throw their patented smokes. They're moving with it.
Drop a good for one through that smoke, and that Molotov won't be spreading back to Magix until a little bit later. Good damage on them, sure, but James just can't find anything through it until it might be too late. Chopper has bought enough time. Good wide swing. James going down straight headshot and a second. We'll find him the round 9th on the board for Spirit. They're dominating.
Yeah, I will say, that play there from Magix did seem a little awkward. Importance of good movement, by the way. He should have just been able to strafe around the box if he wanted to really drop spawn to elevator. But, you know, we won't critique him too heavily. Magix has been having a solid game. Chopper, really clean performance in from Goose as well. And VP, yeah, they just really can't get anything going. Fast play into B.
Mir's going to have to stop them over here. The smoke's down to prevent him from doing much from Car. They're trying to rush down SDY, but a no-scope will keep him alive for a while longer. Mir as well. Good for one, but Yekindar's given them a chance. Now, bomb's been planted, James been given the op, and a lot of rifles have been recovered. Nade goes through, though. Good nade could have been a nade, but...
Oh.
How are they checking that? Magix is just so good. Now it's back to a 2 versus 3. James knows that there's 2 players coming down in from the upper tunnels, and a flashbang could be placed, and as they're peeking forward, there will be collateral. James got them both. What a shot from him, and suddenly an opportunity, but Chopper still brings it back to a 1-on-1. Yekindar's had a slump so far, but if he can win this, it's definitely redemption. Still, peeking out is Chopper. So crisp on the AUG. These past few rounds have been headshots and nothing else. And it saves the day, but it looked very, very spicy for a second.
Oh, even when the stars align, it's still not enough. Chopper just snatches it right back from their clutches. That angle there from Kickert as well, it's a hard one because you need to hit the shot still just as quickly as you would any other fight. Some off angles you can get away with taking a bit more time, but because of the way you're going to naturally clear those upper tunnels as you're moving in lower, you're going to be sort of naturally peering over that left-hand side. So catching a glimpse, it was just enough for Magix. And it just continues. Losing out in these opening duels. VP, again, a man down so early on.
I don't know what, it seems like we've maybe seen at best one position where they're able to find the opening duel in their favor. And so many times, again, Michael, you said it, Yakindar... He's going to die in these situations, obviously. You know, your first man in, your first contact, you're going to look the worst, but unfortunately, it does still look pretty damn bad.
Especially when we were talking about that sort of idea of picking into Inferno, one of Yakindar's strong points, kind of heating him up for the series. And something's going to skew. Water's been poured all over him, and all we see is steam.
Well, Dexter, he's been looking pretty steamy so far in different ways, and he's been given a chance for a little bit more boiling points. Question is, can VP still survive the stew? Magix with long completely controlled. Chopper's even starting to cheat on over. This is not going to be an easy take at all. Smoke comes out to be able to maybe force back Chopper, but with a mid to be and short smokes, they know what's going on exactly. Molotov brilliantly placed. Keeps them at bay for a while longer. There's 25 seconds on the clock. There's no one on the bomb site. Those Molotovs aren't going to do anything. Kikut's now trying to lead pass and get a bomb plant down. Goose not entirely clean, but Jane will survive with a single point of HP. That gives him a chance to find another one. Nade as well, completely avoided. He ran away far enough. Chopper maybe even coming in here to provide a boost, but they're going to start to move forward together. Dexter trading back onto the bomb site. VP's in good position to stop him from having a clear sight line. Buster and James are so low, and Magix will be the one to finish off. James and Buster both a tickle away from death, and James will fall. Buster now alone. A 1-on-3, but the shot from Magix is just too clean, and VP can't get anything.
They're losing just so many fights, man. It's kind of it's honestly impressive. Moving away from that first map where it felt like VP just had the edge in so many different instances. We saw that sort of timidness come through from Spirit. Now just fight after fight, duel after duel, just ringing true for everyone. We've seen crisp stuff from Magix, Chopper, Mir. SDY has been hitting shots on the ult. You know, there hasn't been a weak link here from Spirit that VP could target. And it's the inverse. They've been trying to get Yakindar involved. He's been kind of pulled apart.
Yeah.
So frequently. Bomb dropped in towards that suicide lane there for VP. So look for that to be picked up later on into the rounds. And this confidence is going to brim from Spirit. You thought they were getting some aggressive information earlier on into this half. With now a larger round buffer, expect them to take a few more of those chances. I think the key will be Sanji. Noted him against that Akuma roster, where there were a lot of aggressive pushes, and Sanji was often sussing those players out when there were competitive moments.
Yeah.
Not going to find the timing, though. Magix has taken that longhouse, so some additional playroom here for Team Spirit.
Oh, SDY though, crucial shot being missed. That could be everything. Mir as well, at least is good for 1, makes it 2, and then even 3! This M4A1 shouldn't be able to find so many kills. There's just not the bullets, and yet he finds them. Second player not quite coming through that smoke. It's James to find Magix on the back end, but Mir's already repositioned. Chopper, however, the one to steal. James good for 1, but he can't really truly contest for more. The bomb's not with him. There's not the time. James, get back to ye old faithful, I suppose.
Yeah, I know this one is a done deal. Even with the kills he's found, just such a big performance there from Mir. That's that extra edge that the A1S will provide you. It's so infrequent that it actually works out. This is maybe not the best example, but the extra second or two that it can take to sometimes echolocate where the shots are coming from can be a big difference maker, especially when moving through smokes. That's not the gun doing the work, though. That's Mir. That's all in, baby.
Man, Mir's just on another level on Dust 2 today. This is the Mir that we were really hoping to be able to see up against Gambit as well in the upper bracket, but now he's definitely showed up. Dexter, though, god damn, Yekindar, you've got to feel for him. You've got to feel for him. And every single time you look at Yekindar and he's dead.
Yeah.
It's like the man's gone and bought property in a graveyard. He's really intent on building a house, Michael. He's trying to build a life up for himself. Unfortunately, all he's finding is death. Prime real estate, they said.
Feel like somebody might have been sold some misinformation.
Yeah, the neighbors are deathly quiet. Ooh. Dexter, though. Always one to be loud and proud with the AWP. But Sanji, even with the Galil, not something you see very often.
Yeah.
Very clean. Gives him a chance. Magix. Nate comes in. Nicely placed. Gives him a really good opportunity. Sanji as well down to 1 HP. He's basically dead. Trying to fire through that one-way smoke. They can't get onto the bomb site while it's still up. Magix, however, is brought down. And Mir with a nade. Good to equalize. Jane, though, he's going to be massive. They're not checking this angle in time. It's an opportunity to go for another. He's re-peeking, but he's unsure. The M4 tries to push it because Mir knew he was cornered. And now it's only Chopper in a 1-on-3. They don't have much money either, so him going for this could be folly, but with the game he's been having so far, wouldn't be surprised if he does regardless.
Hard one to win. Position from James, yeah, feet being tickled. And in the worst way possible. Recovery for VP. Looked like things were going to be a little bit dicey. They started that man down. Yekindar once again victim to it. But that entry from Sanji, gave them all of the room they needed. And even with the one-way being thrown there from Magic, something that was read into by VP, Kikert, the one to spam it just as it was being deployed. So nothing really going too far away from VP's vices once it was in their grasp. That's been the hard part, though, actually getting it through the fingers.
Oh, Chopper's found the first, and the P250 is what gives them more. The AK now recovered, and how do they get advantages, Michael? Every time! They just get the advantage, even when they only have a P250 to assist the second player.
Yeah, it's always Yekindar and Sanji as well.
Yeah.
They've been really struggling. They've been watching a lot from the sidelines in this game.
They've been getting our view.
Pretty much. And, of course, all of that additional damage that was felt, that's why Magix had that P250, is that this wasn't a comfortable buy here for Spirit.
Dexter's positioning is so aggressive, and you've got to love it. James can't go for that peak because of it. Kikert, meanwhile. Magix forced back. He will not be spammed down. VP is just looking for anything. You can see them. They're split up. They're hoping someone's going to go aggressive. They're hoping someone's going to make a mistake. It's the last round of the half. They have to commit at some point or the other, but there's just nothing to commit to. There's no information given up. Spirit. Aggressive angles, sure, but Michael, going back to what you said in the pre-game, aggressive. Hold that thought. SDY. He's just been found out. Suddenly, possibilities have been closed down, though. Mir and Dexter are still always here to shut things down. Jane will be scouted out, will be brought out, and it's 13-2 Virtuspro. I don't see a way they come back into this. I really don't.
Yeah, getting dominated on so many different fronts, losing those opening exchanges far too often. What a half there from Spirit. And just as we kind of doubt them, that conversation we were having about whether or not they were able to bounce back, it had to be this aggressive style. And one of the things I loved watching about Spirit on that CT side was they were changing their positioning pretty much player to player. We saw SDY and Mir predominantly over at B. This time around, you know, SDY was over at the A-bomb site, reinforcing it down with magics. They were trying to be dynamic, and the fact that players were swapping between the sites is actually something that's harder to kind of anticipate the play style of your opponents in that respect.
I mean, look, you're talking about guessing the play style. I'm just trying to guess where Yakindal is going to be in the third map. Because Overpass is a map where, look, CT aggression is paramount on Overpass. There's nothing like it. It might, honestly, for my money, it's probably the most essential place where you can get your aggression on. And if Yakindar has gone into it, you know, so far he's died in every single round. Same with Sanji.
Yeah, one of the things that I think we noted with VP last time on Dust 2 is that they did seem a little bit kind of lackluster on that CT side, very defensive. And now that coming into this pistol, you can see they want to take these fights nice and early. Long fight is there, Sanji getting the kill, and they're trying to fall on back, but so much damage, and they double up by magics.
That's beautiful, but James there with the response, always good on that USP, and you need to be as an AWPer. Many a moment of flailing around, struggling to pull it out after you've missed a shot. Though James doesn't miss too many. No one on the B-bomb side. This is something Spirit cannot know, but if Dexter would push through, he would be finding out very soon. VP are getting aggressive into the lower tunnels instead.
This is big for Buster.
He's found the time.
He's gonna have the timing.
Yeah, they're going with the nades in their hands. He does manage to recover that first missed shot. SDY trailing backwards. He's got the bomb and needs to commit soon. The smoke is down at least inside the B doors, and that's what Dexter's pushed through. Can't find the frag because it's Jame on the long range. The USB always favored in that. SDY as well, caught right as the bomb is planted, and sure, they'll have the money, but VP will have the round. Buster, great second shot on the chopper, which allows them to get away with it.
Super important pistol here for VP. Part of the point I was trying to make at the start of this round was that when we saw VP in their last game against Entropic, you could see how much better they looked on Dust 2 and some of the risks that they were willing to take by being more informed about what their opponents were going to do on their T side specifically. That's where I think Yakindar can really come online and see a bit more play, especially towards that A side, if he's able to kind of read what strat Spirit are going to implement and try and be disruptive in that respect. It worked out massively against Entropic, and getting off to a good start and winning that pistol just provides enough of a buffer where you can maybe see that play come out for VP.
Spirit, though. This is where things are always going to be dangerous, man. CT side of corners. Never too good. Buster, however, good for the frag. If that was a Thomas, maybe doesn't quite get that one, but prioritize the full M4. Kiekert, though, very good on the Thomas with barely any HP. Will finish off pretty much everyone. Left from the Spirit side, the leftovers will be mopped up by Sanji. And we can celebrate Yekindar's first round where he has survived. And look, it may sound like I'm joking about it. No, that's actually very important. I don't see VP coming back into this map unless you maybe, I don't believe until they're up to 9 or 10. But if Yekindar can start to feel better, if Yekindar can start to get his groove on, a lot to be done there.
Oh, yeah. He's a big part of the equation when we talk about VP and their stars. So having a missing piece in an elimination game is massive. Chopper, though, has apparently just gotten away with murder over at Long. We miss it, but he was halfway out of the Long doors when he got the frag, so it must have just been a parting gift.
Taking out down mid. Tagged up very heavily. Spirit, no armor on them. I mean, this should not be a round they should be able to run away with, but you always have it in the back of your head. If you're VP, so many things have been going wrong. Could this be another one of them? A Deagle around the corner, that's Magic fielding it, and as they peek forward, Yekindar could be overwhelmed. He's going to be rushed down, nothing that can stop them. And now with a recovered rifle as well, James almost caught out in the middle of a transition to another weapon, and now that he's peeking in, it's 4 players. A flashbang popped out, but so is his head. Chopper and Mir are just demolishing a round that could not have gone awry. It's not even a force buy, Michael. They've got money left over.
I got nervous as soon as I saw Yekindar making his way up short, in all fairness. Considering they lost that opening frag to... that can sometimes just happen, right? A player goes out long, he bops you. That's just the way it is. Sometimes on this map. They'll have a better spawn, maybe. But then from there on out, I mean... It didn't even seem as though he had a teammate... A teammate didn't throw a flash, if I'm not mistaken. It was a dry swing, and then just getting caught out on a timing where 2 players are rounding a corner, one's jumping up the box.
Yep.
Even still, it's just such a big risk to take, and it didn't seem like it was organized all too well there for VP.
Absolutely. I mean, James wasn't in position to be able to capitalize if he gets a kill and some damage onto a second player either. That scout could never have come into effect. He was more concerned about someone coming from long, and for good reason. Chopper did indeed strike in late round. Virtuspro just spread so thin that they felt pressure to make a play, and that play, well, it goes very, very wrong. And this was something where we were concerned that maybe VP could get a 2-0, Michael. Remember, VP likes to even first pick us to throw this tournament. That's what they've shown us. But no. Turns out Spirit's... I mean, honestly, Spirit might be the best team in the world on this map. So... I'm really looking to prove that point.
Cheeky angle for Buster. Tries to deploy the Molotov as well. Overwhelmed, and Kickert's not going to get anything from it either. Just that one kill and that B-bomb site taken for Spirit.
A double Molotov over towards window, but one is, of course, slightly to the left of it, which means it clears out the magic angle that he likes to play over towards the corner of the bomb site. Very important to have both of those, obviously. Especially when you're playing up against James. But VP forced to save, and man, look, I'm all for saving, but you're gonna be down 4-15. This
one sucks.
Yeah. Why are we having a role reversal here today, Michael? Why are you being the one who's...
I mean, no, man, this one just sucks. Because not only were they in a position where they could have gotten a bit more of a buffer, only for them to lose the pistols. The only bright side to this is that while sitting at 15-4 does suck, so does losing the game 16-4, which could still happen, but they've given themselves a better chance at potentially preventing that particular scoreline. You know, percentages-wise.
Yeah. Not a pleasant shoes to be in for VP, though. Especially when you consider Spirit's the one who's calling a timeout. Can't feel too good. I miss the days
Maybe they're,
back when...
maybe they're upset they didn't go for the retake.
Possibly. But I miss the days back when, Carrigan called a timeout versus Fnatic? When it was up like 15-2 or something like that on LAN? Timeouts were a lot longer then. Yeah, timeouts were a lot longer back then too. I think it was a 2-minute timeout and once a game, right? Yeah. Pretty insane. Good old days. Spirit though, just at 30 seconds, and maybe it will be enough to tilt them, but SDY's already been given control over the blue bits.
Well, if there was ever a moment for a star for VP to step up, now would be the time. James is going for it as well. He finds Chopper. It's an isolated duel. He's plucked apart the setup here for Spirit. It's all long pressure now for this T side.
And that's where VP are all collectively sitting as well. They know Chopper does like to lurk, and now as they're starting to trail forward, flashbang good. Yekindar's got one, can't turn it around for two, but Sanji's there to step up, and he's still alive. So Mir cannot get onto this bomb site. Sanji knows that he might be trying to get some shenanigans going with the verticality, but Dexter's down. And Mir alone will not find anything. A dink out of bust for his consolation, but a pat on the back's not enough to deal with a bullet to the chest.
I love the fast call there from James as well. After he gets that kill in middle, the instant rotate there for VP as they knew what was up. So some of the utility that was thrown there for Spirit, the fact that Chopper was alone, something that VP were able to read very quickly. It's clear that the research has been done at the very least, but certainly a worry that they may not get too many more rounds to express that. Good nade onto Spirit. Softens them up. These M4s become a little bit more lethal.
Still a long way to go. The M4s do become all the more lethal. I mean, you could give the M4s a one bullet headshot and it would still be a pretty hard game.
Yeah.
Virtuspro though, looking for anything they can find. And one thing I really want to praise James for is, man, he has been getting aggressive. He has been really stepping up in a lot of these key moments, and I agree with you. Gone are the days where you can say, oh, ho, James time, haha. He is really good with a rifle, and he really knows his timings when it comes down to it. James now, though, smoke comes out, he's crossed all the way over. He's trying to use the flashes of the T's to his own advantage, but just can't find the timing. And Spirit, well, this might be it.
Yeah, looking like a done deal. There's full belts on a couple of these players, but they're going to have to put them to good use. Yakindar's dropped. That's one of those belts gone. No, never mind. None of the util is even thrown. Yakicker is now put in a terrible position. 16-5. It is complete domination here for Spirit on the second map. Something we weren't sure if it was going to happen, whether they were going to bounce back, but they do so in dramatic fashion.
It's just massive from Spirit. Every single deal that you want them to win, they're winning. Yekindar could not find a timing to save his life. It did look like there were moments where maybe Spirit was going to fumble, but every single time when that was coming through, they had through. James gets 2 kills out with his AWP over in tunnels. You know what? Never mind. It doesn't matter. Chopper just come through with the AUG. Chopper in particular, actually, on the AUG, on the CT side, was saving them in so many situations. Even on the T side, the round that they're able to win with only deagles, no armor, no investment outside of that is partially predicated of the fact that Chopper gets a great lurk coming out in the long. Gets a kill down onto James, and that just makes it all the easier to take control of that bomb site. Virtuspro did not look like they had a chance, and that's saying a lot, considering, again, I'm reiterating this so many times, they actually have been first picking this map like 5 out of 6 series that they've played in this tournament.
Yeah, and it just didn't look like that was a comfortable map at all for them, especially when they're on that T side. I think they could have shown more on CT, but they were just in too deep a hole. So now we set our attention to a third map, that is Overpass, and that's what I'm really excited for because I've looked at Spirit quite a lot on this map, and We've highlighted Mir. I think he's had his ups and downs. You know, he hasn't really performed sometimes when we expect him to, but I expect that this is a map where eyes are certainly going to be placed on him specifically.
Well, look, we've got to talk about Overpass in a little while later, because right now we've got to go to a break. Make sure you don't go anywhere. There's still a lot more fantastic Counter-Strike on the menu, and you want to order.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot! Nice! Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your
fast, all tied up like a captive. I'm on to you. Used to pay to my mom life, standing on rainbows, playing it cool. I haven't felt this in ages, and I've no more patience. So won't you please stay a bit longer? You're making me stronger, making me stronger. Stay a bit longer. You're making me stronger, making me stronger. You're stronger. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do. I know you don't love me like you say you do.
Casting on my promises, you know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. 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 You cashed in on my promises. You know I'm too generous. Now I've learned to never help you out. 'Cause I'm done cleaning up your mess. Found myself in my regrets. I've become a little stronger now. A little stronger now.
Open eye, feel the waves cut through me. Hypnotized by the sounds I'm breathing in. Hold tight, chemicals collide. Hold tight, hold tight, hold tight. Dripping lights paint the skies, all because of you. Dripping lights paint the skies, only you can make me move. Can make me move. Can make me
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll go.
What does perfect even mean? Is there even such a thing? Ooh, can we switch up all the rules and imagine a utopia? Darling, I'm just so fed up with these expectations. They keep weighing me down. My heart is begging me to get the hell out of my head. I'm gonna live inside the upside down for a minute and pretend, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, whoa. And if I say it enough, it gets ingrained in my head, and I start to see, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a perfect 10. Whoa, honey, I'm a perfect 10. Honey, I'm a, yeah.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. We're searching for the lost and found, but you don't you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Don't stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Swing around, rise to fame, hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Welcome back to the lower bracket semi-final of the Epic League CIS Regional Major Ranking Tournament to see who exactly can make it through and where they'll make it through. So far, we've got a tied affair for ourselves. Spirit and Virtuspro have had one win apiece. I'm Teed. I'm joined out by none other than Michael Yumi Cassidy. Michael, Virtuspro, completely different team in map number 2. And my question to you is not just what we expect in Overpass. My question to you is, hey, even on Inferno, where they look pretty damn good, Spirit still makes it a 12. And that's saying a lot considering how unsure Spirit looked of themselves. Do they have a chance on Overpass and, you know, a realistic one?
Yeah, it's a worrying kind of prospect coming into this, because I think we were even kind of teeing ourselves up for a VP2-0, only for not only them to look very different on that second map, but for Spirit to look completely reinvigorated and completely kind of changing the tone of their approach, which can only bode well for them. It's, again, another circumstance where we have to look at whether they can recoil from such a substantial loss. Overpass isn't a map that I'm too sort of confident with the VP system on. I think that there are some... Ultimately, a lot of things have come down to CT side aggression. It's the best map for it in the pool. In fact, I think even going back to interviews quite some time ago, in all fairness, but the map hasn't changed since then all too much. Nico even saying that sometimes you feel restricted about what you can do on the T side, which, he's not within the CIS circuit, I understand. But the point remains true that even as professional teams approach this map, you can sometimes feel so boxed in with how many options there are as a CT side and how slow you have to play out some of the defaults on the T side.
And look, this is where a lot of the B-bomb side for Spirit is going to come into play on their CT side in particular. I think when you break it down to it, I believe it's Mir and Magix who play the bomb side. Though, Michael, I'm sure you'll correct me if I've made a mistake. That sometimes does happen, lots of maps and whatnot. But regardless, Spirit have one of the most dynamic CT side B defense that I've seen. And I'm really excited to see that combination. Again, as we say all the time, the dynamic between Dexter and Mir is going to be crucial.
Yeah, I think Mir and Dexter do frequent sort of the A side most of the times, but Mir likes to kind of insert himself into connector very frequently to play alongside those B side players. And you'll see players like SDY and Magic's lining up flashes for the connector and seeing if they can kind of get more involved and allow Mir a bit more opportunity in sort of unfair fights where he's set up for those frags. I think that's why he's going to be put under the microscope in this particular map, because if Spirit are going to perform and if they get that CT side start or enough of a buffer that we can actually see that portion from them, he's going to be a pivotal piece.
And look, Michael, that's why you're the smart one from the two of us, and that's what we love to see. Now, over here, though, it is, of course, third map. I think this is the first time we've seen map number 3, just between the two of us in this tournament. And knife round's always good to have. Now, question is, can VP start things off on the CT side? Because this is going to be a lot more important than anything else. We saw Yekindar on the previous map on Dust 2 going 0 and 9 to start things off, and this is not good for VP. You want to have some sort of an uplifting performance initially, and that first half is very heavily going to be a determinant moving forward. So when you really get down to it, this might be a bigger disadvantage to VP losing that knife round than it may seem on paper. And even on paper, man, it's overpass. It's not a pretty affair for the T side generally anyway.
Yeah, I remain hopeful that Yekindar isn't going to be entry fragged every round.
Well, yeah, very optimistic, Michael. I hope he doesn't die every round in the beginning.
Pretty much. That's all I've got for him.
Well,
again, he's going to be a highlight for this squad, for especially starting on this T side.
Yep.
Him and Sanji at the forefront of a lot of action, typically.
Well, Dexter is at the forefront of action initially, taking some pot shots, but pot shots are all they are. They're landing on the walls. Of course, he's been a little bit worse for wear, but not substantially so. Ooh. Always love to see Yekindar going for that nice little corner movement. Dexter over here, though, is still once again in position, and a missed movement directly into the toilets means Yekindar goes down. He bumped his head into the corner of that sill, and because of that, his movement was slowed long enough that Dexter can line him up, and now, suddenly, Spirit to get a 1v1 in a situation where maybe they shouldn't have.
After that initial aggression, after that information is relayed over to Spirit, VP decides to go the other direction, anticipating that rotation to have come through. Spirit have started to mosey on back towards that B-bomb site, though. They've held onto that bathroom's control, now investigating long themselves, so they'll start to realize that VP have redirected their focus.
Very slowly inching in towards that B-bomb site. This is where Chopper's flashbang is going to be massive. If he can make his way over, SDY's found the first. The call's been made. Chopper, good flashbang over directly from the A-bomb site. It'll be catching them out for a while. Jane does end up falling to Sanji's Molotov, and that will be a big difference maker. A missed Molly can always go awry, and SDY... Oh, Sanji has actually found one. SDY is running out of bullets. There's not the time, but Magix is there to save the day. How did Jane burn in that? Did you see?
Sanji tried to Molotov barrels. It bounced off, the wrong thing, and, well, he's burned alive. So it's a team kill, and, well, our partners over at Paramatch may not have seen that pistol, but, hey, the odds are lent over towards Spirit's favor. Of course, there are banners down below where you can click on through to our partners, and, of course, you can get a bonus on your first deposit. So do check them out.
Yeah. That was a very nice flashbang, though, coming out over from Chopper as well. Right now, though, SDY. I always... See, this is one of my issues with remembering who's on the B-bomb site for Spirit. I always confuse Magix and Mir because of the two M's.
Yeah. Everyone else has got a unique start to their name except those two. How dare they? So many letters in the alphabet.
Indeed.
Could have chosen anything.
Please, like, didn't you guys know when you were starting off playing when you were, I don't know, like 7 years old on Steam that you should have named yourself 2 different alphabets?
How could they not foresee this?
Absolutely. Should have known. But right now, Spirit, they don't know what's coming for them just yet. They're playing a very passive setup outside of SDY, who's gotten full control over the B short waters. And because of that, VP... they will have to contend with a pretty concentrated defense on this A-bomb site. Of course, only Glocks, P250s. Expectations can't be too high.
Steps being made, so SDY should know what's up. Connector is being explored. Doesn't seem to be changing its focus whatsoever, so actually may have just been outside of earshot.
Ooh.
Buster's got a lot of information here. You can find the timing on Dexter.
Absolutely. He's jumping around. Buster's got two. Looking for more. Mir, though, is trying to recover, but he's caught in between three players, and suddenly it's all gone away. The round where they shouldn't have had a chance, it was just Glocks and a Deagle. SDY now with the MP9 coming back into things. Good versus the pistols is what we call that weapon, but not when Yakindar's picked up a Famas. He's trying to move away from the spray, but Magix is still good for it. Ducked away his Keeker. He's going to pop out soon. It's Sanji, though, to get the kill. SDY all alone. MP9's his only friend, and death will be soon to accompany him all the way over towards that third round. What a play coming out from Buster, and a massive moment of negligence from Spirit.
Absolutely. That's exactly what I was going to point out as well. The fact that nobody is really clearing out long properly, and the fact that Dexter, time and time again on these jump spots, actually doesn't set his focus that direction in any real capacity. Buster just has so much room to think that one out. You could see him hearing those timings time and time again, and it's only a matter of if and when he went for that peak that he was going to, or whether he was going to get the second kill, because Dexter was kind of a done deal.
For a second there, I thought that nade's going to do a little bit more than it did, but hey. Keeker, meanwhile. Oh. What?
What?
I'm sorry, Magix. That is not allowed. How is he going and done that? Two straight Deagle shots, one after another, straight to the head, and Chopper, he's looking for a little bit more. He, however, has only found blood on his shirt and his shoes, but still not enough to bring him down. Magic still going. That Deagle. What's going on? SDY with another one. It's ecos after ecos, and Buster's trying to break the flow, and he's broken first blood. At the very least, over towards the CT side. Indeed it is, and it's gone. There's no way. How in the world has that happened?
That's literally blink and you miss it. He hasn't even really waited for the recoil to reset, I don't think.
No,
and yet the other bullet has magnetized. That is ridiculous. That shouldn't be a round win, and that's actually... That is fully round winning, those two kills.
I was chilling back. I was like, alright, Magic's gonna die here. It's alright. We can chill out a little bit, rest our voices, all that good stuff. We've got another series after and then suddenly it's a Queen of Hearts off with their heads. Well, he's the king of my heart right now.
Well, Chopper's got the SMG, so he's nestled away in the connector. I think we'll see Mir there later on, but given the weaponry, understandable choices made. Dexter is very advanced with this AK, so with this cobbled together buy here from VP, could certainly fall victim, but Yakindar doesn't clear it. Dexter gets away with a free one, but he cannot escape. James has him knuckled down with that AWP.
And for VP, that's a recoverable rifle. Oh, actually, Sanchi, however, will fall down. An AK picked up, Mir. Knows where they're coming in from. That's another AK drop, though, and Mir will be able to back off to safety. Doesn't see Buster while he's trailing backward, but he expects it. Doesn't, however, have the timing. Flicks away his sight for just a minute. Jay, meanwhile, good shot through the fences. A 2v2, a very even affair, despite Spirit looking like they might have found the upper hand with those two kills from Mir and onto Sanji in connector.
Notice how important defaulting is here for VP. Spirit pushed on all sides here in this particular round. And if not for the fact that they were looking out for these moments, they could have ended up really far behind. Instead, it's 2-on-2, an SDY. You'll hear them moving in towards this bomb site, but an MP5 to stop this one, it's going to be difficult.
Well, Jaime and Buster are pretty heavily split up, though, and SDY is now going to be taking a pay forward. 8 seconds on the clock, and that's where the bomb's being planted. Rotation can be blocked from Buster, but he doesn't realize that Magix has already come through from connector. He doesn't find anything, but it does reveal positions. They'll be training their eyes down on to the main entrance to the A stairs. James still scope forward. No one peeking him just quite yet. Now the defuse comes in. The elevated angle is enough for the first. Can they recover, though? Buster still alive. Flashbang is good. Avoided by the player on top. And SDY just stuck it. Buster can't even find it. And the AWP even saved. Insult to injury.
Almost fully recovered there for VP. Thought that they had done enough. They got that other side Dice bomb plant. They had a good after plant position to play it off of, but that kill that made it the 2v1 makes all of the difference. And just not reading into the timing fast enough, it slips through VP's fingers. Wonder if we'll see more aggression like this from Spirit they implemented very early on into this game. And setting that condition early can add to extra paranoia for your opposition. Yeah, they're going for it.
God, he's so aggressive. He even sees Yekindar's legs. And look at how Spirit are playing. This is something they love to do, where they're just clustered in controlling the middle part of the map and B short water, so they'll have full rotation control. And Exchange, they'll give up long completely. And Spirit just do so wonderfully. SDY is so good at getting in for when map control early on, especially to spawn. Now, though, Kikert and Yekindar double swing him and shut him down.
Worried that the molly might spread, so Yukindo's not peeking too much further out. This advantage that they want to make work of is being collapsed upon. This B-bomb side under pressure.
Just waiting for them to peek through. Good first kill. Looks for the second. Makes it work. And now Magix might have recovered. He's been solid so far. Deagle or M4. A flashbang won't help too much. He thinks there's a player over to Munster, but they've doubled up inside short. Kikert trying to spam away. He's showing his position. Yekindar has the opportunity if Magix overextends, but he's not going all the way deep. Magix, though, jump spotting, and Yekindar might have a moment where he can find a small gap. Magix, though, he is avoiding showing his... Oh, Yekindar! The second we look away from him, he finds a kill. Dexter, good on the trade, but should have played down in short water, in water, rather. Chopper waiting for them. Good frag. Dexter to keep on returning, and Chopper will tag up Sanji enough that he doesn't feel comfortable. The Deagle, it's a shot miss, not something you see too often from Sanji. Bomb's being planted. Chopper's peeking out. He will allow it to go down. Sanji's been given a chance. He's still fighting back. The missed shot. Another chance. He's jiggled it out. He knows where Dexter is. Playing around the corner. Dexter needs to find the jump on him. The Deagle needs to find the headshot. He's seeing him, but he's just so well played, Sanji. Completely outmaneuvering the angle. A 1-on-3 taken away.
Thought he shouldn't have had a chance in that secondary duel. Right? He gets that plant down. He's fumbling to get his AK out, and not a bullet connects onto him. And then just the patience, you know, not overstepping, not freaking out either. The fact that Dexter's creeping closer. Sanji holds his ground and delivers a second for VP. That's big. Considering that this has been a back and forth state of affairs with the ecos swinging either side. You can see that that balance in the economy just was never really struck here for that CT side. It's going to be struggles coming into this one. Deagle's already brought through. A FAMAS for Mir. That's going to be just about it. Early part of this game is still hanging in the balance based on the economy, and it's good to see, considering how one-sided that second map was. These grounds are certainly chaotic, but I don't think it's quite CIS Counter-Strike without it.
Yeah. You don't want to see one-sided, you want to see back and forth, straight 1-2 punch into the knockout. Who wants a win by decision, eh? Go for the jaw, and either your fist cracks or it does.
Face crack is, of course, another player.
True.
Altogether.
Literally. It's in his name.
Since departed, but not forgotten.
He
Long control will be given up.
He's playing for Banca Pepsi right now, right?
Believe so.
Yeah. Not quite able to make it through to the playoffs. So we haven't been acquainted with him beyond just watching streams. But right now, of course, Virtuspro are being very well acquainted with Long. They've gone a nice little date. Unfortunately, the X has just shown up and he's looking stunny. Oh no. Oh no, Michael. Not this again. How many times have we seen it? Spirit, they've given themselves a chance, and with smokes raining out, rotations are in place. It's Magix and Mir. True Connector could catch off Kikert. If they find him, it's an AK to be recovered. Mir goes down. Magix doesn't show himself just yet. So if Kikert doesn't check this, he could be stabbed down. Kikert, though, very thorough. And the bomb will rotate, but it's still a 2-on-2, and anything is possible.
A Nova in SDY's hands is going to be put to the test. Okay, fancies his chances with the Deagle instead. Don't blame him. Up close.
Oh.
Okay, never mind. The Nova's out.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it. He's gone for it! James been decimated! And Kikert on 49 HP, he's looking pretty weak as well. It's timid from Kikert. This Deagle can find him. Kikert spotted, but the flick isn't fast enough. He plays it perfectly. Man, this B bomb site is just shoring up clutch after clutch from VP.
We saw Magix have a moment. I thought we were getting the Deagster special here on Spirit. Sure, I was just thinking, surely it doesn't happen again. Because that's ridiculousness. I think now things should start to stabilize. You know, we got that 2 in a row, a little bit of stride. I'm hesitant now. See the nerves certainly creeping in moments like it, but VP get away with a one-on-one, and now no armor, no additional bells and whistles here for Spirit. They bite the bullet. It's looking for a gun round in the following.
God. I really thought they were going to run away with that one, honestly. The second he gets that Nova kill, it's like, okay, he's got it. Just
Too much belief.
listen, we've seen too much happen this game already, okay? But for once, the side with rifles does persevere. Even if we may not have that to. And yeah, if anyone in the chat saying I'm biased, if you pick up a Nova, I'll buy your team jersey there and then if you get a kill with it onto an AWPer.
Well, it's a stack towards B here for Spirit, considering the late round approaches towards this B bomb site. It's understandable here from Spirit. But a lack of pressure over at A. VP are throwing nades the other direction.
Yeah, Akuma should be able to rush the downside the first kill. Entries on in. Also, just good for him to get a couple of kills. Let's not forget he's not had a good game in the previous one or right now. 2 and 6 with that frag coming through. Now has a chance to pat himself up, but Sanji will just be content with taking away some money. Reasonable money building round coming up from VP as well. Not as important on the T side, but hey, on Overpass, a map where you can op pretty consistently on the T side, you definitely want to have that extra few bills.
All right, it's game time. It's taken us 8 rounds to get to a point where we've got pretty healthy buys. We've still got SMGs on either side, but pretty equal, all in all.
Ooh,
Gonna be missing out on a lot of utility, though, if you're a Spirit. The Molotovs that are being thrown at the early stages won't be used for retakes. And Mir already dropping his smoke in the connector. Sanji is not respecting that at all.
He's moved past already. He just thinks that they're not here, and for good reason. Dexter, however, is always well positioned to defend from these sorts of aggressions, but Sanji will not go for this kind of digression all the way over. Mir holding for Buster around the corner. Buster's creeping through. A lot of big moments, and this time he's caught out. Dexter made it too. He knew there must be a second player, otherwise Dexter wouldn't ever be holding that angle with his back turned so late into the round. Now he's, wow. He's just got 3 on the entry. Maybe even 4 coming through. It's possible for sure. Magic's through the wall. Has been traced, and Buster is just a little bit too based. There you go.
Man, he's come to ball. Buster is... he's had some really big performances.
Yeah.
Highlighted him as a key point for Inferno, for VP. And now on back-to-back-to-back kills on that A-site approach. Spirit really just getting plucked apart. And Dexter maybe not too familiar that would be exposed. That Mir wouldn't have an angle to protect him from that. Because even when he was kind of knuckled down with the M4 there, as soon as he switched out to other utility, his arm was showing, and Buster would have likely crept forward regardless. Actually, almost wonder whether that setup's like a bait, where, because you can see the arm.
I mean, the thing is, though, Dexter, if he's playing even a little bit further ahead, you can't see the arm.
Yeah.
So it could be a bait, but Mir's also a little bit
It's
too
also such a
close.
big risk. That would be very strange.
I mean, look, I could see it happening, but Mir has to play a slightly wider angle there as well.
Of course.
You know, it just seems more likely to be a mistake in positioning rather than just a failed bait and switch.
Sometimes give too much benefit of the doubt.
True.
Oh, yes, it must be a 10,000 IQ play. I'm
Indeed.
just simply missing it.
Their brain's just too big for their rifles. Yakandar, though, it's got a brain and a rifle. Question is, can he get the frags with them? Extra around the corner has had some success with the P250 over in Dust 2 as well, but not this time over. Not a single bit of tag damage dealt. Seems like Insanity is calming down somewhat, though I hesitate to call it before this round is won. Oh! Beautiful stuff, man.
Yeah, the tags of the Molotov gave Vikindo's position away, so he wide swung off of it, but more prepared was Mir. Sanji makes sure that rifle doesn't get away too safely. Buster trying to do it once more. Trying to find entries on that A-bomb site. Chopper's on a flank, though. So this could be a rifle subjected to CT hands, not to mention an equalizer.
Oh no, Chopper. Got to check the angle properly. They're trying to bait this out. Will find it, and it's also in the smoke that doesn't get deployed. They now know that there's more players over towards this A-bomb site. So rotations can start to come through because they know that secondary prong of attack isn't present. However, VP, it's James who saves Kiekert's life. Kiekert could have gone down there. Chopper could still do just that, but he hasn't quite pushed far enough. Now that he does flick down as well. James on the AWP is ready to take the peak, but it's Magix who finds a kill, and suddenly it's all falling apart. Where I said Insanity might be over, Sanji is the only barrier to stop the Asylum from breaking free.
Lets him know where he is, fires off a bullet.
Might have been a big mistake over there. They're trying to stick it. The peak's going to come through. Chopper's got to go for it. Chopper shows himself. Chopper's gone down. Magix doesn't have time. He's sticking it though. And Sanji saw checked it. Magix has got it done. Sanji, how have you given that up? Just a moment of indecision. He's so concerned. And Spirit. How? Michael, how?
So cool in the clutch last time round with Sanji, but this time it seems like nerves get the better of him. Fires off a shot where he fully unprovoked. So information given up to Spirit, not to mention that hesitation. Yeah, that was a full 10-second defuse that just should not have happened. They go for a 5-man boost. Or sorry, 4-man here for VP. One just covering to make sure they don't get pushed while doing it. And they don't get anything from it. That's a really heartbreaking way to lose a round. These anti-force buys have been really a struggle here on this third map.
For both sides.
Yeah. Representing the scoreline as well, you can't really take too much away from the other.
Yakandar creeping through. Flash is there as well, but SDY has now got the secondary up. We haven't seen a lot of these gun rounds versus gun round situations, so I don't know what's going to happen. There's been a few, but more often than not, it does end up being just a big play from one player or the other. Who's going to step up this time, though? VP's shown a lot of presence over towards this B-bomb site, but Spirit, they are not rotating their A-side players just yet. Mir, hold that thought because Magix has been flashed up. There might be rushing down over here. Magix reveals his position, will not get the first kill despite the good dink. It's Sanji to follow through with another frag, and the B bomb side is open for business, but Chopper's closing down shop. Still fighting back with the AUG, not good for the second. Dexter now has to step up, but a missed shot means he has to step down and try to save. A 1-on-4 where maybe you could have seen him try to get a wall bang down, something of the sort, but no longer.
Full plant's worth of time for Dexter to try and save this AWP as well. Those entries from VP, so rapid. The collapse on that B-bomb site. You get worried as well when you see posturing up like that from a T side, just considering how much control was being taken by Spirit on their CT side respectively. But now that VP have gotten a bit more consistency going their way, they have gone for a more passive approach. Dexter can hold on to this, that's certainly big for Spirit. Of course, a key element here for them on the CT half. They're swarming him.
Oh, Dexter at least gets one more. Doesn't play nearby.
Oh, big.
Great stuff from Dexter, considering how difficult it's been for VP to clean up these anti-ecos anyway. An AWP to deal with on top of it. That's going to make it even harder. You know, I'd love to see him drop that AWP towards Mare, to be honest. Dexter's not all that comfortable getting super aggressive early on, and you know, it's one of those rounds where you can actually get quite a bit done from the initial peak, so wouldn't mind seeing Mare actually have his hands on that, but he's still going to be trying at the very least, so
yeah.
Pick down towards short could come through, but Kicker will be saved by a well-timed flashbang.
Yeah, Dexter's just going to look to segment control. Allow these pistols to be a bit more free.
I think Kicker might have heard that scope.
It really depends on how acute his hearing is. There's a lot of ambient noise as well on Overpass.
Indeed.
Almost a train. There is a train on Overpass, but
provides most of the ambient noise even.
yeah. You can see they've locked out that B side now with the advanced position of Chopper, so reinforcing A and VP are bundled up at long for this.
Full A side execute coming through. Now, there is Mir docked away in a tricky position, and Dexter's found the first, so maybe there's something he can get done. He does turn around, but it's Magic's to complete the frag. Still a 3v3 and a difficult situation considering Dexter still has that op. VP,
Hands on the rifle.
yeah, that's picked up, and VP still are pretty committed. Magic's pushing through towards toilet, will not be allowing them to retreat back towards that B bomb site, and Sanji's been spotted, so the rotation can be called and the trigger can be pulled. VP are second guessing this though, and a flashbang sent forward towards Divider makes it hard. They know, and at least they have to have an idea, that Chopper could be positioned close by. Magic's now still watching out, knows that there's two players here at the very least. This positioning is massive from him. And VP don't have time to check the angles. Magix has got one, looking around for more. James not going to go down, but it won't be needed. Just not the time. And Chopper looking to echo locate. But, man, that's just another round going the way of Spirit. What's going on? They're okay with that.
Yeah, well, I mean, they'll take that, but I don't know what's happening. These anti-force buys or the rounds where pistols are involved in any capacity, I really just, the nerves break down, and it's seemingly coming through for both these teams as well. How many fumblings have we seen? We've seen some really sharp Deeg shots. Those can be kind of hard to combat, understandably so. Seen some ridiculous stuff in that respect. But this time it comes down to VP kind of realizing where that AWP was, and then not kind of committing alongside Yakinder on the A side take. You know, they didn't scale up with him, so the gap for a trade was just too far to cross. Just a lot of hesitation.
Mercer's holding this angle for a very long time. This is going to be very important. If he can find Buster, Buster has been one of the most, if not the most influential pieces for Virtuspro so far, and that should pull the trigger for them to start moving in, but Dexter inside connector is already good for one more. Molotov comes in, Dexter trying to trail back, will be found out by Jane, but Yakindar is put at bay for a while longer, so the chaos added by Dexter's death will not be affording him another opportunity. Oh, good timing on that smoke.
Yeah. Gonna delay them even further, but they're crept past that smoke already, so Yakinder has called the all clear.
Yeah. Well, they might be expecting this to be... And they might be expecting a rotation to have come through potentially because they can't see anyone here at all. Magic's just nestled away inside water, needs to be checked. Yakindar's revealed his position as well, and Magic will not be checked yet. Yakindar swung out on before he can find the frag, but it's James to keep it in a one-on-one. Bomb in a difficult position for him to recover though, and Mir's coming in from behind. This is going to be really big. Mir, he has some idea of where he was, and now that he knows exactly what James is up to, James is heading back towards that A-bomb site. Mir can also just hightail it over. There's going to be enough time for the bomb plant, but James, depends where he's going to be planting it. Oh, he's going for default. This is a big mistake.
Mir's not peeking.
Mir's not peeking, but James is going to be presenting himself to him on a silver platter soon. What in the world is that from James? He's just turned around. He makes it happen. How does he know? What? This game?
James got such a big brain, man.
How does he even...
So my question is, I think he's run the numbers after the fact. He's planted the other side. Okay, never mind. I take it all back, man. I shouldn't have praised him. But he doesn't hear any steps behind him, and he full ran in towards that A site, so starts the run process of elimination. Must be from behind. Connector more likely, but it's a well-played clutch, in spite of the fact he's taken damage at the start of this one for no real reason. That nade, don't know what it bounced off of, in fairness. I think it should have cleared the fence, but...
God.
We won't linger on it.
Won't we? I mean, I'm lingering on James. Just that... Dear God, that was some sexy stuff. The Magic's right now, he's breaking... How have they got 2 more kills again? The smoke's still there, so they can't find returns. There's still damage dealt. James down to 67. They're trying to spam through it, but there's nothing to be found. What's going on in the VP camp?
Buster, additional damage taken. A gifted frag here for Sanji. SDY wasn't anticipating that one.
Look at Mir, though. He can cut them off at the rotate, and VP don't have time to go for the full wraparound, so James is going to be creeping through. Good kill from Sanji, but you got to keep an eye out for Mir. Oh, Mir's backing off right at the time where he could have found something. Sanji, though, he's too much of a threat to leave uncontended, and he finds yet another. Seems like the only safety they're going to find is in the hands of Sanji. Chopper, peeking forward, will finally remove those hands from her body. Picks up an AK as well. Peeks out. You could have seen it in your mind's eye, but James just able to finish off what Sanji started.
Understandably nervous.
Yeah.
With how that one starts. It's a bit more antics there for Magix. How he gets away with 2 kills. It's really Sanji that saves that round there for VP, just picking one by one off as everything kind of grinds to a halt. And finally, I think, we've had one of these already, but a timeout called.
Dude, there needs to be the ability for casters to just press a big red button and say, like, guys,
just
I
a
need
big
a
old
break.
hole up.
Yeah. But now that we do actually have some time to reflect on the scoreboard as well, Mir's actually sitting on 4 and 12. It's STY at 3 and 10. Both players have not had the impact you might need or expect them to have, and that's actually quite concerning considering how close this game has been so far. This could very easily have been Spirit having helped. I'm going to go ahead and say it, 4 to 5 rounds more. Similarly, VP could have had them as well, but so far it has really been the Magix and Dexter show with a cameo appearance from Chopper at times. But Magix right now, Zeus... Oh, God. Okay.
I'm just happy we're getting some anti-eco kills, to be honest.
Normally, we don't talk about them on the same level. I feel like at this point, I need to
They're worth their weight in gold
Yeah.
right now. It's fair to say they've had their difficulties. Not to mention it's your Kindar getting them, so okay. Well, I mean, what is happening? Just plant the bomb, man. Understandably, they're taking their time, making sure to clear everything because of some of the fumblings that are occurring.
Yes.
Yep. All right, we're good.
Oh, what a game, Michael. What a game.
Yeah. And from map 1 to map 2, you know, we're not seeing the same sort of nerves creep in, it feels like. But I don't know what's happening.
If anyone's just tuning in, this is, of course, elimination point for one of the most important tournaments that these two teams will be playing. Top 5 teams from the RMR points will be making their way out to the major. Top 2 will be having legend status, so falling over is not something you want. It'll be ranked number 5 in the tournament, but both of these teams could be able to slip past and get the top 2 in the ranking points overall, especially when you consider that Na'Vi has been eliminated this early on.
And both with something to prove.
Yeah.
Gambit kind of came out of nowhere with how quickly they rose through the ranks and surpassed both of these squads. And they've had dips in their own performances, even with the heights that they reached. So trying to find their own level of consistency. You know, we had the move from Dexter in for Spirit. VP have been changing up with how some of their players approach the map. We highlighted Yakindar and some of the slower moments he will have, as a result of being just kind of adapted to by other teams. So understandable that there are nerves creeping in, but you can see a much more composed default round here for VP. They've been calling kind of off the spawn in the latter stages of this half. Now looking to see what Spirit react with. Is there going to be a counterplay?
The Spirit need to find that 6th round. You know, we've been laughing about it. It's been a grand old time so far, but back and forth aside, the round score is very slowly but steadily gotten away from the Spirit. Without 6 on the board, could be quite difficult to come through. Dexter over here. It's between him and Mir. Yakindar's looking to find the first contact. Contact is made, but unfortunately these aliens do not come in peace. Magix brings out the death ray.
It's all silent, 30 seconds as well, and VP are postured up for B.
They've gone for quite a few times. Keekert and James keep things even. Steven, but Steven's dead now, Michael. Chopper is the one to kill him. Murder weapon still in his hands, looking to get a little bit more done, but Mir will take away that victim. 10 seconds, and that's the round gone. So 6 at least secured for Spirit, and Buster does decide to try and swing out for a little bit more. Maybe a kill or 2 at the end, but all the same, 9 rounds on the board for Virtuspro, despite a huge amount of struggles. That's very good from them. But again, you have to look at Mir, you have to look at SDY and say, where are they? And are they going to be anywhere to be found in the second map?
Yeah, they're the key components. And I highlighted the fact that on Mirage, they are so flexible with each other. Hasn't been a map that we see in this series, right? But their dynamic between the two of them kind of opens up room for other players. We saw as well them doubling down on the B-bomb side of Dust 2. They're influential. And we haven't seen that same level of impact. You can't afford no missing pieces when elimination is on the line. Even towards the tail end, you know, Yakindar has had his struggles this series.
Yeah.
Yet he has come up with some very high impact rounds.
Of course, we've got our odds once again fairly altered from our friends over at Paramatch. It's been a harrowing day for them. A lot of odds changing this time now. VP very heavily in the favor. Of course, you can also go, get a first deposit bonus if you've never used their website before by scrolling down, clicking the Twitch banner that we've got on our channel. Of course, make sure you're over 18, bet responsibly, all that good stuff.
Well, the tides have certainly shifted. We saw far more gun rounds, I believe, won by VP overall. How many second chances did Spirit get on their CT side? Just by pistols, SMGs, even if it wasn't one round in and of itself, very close moments. I almost want this. I mean, this halftime is, kind of extended versus some of the other ones we've had. But I'd almost appreciate a timeout straight out of this halftime, just so they could actually all compose themselves. Maybe this is why this is taking a little bit extra. Players going to the bathroom, washing their hands. I don't know what's up. Maybe there's a technical issue.
Maybe someone's just sitting there with their head in their hands thinking, oh no, it's a pistol round, not again. I don't want to see those pistols.
Also, just going to highlight, didn't really understand why Buster didn't go for it when he was in a 1v3, to be honest.
Listen, man, he didn't have the time. Then he was thinking, I got to save my stats. Then he was thinking, I shouldn't save my stats.
Even in the world where, you don't feasibly have time.
Yeah.
We've seen crazy moments before.
In the series.
Maybe he gets maybe he sees a crazy 3-month spray down. I don't know. Now he'll never know too.
You're right. But the problem is, for me, is that he peaks after he wasn't peaking initially. If you're going to commit to the stats save, then save your stats. Right now, though,
Exactly.
Spirit would like to save a few more rounds, and the pistol round would surely help with that. Little plan. SDY's turned around. SDY's turned around, but he's had a chance. Okay, still, Buster does finish him off there. Timing really not going in his favor there.
Almost looked like the plan was to swing out of the connector and crunch towards short, and then it changed, and then all of a sudden SDY was just on an island.
A flooding island, indeed. Fame. That kid, he needs to be able to find at least one kill, if not two. That's a beautiful way to start things off. He's been solid on the USB this entire series, and Sanji, well, a little bit less so, but at least does find one. So 4-on-2, bomb not planted yet, and it should be denied. There's no way that Chopper should be able to get this one out and through, but he knows it's time to run away and see if he can buy time, isolate duels, and get a bomb plant. A round win is probably a bit much to ask for, though.
No one's going to peek him here from VP.
They're being very disciplined about this.
Yep.
He reveals his position as well. Now, they do peek out, but it's just Buster to shut him down. And man, if I have to say one person's my MVP for this series, regardless of who wins, it's got to be Buster. He's just had so many big impact plays on, Overpass and on Inferno. And, Dustu, it's practically a foregone conclusion right now. They didn't have anyone being able to step up the same way beyond maybe Jamin a few times.
Yeah, and some of the weaknesses as well that have been kind of highlighted throughout this series, and especially on this last map, Sanji has kind of tried to compensate, and he's been having a good time.
Absolutely, Sanji's been solid so far as well, but I think that Inferno round would probably sway it a little bit for me. However, game's not over yet. Good damage dealt on the Spirit this time through, and VP looked to be at least setting up for a little bit more success than they had on their first half in these anti-force spies. Buster, though, peeking outwards. Magic is down and out. Buster keeps the peek going, and SDY, as he reveals himself, Chopper's going to find one, and it's back to a 4v4. A lot of players on this B-bomb site, though, and SDY almost lines up a wallbang.
Could have been crispy.
Indeed.
You see they're knuckled down over at B, expecting Spirit to still commit to this one. Jump up is timed alongside a smoke plumage, so didn't hear that the step could have been made there for Buster, but decided they're not getting anything from it. Still very, very slow in the approach. And, of course, talk about trying to get better graces in rounds like these. VP not taking their chances either. They're moving as a pack, primarily. Buster being left alone at B.
Buster could be cornered through over here with 30 seconds left on the clock. If he doesn't find two kills, that could be deadly. Smokes are all coming through, sightlines are obscured, and now it's time to start to go for the execute for a Spirit. They have to find this kill. Buster gets one, Buster looks for more, but it's really Chopper who misses his shots with the MP9, can't find the kill where it's needed, and now VP reset, and they're on for a retake setups. SDY down through that smoke. Chopper's good for one, so at least some damage and some money secured for him, but at the end of the day, it is just Kiko to shut down Mir, and 3 players kept alive, some sketchy moments, and some maybe missed opportunities for Spirit, but finally, a pretty clean anti-force buy.
Yeah, very disciplined again from VP, given the circumstances that they were in, and even with the over-rotation, that was very much the plan that they wanted to fight together to outgun the pistols. And they succeed in doing so when the execute actually comes through. Now, less equipment here for Spirit. No armor. No nades. Only headshots. That's what they're hoping for. And is it money time for James instead? That's the question. They are coming his way, and that lack of armor, this UMP could chomp him up.
If he can get involved early on, just get a couple of kills. He sees the shadow, if not the leg. I'm not sure about the entirety. Oh, Magic has found it, though. There's a lot of time to force the CTs to spread apart. Spirit had enough money to be able to purchase up Deagles without really having to worry too much. Dexter, the off angle, at least catches him. And they might be regretting that kill given away. The equalizer for free, but it keeps Buster cornered in alone on this B bomb site, and he's going to be calling for rotations to come through. Kiekert, fast and swift, yes, but can he get there in time? Buster still could be boxed in. He finds the position and the timing to peek out, goes for more good damage, but not the kill. And that's where Kiekert needs to be careful. He's being overwhelmed and brought down. It's a 2-on-2, and the bomb's planted. Famas recovered as well. SDY has so many chances and missing more, but SDY is suddenly completely alone. Solo peeks out, and it's Sanji as always to be the anti-force by anti-eco king. Man, he has bailed him out of so many situations.
Yeah, he's looked really solid, and there have been a couple of moments where, you know, the aim does seem sort of very, very sharp, but also kind of uncontrolling at times, but he manages it just fine.
Yep.
It's actually benefited him rather heavily in these super chaotic moments. Fast flick aim is just a massive positive through and through. Moments like it. Double the scoreline now for VP. Rifles out for Spirit. He's also going to see action. We'll see if Dexter comes out on top. Neither of the Orpers has had super high impact moments. We saw James with 1 or 2 on in the first half. Dexter was a little bit more detached from the action in spite of him still getting kills of his own.
Much slower round this time coming out. No one really looking to get involved in the action early on. And this is something that I find interesting. Virtuspro have very slowly but steadily gone away from having connector or control as their main priority. That's something they liked to do in the past when they were still, you know, flirting with the idea of first picking overpass, where they heavily relied on connector control to be able to get mid-round rotations out. But this time, the more passive approach is definitely paying dividends for now. Duster does find one as well.
Yeah, conversely, that's a heavy emphasis point for Spirit, both on CT and T. Oh, big pick.
Yeah.
Surprised that Yakindar is sort of out wide in the open, but knew that Bathrooms was being taken. The miss from James could cost him, and a second chance at it.
Spirit, without too much time, Sanji could be the ultimate spanner in the works, but does he go checked over here? Yes, he does. They found him out, but they catch him in the nades. SDY, he managed to get one in the meanwhile. Sanji does get traded because of it. Back to a 3v3, but very low HP on all the Spirit's players. They're going to be shot down, gunned down by Kiekert in that corner, just completely unclear. Dexter has to save, and even though they check it, they just have nades in their hands, so Sanji can get that kill initially, Michael. This is a very, dare I say it, sloppy-looking Spirit, this last map.
Yeah, I think as well, right, that's really good recognition there from Sanji. Not only the fact that he's getting spammed, it's not so much the fact that, you know, shots are being fired. You maybe think that Spirit have fully cleared that position. You know, they think they've got the wallbang lined up perfectly. But the tags are going to be heard through it, so players should be more prepared than that. But did the comm just not come through? Did nobody hear it? These are things that cannot be afforded to be missed out on, and ultimately result in just far too much damage. This double nade as well, though, from Spirit could have dealt some devastating stuff. Kicker's down to low HP, but it's still not a kill. They wanted that advantage. They're grouped up as well.
Oh,
4
what a
players
shot
at B,
from
and
Dexter.
Dexter's picked one.
That's very important. We haven't seen anyone hard scope over towards short this entire game out, and the fact that James is playing there as well is just a cherry on top. Now it all comes down to Yakindar. What can he do? Over towards long. Chopper might find himself flanked, but he seems to be aware of it. Yakindar's not going to have the timing. Yakindar, though, not aggressed on. Looking to repeat, and Dexter's right there.
How quick is he to relocate?
Too quick.
Like, alright boys, the Orp's in B short. Okay, he's killed me at long. You've either lied to me or he's run really, really fast.
Yeah, the goddamn boots of travel coming out. Sanji. However. has been stepping up so many times over. This could be another one. Overpass has been a big nap for him, and he sees SDY, but SDY still wins out the duel. Back to a 2-on-5. Buster caught out in the open, but he's good for 1, makes it 2. They're still fighting back, and suddenly even Stevens and SDY as well will fall. The 2-on-5 somehow works out. Buster with the smoke is just manipulating it perfectly.
Buster has just been so clean this entire series.
Yep. Like
Had so many big moments, especially on these CT sides. We saw it on Inferno, now on Overpass as well. They beat the odds. And sure, maybe it does take a bit more of a frazzled Spirit. But Buster is hammering that point home over and over again, making them doubt themselves, even in these massive advantages.
He has just been stellar. Sanjay. Now, once again, they're trying to clean up. This time only good for 1. Uncharacteristic, but will be unnecessary to go for. Dexter, sure, can get a couple more kills in, but it still looks like VP's got things pretty firmly under control. Chopper trying to find his gun in the smoke, but in the meanwhile, he's lost a teammate. Should have lost the round as well. Well, actually, he's still fighting for it. There could be maybe a wrinkle in time where he can come through, pop out on the other side, shut down Yekindar, and he might have just found the timing. Yekindar, though, well positioned. The elbow barely showed, if I'm not wrong. Yekindar's not going to show himself for a moment. Jane peeking out and shuts him down. So well played amongst the two of them. And VP, they're not having any of it on their CT side. Not a single round lost so far, and Spirit just look like their T side is, well, toothless.
Yeah, even talked about the fact that Overpass could have been first pick material here for Spirit coming into this series. And this is not what we expected to see. Nor all that chaos in the first half. VP looking so much more composed now in the second. And they're looking to 2-1 this one. They need to deny the 9 in a row that Spirit need to get, and I don't think it's going to be much of a struggle. They've just been so controlling. Far more aggressive setup here for VP. Missed smoke as well over at that B-bomb site.
But the B-bomb site looks pretty open for business over here. Keycurt is playing from the back of the side. He's not going to see anyone creeping in through from Monster. Same with Buster playing from Graffiti. It won't be too easy. And as they've crept past, Mir's going to go for the duel. Sees where Buster is. Grenade also should be able to get some damage. Not as much as you think, though. Too shallow. Chopper, meanwhile, good for 1 at the very least. And Molotov keeps Buster at bay. And VP at this point, they might just want to see if they can save these weapons. Money's not the best, despite the round wins consecutively coming through.
Yeah, Buster wants to run, but he's going to be denied that opportunity. Mir will fall instead, and that should cement the path. I think while it may not be entirely predicated off of that missed smoke, it certainly reinforces the idea there for Spirit to move into that B-bomb site. VP were playing for the retake anyway, but the advancement on the timing or the push there from Spirit to go more aggressive earlier on certainly makes things more uncomfortable. Because unlike some other smokes when they are missed, it is so much harder when you're playing in a retake setup to hear if that smoke has been misplaced. Not even really look in that direction.
Absolutely.
It's still too early to say signs of life, really, for Spirit.
Yeah, I think we
very
have to wait for
opportunistic
10.
round, it felt like.
Maybe even 11 rounds before we can really say for Spirit. But hey, if they can find a couple more of those good lurks out from Chopper, 1 or 2 duels going their way, there's certainly hope. There's certainly hope. Dexter, meanwhile, has switched to a Krieg instead of the AWP. Wants a little bit more mobility, a bit more firepower in some regards, in some angles. Shame, however, close range angles, he's more than happy to take them on. And Chopper not there to help out his teammate. Maybe expecting a second player there, and that is a big kill to let them go untraded. It's giving them a lot of time, and with the hole in the door, Buster is traced out. Chopper shuts him down. A 4-on-3 because SDY at least is salvaging something. Dexter. Oh. Forces back Yekindar, but Yekindar is able to find the kill on the fadeaway.
It's teed up for that one, and still comes out the other side of the duel, worse for wear. SDY and Dexter trying to recover this one. Up here for Spirit. Oh, Shadow. That's easy for Yekindar. A 1-on-4. I don't know if SDY's really had the game to make us believers in this one, but he's found at least a gap that he can work off of. Oh, God, he shoots his teammate's dead corpse. And that gives the information exactly to where he is.
Yeah. Spirit on the verge of elimination at this point. A 1-on-4 would be magical to pull out, especially when you consider it would be an ace to do it. But with 10 seconds, man, there's nothing you can do. Very similar to this position Buster was in for. At least he tries to go for it, but it is the 16th, and it is going to be Virtuspro to be able to clean things up and make it to top 3. Spirit will be eliminated on rank number 4. Of course, good thing for them is that they're still one step ahead of Na'Vi, who were closest to them going into the RMR distribution. So at least they have that going for themselves, but I'm sure they can't be too happy about that one, especially without performance and overpass, Michael.
Yeah, and after bouncing back off of a tough loss on Inferno, making it look all too easy on the second map, then just falling off. And it wasn't as like they didn't have their chances. You know, we entered some of the gun rounds. Those were kind of uninspiring, the way that they were getting picked apart by and large by great entries from players like Buster, Yekindar alike, and then they had these pistol rounds that they just kept on winning, the SMGs, the damage to VP's economy. There were opportunities for Spirit to try and get a handle back on that game, but then we entered the second half, and VP just looked like a whole different beast.
Absolutely, and I mean, look, we do want to quickly look over towards the graphics, towards the bracket as well, as it is going to be elimination for Spirit coming through. And over here, Virtuspro are not going to be waiting for the loser between Gambit and Akuma, which is coming up next. However, with that being said, I do want to quickly remind everyone that the top 5 teams are the ones who go through to the majors. So right now, it is just getting tighter and tighter between the points. There's very few carried over from the previous one. Spirit, having been eliminated 4th place, is going to be meaning a lot for them because it means VP and the company can actually catch up. Right now, in the top 3, VP are the only team who have RMR points taken over from the previous circuit, and even they only have 100. So now, this win, along with every other match that's going to be coming through, is going to be even more important to see who actually ends up at the major. With that said, though, we've got a pretty damn important match coming up soon. It's going to be Gambit versus Akuma coming up in just about 10-15 minutes or so. We've got to go to a short break, maybe even a little bit less. But when we're back, it'll be the upper bracket final of the Epic League CIS, a regional major ranking tournament. Stay tuned. Don't go anywhere.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot. Nice.
Look at me!
Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear you go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Down in the deep of my mind, I cry for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, how long do I got to keep you, to keep you? Down in the deep of my mind, I cry for you and you're always inside. Down in the deep of my mind, trying so hard not to keep you, to keep you.
Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Superhero.
Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh yeah. Take you like a pill.
I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. Yeah, I can only say that it feels right. That it feels right. Feels right. So right, so right, so right. I'm just going with the gut. Never had a doubt, felt like this is just a must. Put me in perspective, I'm the deepest in the cut. Everybody tuning in, but this is just for us now. We know I ain't ballin' yet. Hoes wanna holler, oh no, I don't call them back. Girl, let me see you hold it down, we gon' have a blast. Cause I just wanna know what you gonna do with all of that. Ain't gotta say a word, I know what's up. You can have it all, watch me rip it off. I'll admit it, you got me feeling hella love. Even when it's going down, know that we gon' live it up. Young shot caller, always been a baller. Know that you the one, I can feel it in my heart, yeah. I won't stop charging me, go and come harder. I can see you and I, way beyond the stars, girl. I can never ever find the right words, and there's no way this is real life. There's no telling you're the right girl, so I can only say that it feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right. It feels right.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot. Nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Welcome back. It's time for the upper bracket final of the Epic League CIS Regional Major Ranking Tournament. I'm, of course, Tea Time, joined by none other than Michael Yumi Cassidy. It's time to see whether or not the young up-and-comers Gambit... Wait, shit, what? No. Akuma? Akuma? Well, it's time to see whether the other young up-and-comers, Akuma, can take it over the original young up-and-comers. And the CIS region just gives us talent after talent after talent. So far, Akuma have had a fantastic run through. They have beaten Navi, they have beaten Virtuspro, and now they come toe-to-toe with the best team in the world as far as the rankings are concerned. Michael, how are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of attention, rightfully so, on Akuma and just how they've been able to topple two of the giants within the CIS region. It's worrying to see both of those guys go out to this team, and hey, if Gambit fall here today, even more attention will be brought to them. I think we've actually got vetoes ready, and I'm really chomping at the bit to get into this one because I don't expect anything really that different from the likes of Gambit, but actually all eyes are going to be on how Akuma went into this one because they've been changing their first ban time and time again. This time it's Vertigo. They played Gambit last time on this map and then got completely stomped, so understandable that they want to dodge that bullet.
I mean, I can see why, because even in general, when you consider the maps that Gambit has famously been incredibly good at stomping down lower tier opposition in all of those home sweet home cups and all those spring cups and all that stuff as well, have been there. Mirage as well, expected from Akuma coming through. They took it to what I think triple overtime last time they played up against Gambit, so this was always going to come through for them. The question now though is, what does Gambit go for? And yeah, it's going to be safe from them. Overpass, it's a map where, you know, I think you favor the favorites, as dumb as that sounds, a little bit more than most.
Well, it's also an instance where Mirage is already a first pick, typically for Gambit, so they're going to be happy with how this has gone so far. Where do we end up as a third? I mean, we've still got floating about in the pool. Okay, I was wondering whether Inferno would see the light of day, just because Akuma, we don't know what the real depth is. We've seen tested on both Navi and VP, Dust 2 Mirage. So we know that the Mirage is capable. It's been used as a weapon against both of these big teams. And it being brought through again, they could maybe find themselves in an advantage. I hesitate to say that because Gambit are going to come in very prepared. Understand, they don't want to fall victim to this. I think Hobbit put out a tweet saying that he'd seen a lot of these guys when he was kind of just haphazardly jumping into retake servers and seeing how crisp and just solid mechanical players these guys were. So to now see them on the big stage, he's happy for them, but he's not going to ease up in the server. I tell you that much. Gambit are not going to sleep on you.
And look, if there's one team I would say I don't see Akuma upsetting, no way do they do it. It's got to be Gambit. Virtuspro, very much, I wouldn't say a one-man affair, but it's very heavily centered around one man. That's Yekindar and his aggression and what he's able to get up to. Buster can compensate, and we have seen him do that even in the previous series that we just watched, but it's not the same thing as when you have Yekindar going up and at it. Similarly with Navi, if you're able to disable Simple, there's a lot more you can do, even if Electronic or Beta are fantastic players. I don't think there's one player you need to disable on Gambit. I think you really need to break down their entire structure. And one thing that Akuma have been very good about is getting some great in-game mid-round reads. Gambit's specialty is mid-rounding, so this is not going to be easy for them at all.
Yeah, and another highlight we're going to have to keep our eyes out on is just how impactful Shiro is going to be for Gambit, because in both of the series for Akuma, they were very effective at limiting the effectiveness of the AWP presence. Yeah. We saw it for Simple, we saw it for Jame as well, and there was a lot of targeted utility in frequent AWP rotation spots to make sure that that weapon was effectively useless, especially on the CT side. So is there going to be an adapted game plan for Shiro specifically so that he's allowed to be engaged, or is the fact that they focus so much on the AWP maybe going to be a weakness for them.
Well, look, I'm also looking over towards the last time they played up against each other. One thing that you have to give them credit for is that on Mirage, they were able to shut down Shiro very effectively. Shiro, only had a 102 rating across a lot of sample size, put it that way. And in overtime, let's not forget, you're always going to have an offer at least 2 rounds out of 3 with the way Valve overtime rules work, with 10k overtime being implemented and all of that good stuff. So this is where things could get pretty interesting. Now, as far as the Gambit camp is concerned, I think the only thing that they have to be careful about being caught out by is those great flanks that Akuma can go for. DemQ and Psycho both showed their capabilities in being able to read the map, read rotation timings, and take advantage of those. So I want to give them a lot of love for that, and I think that's going to be crucial. Hobbit cannot let that get away from them. Same with Nafany. Especially Nafany for me, because Nafany is a kind of player who will very often go on solo missions. And that's the kind of player, it feels like Akuma is looking to exploit.
Yeah, and Nafany is also a player that likes to frequently kind of entry as well. He goes for a lot of opening duels. Yeah, I think overall his success rate isn't all too high, but it's all about making informed decisions in that mid-round where they do seem to have this heightened sense of awareness on that Gambit side. They call a fantastic late round, and you imagine with how we saw Akuma kind of posturing up in previous playoff games that they're going to try and speed things up so that Gambit don't have that to operate around.
Yeah, and one other thing to keep in mind if it actually goes beyond towards that third map is, if I remember correctly, Akuma's actually been banning out Inferno's second ban up against quite a few of these teams. Now, keep in mind, a lot of these teams in the CIS region are actually quite good on Inferno, so I also understand why. But, maybe a few question marks could be popping up around that third map as well, if it gets to it. And that's where the question really lies. Will it get to it? And Michael, I'm going to put you on the spot over here. What do you think actually turns out of the series?
I'm going to lean 2-0 Gambit. I think even with their great successes that they've seen so far, I even think that VP kind of went into their game not fully respecting that there was a legitimate upset, and I think Gambit have just done too much homework on what Akuma are going to be preparing for them today.
Oh, look, Michael, I'm going to go for 2-0 Gambit as well for a very, very, very different reason as well, Michael, and that reason is very straightforward for me, Michael. Last time Gambit was in a finals, they tweeted out beforehand, Hobbit tweeted out, best of 5 is just too much. Mate, this time if they win this, it could be a best of 3, then a best of 5. Hobbit doesn't want that. That's 8 games potentially being played. Hobbit's not up for that. He's not built for that. You know that. He's not having any of it. So I'm going to go ahead and say that they 2-0 Akuma because of that reason. Michael, I'm just smart like that. It's analysis.
I see. So, yeah, just win, I think, is a strategy, right? Take the easy road. Why don't you? I don't think it's going to be quite so clear-cut. We've highlighted a lot of the players, but I think we've kind of neglected to mention just how high impact their AWP presence is. Sensei is a player that we've talked about so often, I think between the two of us when we've brought up this roster. He's very involved in how he wants to approach the map, very quick to make moves around the map, and his team are very enabling of that, which is a large part of being a high aggression AWPer. You can run around the map however you like, but there are going to be gaps if your teammates aren't compensating. So it's good that seemingly is the system for Akuma, given that the core is stuck together for such a long time. And then Jackie, this unproven player that seemingly is taking a lot of sort of unwanted roles. He's playing anchor positions, but he's playing them very, very passively and conservatively, but playing them well.
Well, look, I wanted maybe even actually clash with you there a little bit on Jackie's being passive in that position. I actually think Jackie's been doing a very good job of getting information, and he's generally adopting similar positions in some regards to Mir, but without the mechanical ability to show up. I mean, we saw in Dust 2, for example, where he's just consistently willing to jiggle peek the B tunnels from a very far forward angle. Even on Mirage T's side, he's very willing to go push in deep into Mirage apartments as well on the terrorist side. But the problem that actually comes through is that sometimes the aim just fails him, and we have actually seen that in a lot of these players, that you're not really always sure. Now, of course, with that being said, we're gonna be having a tiny bit of delay as we're getting into it, but don't worry about that. It gives us a little bit more time to talk about Overpass. It's a map that we just saw earlier on today. It's definitely a map where a lot of teams can fall down easily to the threat of deagles, the threat of force spines, the threat of a huge amount of utility as well. So, Michael, what are you thinking about overpass? Where does that go exactly?
I think, unfortunately, Gambit are just a very well-drilled team when it comes to those protocols. So I don't think we'll see anything like what we just saw on the last map of Overpass for the last series. Just simply because they're going to be far more composed, and understanding as well that Akuma are going to take a lot more risks. I think even when we were kind of hypothesizing the veto period for this game, there's a number of different ways it could have gone because the Gambit map pool has been kind of stretched out. They only have that one perma veto. Everything else is pretty damn strong. So any which way they went, Akuma are kind of going to have to fly blind in some respects for that second map.
Well, look, you're saying fly blind, but actually one thing we have to also remember is that Akuma have had an additional day to do a lot more homework on Gambit, and Gambit are actually going to have a lot less homework that they could have even done. The teacher doesn't care about them very much in that regards. Very often, the biggest wins that we've seen coming out from Akuma have been on Dust 2 and Mirage. So Mirage, sure. I'm expecting Gambit to come in very well prepared, but this is where I think Akuma gets tested in their map pool and in their map researching ability. Will they have predicted that Gambit's likely to go for this overpass? Because, if they're banning out Vertigo, that does seem to be the natural conclusion that you're going to be lending yourself to afterwards. Since you're picking Mirage yourself, Gambit's pretty likely to not want to fight you on Dust 2. Really, with all the maps that are left in the pool, and the fact that Gambit does sometimes second ban Inferno out, I don't think that there was any map possible other than Overpass. So maybe some anti-stratting could be done over there as well, especially considering how regimented CT sides can be. Something to say there, You never know.
I think you're I don't know if I'd agree that Overpass was the natural conclusion, simply because I think you could have very easily gone to Train or Inferno as well. Like, understandably, like you can ban out Inferno against a lot of the Tier 1 opposition because that is kind of a staple map of the Tier 1 scene. So without Akuma having proven themselves against that level, I don't think that same respect would be given over. So yeah, I don't know that it's enough. That one day is going to be enough to hammer in all of the tendencies, unless it was a very targeted approach. These two players, you're going to look at Gambit on Inferno. You're going to look at it on Overpass. We're going to look at Train, and then just kind of split out and divide and conquer in some respects. But you're just going to miss out on so much information that way.
Well, look, we also have to keep in mind Akuma's obviously done their preparation before the event as well, and before the playoffs have come through. So it's not, I'm saying one day, I just mean one additional day on top of everything else as it already is. Obviously, you're right. They could have gone for Train as well. I still think that they wouldn't have picked Inferno, but Train, they showed us up against Spirit yesterday as well. Day before yesterday, rather, looking very good on that. So I agree with you there. You're right, but definitely still a lot of room for research and homework to be done. And one thing that we have consistently seen is how effective they were at shutting down mid-round calls and mid-round decisions that were made by the on paper superior opposition up against Yekindar and company over in Virtuspro. They were very effective at controlling middle late into the round and making sure that flanks can come through accordingly. They were incredibly good at, even in a couple of situations, getting a player all the way through to window, which is something you almost never see teams being able to do unless they really have a mastery. Now, that is just Mirage, so I don't really, again, I'm not 100% certain what we can expect from them outside of Dust 2 and Mirage. We've definitely seen them play other maps, but not the same level of opposition, not the same caliber of opponent.
And when we did see them on Vertigo previously, not exactly the best of showings. So, yeah, the map pool is still called into question. We saw them on Overpass as well previously. Had some pretty decent sort of mid-round decision-making. It didn't feel that same level of polish and kind of outplay that we noted in the game against VP, where they were constantly just exploiting those flanks. And that was something that actually could have potentially happened in today's game against VP, with how gamble orientated they were in some of their late round choices, but not something that was explored. So it like we've been kind of highlighting, there is detail put through by Akuma, but where is going to be the weak link? I think if we highlight Mirage, I've always kind of held this opinion that if you kind of shut down the B apartments very early, then Gambit are kind of left without one of their secret weapons. I think Axile is just a monster on that bomb site, and limiting his effectiveness forces players like Nafany and Inters to really step up, which they have in previous series, but it's going to be less consistent than one of your star riflers that you put at the forefront of your Gambit game plan.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if we can call Axel a secret weapon at this point. I think he's definitely one of the most stable riflers in the entire CIS region in what he can provide. Of course, now there are a couple of server issues going on as well, guys. Don't worry, we're going to be able to deal with it sooner rather than later. In the meanwhile, very quickly, just to bring up another one of Akuma's players who was really impressing us last time. Sensei is someone we've talked to death, but DemQ, Michael, he was having a performance and a half. What a showing, both with the rifle and that secondary op.
Yeah, he was just having monster performances. And I think the secondary ops have been strangely a weird highlight. I think even when we looked at the Spirit, SDY was having fantastic moments. DemQ definitely filling some similar voids. I don't know. There's a lot to be excited about this team, just because of the whole underdog story, the Goliaths that they've beaten, and there's none bigger than the opponent that they have in front of them. And you know, I'm a little bit torn about the server issues myself, because I actually just want to dive straight into the game, but it also gives us this time to really highlight the fact that if Gambit do lose, the slim chance that I think that's going to happen, Akuma have already made waves. This is just going to cause a complete tsunami within the CIS scene.
I can't even imagine. Just think of everything that's likely to happen. First, the backlash is going to come through. People are going to be like, oh, what's going on here? Have Gambit lost? And then everyone's going to be just scrambling to sign them. Akuma already talked about in the interview how, you know, just beating Navi's had such a positive outset for them as far as people who are able to sign them. A lot more organizations showing interest and whatnot. Now they've beaten Virtuspro. If you beat Gambit and make it to the final of the RMR,
yeah, no one's safe, man. No one's safe.
Yeah, you never know. At that point, every single organization that is even thinking about getting their toes wet in the Counter-Strike waters are just going to be looking to dive right in with you. So you have to wonder what is there to store. It really, honestly, when I think back to it, it reminds me of ESL Pro League back in 2019, I'd like to say, when the ATK lineup, now, of course, part of the core of Extra Salt, played against G2 and they beat them in a best of 3, and immediately afterwards, Cloud9 is just like, yes, we're signing those guys.
We'll take them.
Yeah. Good times, good times. Back in the LAN days, of course, you know, if you guys are wondering what we are playing for at the time being, it is a spot at the probably first major LAN of 2021. Maybe there's going to be another one before, but we don't know. The major is going to be happening over towards the end of October in Stockholm, should all things proceed as we hope they do. PGL, of course, hosting that one over. It's going to be the first one in multiple years. $2 million on the line for that, and a lot of pride for these organizations, for these teams. Akuma, a team that has had a pretty crazy journey, all things considered. Michael, going back to the crazy days, they've had a rough start to things.
Yeah. Crazy, Project X. Then, you know, swapping players in and out. You know, they stuck with Toxic for a little bit from that original crazy roster. Ooh. Then I think it was DemQ and Jackie were on a separate sort of mixed together team. That duo came over and back to the X Crazy, or rebranded Project X. They underwent a few different names, and they've settled on Akuma for now, but still looking for representation. But this duo, they don't really, weirdly enough, they don't really play together on the bomb sites. So it's not as if they've got some sort of 1-2 power play between them across all maps. But Jackie just seems like a pretty safe pair of hands. And like you said, just very good at establishing information and running protocols.
And look, that's something that you can't give someone credit enough for. Just the ability to remember a system on a very high level of Counter-Strike, which you're not experienced to, is something that can't be underestimated. And then when you add in on top of that he is not afraid of taking his own, making his own decisions within that system, that's very important to have in a player who can also elevate. Look, man, mechanics are something everyone can train. On some level, everyone can get if you're already a pro at this point, not me or you, Michael, sorry to break that. But on some level, everyone can get to a point where you can click heads in most situations. But it's all about that decision making. It's all about fitting into a system. And Jackie looks like he's really got a solid grasp on that. And when you look at this all in all, this really is sort of crazy because it feels like the CIS region for the entire past year and a half has given us one storyline after the other. In the beginning of 2020, it was Spirit who is making a big comeuppance, who's really upsetting a lot of people. Slowly, then you lean forward, it's Virtuspro over in Flashpoint when they beat out Gambit to qualify for it, and then they won the entire thing. I know you were actually working that event. And then they're coming through. VP's showing us, oh shit, Yakinar's so damn good. But then, in the back of everyone's head, it's Shiro. And then suddenly Katowice 2021 comes out. It's Gambit versus Spirit in the semi-final. It's a real assertion of dominance. Then they come through. They're facing Na'Vi. They've shut them down. Gambit's on a tear. But then Na'Vi comes back into it. Na'Vi's just like, oh yeah, well, we still have the best player to ever play Counter-Strike. Yeah. And everyone sees Na'Vi destroy Gambit in a best of 5. Then beat them in a best of 3. They're thinking, oh, dude, this armor's gone. And then comes in like this gang of 5 people on a bicycle. They're just twiddling by, ringing their bells, making sure. Navi's looking at them thinking, that's a free win for us. Okay, we're through to the playoffs, right, guys? And then suddenly it just goes all down under. Na'Vi have lost. Gambit have been rocked over in their 3-game series, rather, where they're taking to overtime. Or they, oh shit, they're pretty good, but they can't be VP, right? VP is such a structured team. They do so much research and all that good stuff. And then they come through, they demolish Virtuspro. The question is Gambit next? That's really the question on all of our minds right now, isn't it?
Yeah, and again, Gambit are the main top dogs within the region, so there's really no one better that you could really test the waters against. You've shown yourself against these other top teams, and maybe that is all just momentum. The hype of being the underdog and the inability to do as much deep dive research as you typically would at the top level. But then because Gambit have had the extra time to prepare. Now that feels like it might just be a miss, mate. Or is the game plan going to be completely different? That's really what I want to see, is that if Akuma come into this with just a completely different game plan that is tailor-made to Gambit, they may just be the best anti-strat team in the region, and that's only from 3 series. That would be a ridiculous statement to make, but also a ridiculous way to make yourself kind of known within the circuit. And so early on in the... Well, I say early on. It's still been a long journey for these players, but so early on in the development time since bringing in Jackie and DemQ.
Absolutely. But listen, Michael, as much as we are saying all of this about Akuma, we can't really go ahead and neglect the storyline of Hobbit and company as well, either over on Gambit. We've talked so much about, Gambit are just the number 1, they're the clear dominant favorites, and they're the force in the region. Well, yeah, but that wasn't always the case. Gambit are what Akuma really hoping to be. Gambit are what Entropic, who've already been eliminated at 5th to 6th place, were hoping to be. Gambit have now set this gold standard to show teams that, yes, we can. You can develop talent. You can really get there as well. But you know what? Talent will show itself on our screens pretty soon. It's time to get into the game, guys. Sarah's back up, baby. Let's go. It's time for some great Counter-Strike.
Yes, enough about us. And who we're excited for, right? Because there's a lot of excitement to be had in this RMR. Region's never been more competitive. Oh, Jackie already showing his stuff. Fast shot into Hobbit, but he gets overwhelmed, and this A-bomb site under pressure, but Psycho already alleviating that. A man advantage, they're trying to force him back, but rotates are here for Akuma.
And Psycho's still looking to fight through. The fights just keep on going. Inters can't scale onto the bomb site. Sergis and Psycho keep on shutting them down. Now, Nafany, last man left alone, has to lead by example. A couple of kills would be nice to have. Some money in the tank, but his tank is emptying out pretty damn quickly. Akuma, good start to things. I am surprised that Gambit have let them start on the CT side, to be honest.
Just read into. They'd already pushed through B, so Psycho is in prime position for the relocation, and Gambit are kind of shot down in the first pistol round. What? Our odds from Parry Match are lent over Gambit's way, but not all too heavily.
Those odds are insane.
Yeah, that is kind of ridiculous.
A 211 to 168. Dude, if I was doing odds for that, I'd say it's like, I don't know, 4 to 1 odds for me.
Hey,
but
man,
hey,
that's not your job.
I know, that's true. Thank God for that, isn't it? But Paramatch can actually be checked out. You can go down to the banner in our Twitch banners. Click on that. You'll get a first deposit bonus as well. So good for you. If you want to go do that, support the scene, support our partners. Now, that being said, Gambit, no armor on them, so there should just be some additional money to come through as well. Sensei, I like this from him. Getting involved early on is good for him. He wants to have that AWP as soon as possible. If there's one thing we know, it's that Shiro is going to be a crucial part of Gambit and their offense. But, Michael, ooh, well, there you go. Speak of the devil, and the devil is shooting you.
Didn't expect that with the Deeg. Sensei does recover that rifle, but oh, more headshots found on these pistols, and that's a little bit worrying. Softened up, but Jackie's investigated over at A, so that's stress relief here for Akuma.
Should be a cleaner situation for sure. Nafany, meanwhile, it's a very silent jump as well.
Yeah.
Very nice.
He was clean with the crouch and uncrouch.
Mm-hmm. Now, 30 seconds on the clock, and the bomb is now making its way over. Sure, if he finds this one kill, the bomb can definitely be planted. However, we'll just be dropping down and prioritizing the connector instead. Shiro's taking the duels. There's nothing really to be done. Jackie even is given time to come clean up, and he sees Nafany as well on top of it all. 4 kills for the MP9. Pretty much the perfect round for Akuma. Good start for them.
It was a divide and conquer with only pistols, and Gambit didn't really get anything from it, so nice to see that MP9 is at the forefront of the action. Pulse called rather early. No timer on it, though, so technical in nature, most likely.
Indeed it is. Some, hopefully not the server issues rearing their heads again.
Mm-hmm.
If the viewers haven't figured out, we're pretty much out of fill material.
Yeah, we were running through some of the stories. Just a little bit.
A little bit, you know? You know they're stretching it when they have to go through all of 2019 and 2020, you know?
Hey, I mean, the last major was in 2019, so, I mean...
That's true. That's true. You know, we're keeping it relevant. We're keeping it topical.
First major in 2 years.
God. I can't wait, dude. I can't even begin to tell you. I am so excited for it. I'm going to try to go if I can, but we don't know what the crowd situation and all that good stuff is going to be, so... Gotta stay put.
Cautiously optimistic.
Indeed. You got any plans for it?
Depends. If you're wanting to contact me, Twitter is, of course, a very good resource.
Shout out PGL.
Yeah, I'm excited for it, and
absolutely,
these RMRs are, of course, the only ways that you are going to get points from within your region.
Absolutely,
it's surprising that Akuma are in the top 4.
Not
even going to pretend like that's not a massive surprise for everybody within the circuit that Akuma.
No, Michael, they're top 3 guaranteed already.
Yeah.
So it'd be interesting, especially when you consider that the top 2 teams going into it, because of course, to anyone who doesn't know the format, there are some RMR points taken over from last year as well. The top 2 teams were Spirit and Navi, and they've already been eliminated at number 4 and number 5. So Akuma actually has a very good chance of being able to even overtake them as time goes on. Of course, you'd need a little bit more of a performance over here, but you never know, man. You never know.
Well, first gun round is going to be important. Rifles across the board, no ult for Shiro. Going to have some mid presence, but Psycho above it. Axile doesn't spot him.
Love it. Absolutely love it. Nafany, though, good on the trade, and Sensei can't quite land that shot, which means they've got a chance moving forward, but Psycho still in position to keep on firing back. A double swing will not be allowed as Psycho has retreated into the connector. Hobbit was hoping to get that one out, but Nafany, who's low on 14, is taking and playing a very dangerous game. Now, Hobbit does see the first, swings out for more, but Demq's there on the trade. Excellent trading so far on the CT side, and they make that look easy.
Yeah, note the lack of utility on that A bomb site in particular. As they're approaching, there is just no smoke for both jungle, stairs, even topside connector to limit some of the engagement angles there for Akuma. Really good read of the situation as well from Psycho, not only getting that one kill, but able to fall off and help on that A-side defensive. Gambit a little bit out of sorts in that respect. Maybe just trying to test the waters of going for those sort of drier plays, whether Akuma are going to read too heavily into the executes.
Smoke's all checked out now. They head on just to try and get a bomb plant in at the very least. Jackie's nestled away in and off angle. Ninja. Psycho good for one, but Hobbit on the trade actually can recover the rifle as well. So suddenly, man advantage goes the way of Gambit. And Akuma in a very awkward retake.
Big kill for Sensei. That's going to incentivize them to go for this retake. May have even considered saving.
They've got a lot of nades as well, so you can definitely chuck out Nafany over here. Good nade combo, but doesn't finish him off. Very close to it, though. He wasn't in the corner otherwise. Oh, Nafany! Picking up those 4-leaf clovers all over the place. Hobbit good for one, but it seems like this should be a round in the favor of Gambit, regardless of the kills coming through. Nafany staying alive that long meant that they just couldn't proceed forward.
Man, that nade actually changes the retake attempt there. If it goes a little further, then Sensei can be a little bit quicker with how he approaches. You know, the stairs angle is going to be a lot more favorable. Yeah, just shy. And Gambit steal one away with not exactly the optimal buy, but a lot of solid utility, preventing the sightlines. Jackie in that one-and-done position, trying to play ninja, but...
Oh, good nade. Very good nade. Sensei's heavily tagged. Nafany almost finds him, but he's not expecting that second player to be right here. Up above him on the smoke is Psycho, who's playing out the connector angle very nicely. He's not going to be checked. Gets the first, switches up for the AK, and that's dangerous, and that is exactly why Hobbit can shut him down with the M4A1. Even gets a little bit more damage in, allowing Axel to finish off his food. Gambit. One mistake. That's all it takes, and they have capitalized.
Almost looked like a mistake for Gambit, right? They don't clear that close angle. Yeah. Could have very well ended up in a couple of frags for Akuma to start off this round, if not for the fact that weapons were traded.
Absolutely.
Barreling away with it. Yeah, a sort of a recovered round in amidst all that chaos, but understandably, Akuma will save. Don't know if
slimmest of margins, man.
Yeah, difference between being greedy and not so much so. Last time around, Psycho, it was a 1-for-1 exchange, bottom side connector, but that second player he was not prepared for. Man, Axel's just too patient. I thought he was gonna look a little further, but just content to hold. And hold.
And hold, and hold, and hold it, indeed. Now, Akuma just lose one too many players to be able to go for a buy here, so it's actually a slightly tricky decision for them. How exactly are they going to play this one out? I would not mind seeing Sensei getting very aggressive. He actually has a decent spawn for a main picks as well, if they'd like to send him there. That has fallen out of favor a fair bit, but he will find one regardless. Love that.
Sure, you can't allow Sensei to run around the map. And up to his heart's content. Seeing how deadly he can be.
That secondary jump reveals where he is. Inters definitely saw him, and now he's peeking up, but Sensei just baits him out and gets the kill. Psycho as well in the meanwhile. Good for another. And Axel's all alone.
Oy vey. What has happened here?
Well, I'll tell you what's happened. They've stolen a secondary op as well. And Gambit, they have just gifted 2 AKs and an op over, along with the round that they should have won. There's one way to put yourself in losing shoes. Well, better start tying your shoelaces.
There's so many strange elements to this as well. I mean, Shiro going for the fight on the AWP, understandable. and Sensei just being great about it. Demke getting that last kill is certainly nice, but the bottom side connector smoke as well is just so deep into mid that there's so much obstruction of vision, especially towards window. So the fight is super kind of easy for the two players in Akuma, with nobody helping out in that particular endeavor. They wanted to go for a faster A-sided play, but Akuma just... I mean, they just bust them down way too early.
He's gotten so aggressive early on as well. This is great to see.
Like that from Jackie as well, spamming the wall so that the steps from Demke couldn't be heard.
That is quite nice, actually. I don't think I've seen that before.
It's usually done on the T side, but CT side's a little bit less so.
Oh, Psycho. Expecting the double connector smoke pop, perhaps. It's also something that's fallen out of favor a little bit, but hey, better safe than sorry, and Sensei is sorry that he peeked down to Shiro's up there. Hobbit will find another in the meanwhile. That's connector to be open for the taken. Jackie, however, that's a nade that misses. Demke will not.
Well, this B-bomb side is open for business. I'll wait for the smokes to bloom, of course. Jackie's on the scene.
Oh, and he's an absolute... This is really big. Nafany's not expecting him to have already crept past in this position, considering that it was their smoke. But no, he checks it, sees the rifle, and shuts him down. Now, again, two players to save, but this time Akuma will be able to buy in the next one regardless.
Nafany's brain too big. That smoke's deep, and he's waiting to see if somebody pushes out the side of the window. And as steps are made on the bomb side, that's when he fully clears. He's evading his teammates a little bit, but those audio cues are important in making sure that they guarantee that frag. Really solid stuff. Interesting as well that we've now seen Shiro and Sensei kind of be AWP to AWP in so many of these rounds to start off.
Yeah, should be exciting if we can keep getting those AWP deals. Always good to have. Sensei still has enough to be able to pull out the double up once again, though. They do have the money for it. It's a technical timeout caused. Some TeamSpeak issues coming through for the side of Akuma. Hopefully nothing too serious, but meanwhile, Jackie's also started things off pretty well. And he is, of course, one of the big question marks that we were painting and have painted every time we've covered this team, is that this is the player who can sometimes look like he's exploited. He's a very promising talent, but is sometimes exploited by teams, and it's good to see him have a good start. They need it versus Gambit.
Yeah, someone will have to monitor quite closely. The fact that he's unproven, there's going to be some... There'll be skeptics, I think. Usually when players are pulled up into a highly competitive environment, often those smaller fish will flounder in the big pond.
Sometimes they turn out to be piranhas.
Can be.
Gambit, though, in the meanwhile, they themselves are yet to be in a position where their economy is solidified. And Akuma, off the back of the pistol win initially, are still keeping things going very well in their favor. This is one of the things on the CT side of pretty much any map these days in the modern economy, is that if you have got the CT side pistol win, you really have to use that to its fullest. Get out a couple of good full buy rounds. Get out a couple of double ops as well in most maps. You'll have enough room where, sure, Gambit could maybe get it to a 3-3, something on those lines, equalize the score, but you should still be able to take the lead once again with that pistol round start.
I decided to have a quick look at the chat to see if I could see what our reason was for this technical timeout. We've had a couple so far, so I was doing a little bit of investigating, and then I realized it's all in a language I do not understand. So
I mean,
I have nothing to report
It
back.
is TeamSpeak, because they said TS lag, so.
But then everything to follow up, I was just, obviously I can't read it, so.
Michael's just sitting there like, huh, indeed.
Yes, can't say I didn't
Yes.
try. Can't say I didn't try.
You are correct. Well, here comes out the resume. Is resumption a word?
Presumption?
Resumption. Like,
No.
the resumption of the game?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
The
Feels
game
like it
will
should be.
resume.
The resumption of the game ensues.
Went with it anyway, did we?
Indeed.
Around trailing our
Yes.
Gambit. And double ups, as you were pointing out. Sensei and Demq. We talked about how impactful he was on that secondary. Means as well
Right,
that...
dude, they've been very good about making sure Sensei can't opt from connector.
Yeah. Limiting his exposure is going to be crucial. We've seen so many big rounds and big maps, especially on Mirage from Sensei.
Psycho. Again, one-way smoke comes out for him. He's been using that one pretty often so far. Now knows that there was a run booster across as well. Molotov is extinguished. Shero peeks out. And Psycho barely dodges that. Could have been a big kill for them to find. Re-smoke comes out towards connector. That's a little bit awry. Doesn't go as deep as it's supposed to, but Hobbit, if I'm not wrong, this actually affords another one-way smoke overhead towards underpass, but I'm not 100% sure about that. It might be a little bit too deep for that. Good nade.
Ooh, yeah. Meaty onto Axile. Other players were a little bit rounded the other side of the corner, so it doesn't quite make it. Sergey is trying to afford this jump spot. Makes a step as well, so Axile knows what's up.
Well, now he's been able to jump out. Demq can trade, sure, but Demq can't prevent them from scaling onto the bomb site and taking control. He just wants to make sure they can't cross over to the benches while his teammates start to move in. Axel, though, he's heard the footsteps overhead, and he finds another one. Demq to fall, another Molotov to make sure they can't push through the door, and that's a bomb site completely taken. There's no way Akuma can get back onto this without some sort of massive heroics. Flashbang as well. There's so much utility for this post plant that's available. Axel just finding kills through the smoke. And he's even heard Psycho. Psycho doesn't have much of a chance there. Akuma losing players where maybe they shouldn't be going for those.
I'm really not kidding when I say Axile is probably one of the best B-side players in the world at the moment. Especially on T-side, he is a man on a mission every time they hit that side. When things go A, I'm a little bit more worried for him. But something about that B site really brings out the inner beast.
Well, we've actually had the odds popping up on the screen again.
Still pretty close, in all fairness.
It's gotten a little bit worse for Akuma, hasn't it? 262 to 145. I mean, they're 4-4. I don't know about that one. Of course, you can go out and click the banner below to be redirected to the website and all that good stuff. But interesting.
Also, I stood corrected. Resumption is a word, so
Aha!
I'm the stupid one.
That's all right. That's the first time that's happened in a while. Sensei does find Nafani early on, and again, we have seen Akuma being able to run away with a single AWP, guaranteeing them around. This could be signs of another such occurrence happening. Demq definitely playing a lot more conservatively before getting a little bit too greedy with the jump spots in some regards. But now Hobbit finds Sergez over in mid. Demq trying to get something done with the Eagle. No chances afforded yet. And as he rounds the corner, Axel will finish him out.
Worried for Akuma here, because the idea will be to save this ult of Sensei, and Hobbit is making sure that these players can't get away scot-free. The two pistols are dropped, so now more of the map is going to be vulnerable for a pursuit to occur here for Gambit. Really like the timing there from this T side. Akuma, of course, on a lower buy, didn't actually take any real risks. We saw the pick from Sensei, but nothing really after the fact, and just overwhelming, using those numbers, that numbers advantage, and mainly probing with that initial entry as well over towards B. Even with the execute, they weren't floundering in their steps. Oh dear, oh no. Last couple seconds and that ult's gone.
just not been allowed to save a couple of times over, and now DemQ sitting on 2,500. They're not going to have a good buy right now at all. Sensei can buy an op, sure, but I wouldn't be too surprised. I mean, I wouldn't mind even seeing Akuma go for a half buy over here. DemQ is just too important to me. Okay, so they're going for the buy around Sensei's op, but if we don't see some sort of aggression, maybe an underpass push coming through, maybe even a palace posting. Palace posting is something DemQ is more likely to do with the secondary op, though, so I wouldn't mind seeing something extra, but we need something. And one thing I don't know how much of a fan of I am over here is the fact that no kits have come through. They're likely to play safe regardless if the bomb is planted, but you know, that one extra, a little pair of pliers can go a long way. Nafany, though, has found Jackie initially. Psycho, good trade. They need these, but Hobbit, he's there to keep things in their favor. Psycho again just gets a little bit too greedy, and he is being punished this time over DemQ. What a kill to find. Axel shut down and an AK recovered. Back to a 3v3, but the bomb can be planted. And again, unless they're able to come here and drop it in an impossible situation, that kit will be sorely missed. DemQ now trailing up towards the connector. Re-smoke out on his feet. He'll need to push through the smoke if they want to go for it. But right behind is Hobbit, who's just watching for the retreat from the CT side. Now that he has moved away, though, Sensei maybe has the chance. Shiro finds one.
Yeah, big timing to hit there from Shiro, and that should just pull Akuma out of this one. Sensei, oh god, that's a big shot to miss. That's the AWP now no longer retrievable, and Sergis could get pincered in as well.
Yeah, suddenly everything going wrong. Now Akuma, let's not forget, lost bonus still isn't great, so they've only got 2,900. Gambit should be able to get 7 almost guaranteed, unless there's some sort of a big Deagle moment or something of the sort. And that's where you're one gun round away from basically giving Gambit double digits.
See if Sergis can get something done with his singular M4. We noted how aggressive he was being and some of the flanks that he was finding across a couple of different maps. They're going to be left in charge of the B-bomb site instead to kick this one off. Akuma with pistols. They've taken the underpass, and this is actually if demo work has occurred, now Axel is very frequently alone into those B apartments. He is also very difficult to deal with, but it is an isolated duel that does feel exploitable. Something that teams certainly like to do. Spirit, one to try and aggress onto him specifically.
I love this from Gambit. Look at how hard they are. And look at how every single position is just an off angle for them. Circus does try and aggress there. Like you mentioned, it's a vulnerability at times, but unfortunately, sometimes vulnerability fights back. And Axel's a fighter, but he's about to be sucker punched from behind. Psycho,
the trigger
not
discipline
showing
is big.
too much. He's hoping that someone rotates through. And unless Axel drops down under, there should be a couple of kills coming out for Psycho.
Oh my god.
The problem is he could have it all fall out from underneath him. Axel's not turning around. Axel will have to sooner rather than later. This could be massive. And Psycho, they're still not checking him. He's got one. He's got two. He dropped the bomb as well. Jackie is making his way over. They know that Axel dropped down under towards the van, and a smoke will at least separate him, but it's all going to be down to Jackie. If Jackie can isolate this duel, that's going to be big. Now Axel's been able to spot him out, and he's been delayed even further. From behind comes in Axel's only remaining teammate, that's Hobbit, who's trying to go for the flank, and it should still be around in their favor, but Hobbit's revealed himself. Psycho inside the smoke. 8 seconds left on the clock. Hobbit's gone down, and the round could be stolen away. At least Axel's got the bomb plant, and that's a 1v1 that has to come through. Psycho now has to go face to face with the man whose teammates he's taken away already. Axel going for a peek, crouching away, ducks out from the sidelines, and Axel should be able to move back into the corner and shut him down. He's outmaneuvered him completely. Axel is waiting for the peek to come through. Psycho doesn't expect this at all, and he saved the day even if it looked long gone. A massive play comes through. Psycho does it all perfectly, but sometimes perfection isn't enough when you're facing Axel.
highlight that he's a fantastic player on that B-bomb site, and once again, chaos. He's still picking apart players on rotate, still holding in towards that bomb site, just being so difficult to deal with by himself. That's why that angle's exploited. That's the fact that Psycho gets there is a marvel for Akuma. But as soon as Axel repositioned, that was a done deal. Akuma had a chance at it. Gambit still holding on with this lead. You can see Sensei wants to get aggressive now that they've got their hands onto the AWP once more.
Oh, no. Oh. Alistair's hands right there. Nafni catches a bullet. And he'll end up falling from it. Shiro now hoping for a response, but no one's taking the peek from triple. Hobbit. Conscious boss making sure there was a secondary op. He would be the first one to go down and Shiro could trade, but now it's all about Sensei. And the player over in Palace. Perfect positioning, and Sensei's done it once again. There aren't the smokes to block him out. He's peeking forward. He's got 3. Looks for 4, but it's a little bit too much. He can't deal with it, but Demq's found Axel with the smoke in his hand. Now that smoke at his feet. Hobbit alone. A 1-on-3. He's found the first, but not anymore. Psycho saves the AWP and the round.
Big round from Sensei, and Psycho finishing off the job. You can see as well this A-side approach, when they're not finding these back-to-back entries here for Gambit, it can feel a little bit staggered. And some of the timings that were taken, the fact that Psycho's able to get Axel as he's deploying the smoke is perfection for them. Supposed to grind down the money here for Gambit. So still a couple of buys in the back pocket. Much more passive angle. Sensei not going to subject himself. Oh, dot. Oh my god.
Oh my
I thought
god.
he was just dead.
Oh my god. He even gets a shot on a Nafani through the wall.
He shouldn't be able to get away with that.
Oh, Psycho's even got himself a one-way going as well. Sensei just decided to turn on simple mode. Good nade on the Psycho. In the meanwhile, he's been chunked down, but a nade in his hand is a mistake he cannot afford to make. Back to a 4-on-4. Still, bomb very far removed from the Gambit side. They are yet to commit anywhere, and Sensei's about to find out. And they might be committing to his back, but no, the B bomb site, again, a destination. Unusually, they've been very committed, and this time Axel's the one who's got triggered discipline for days. Unfortunately for him, he's not going to be given a chance to find 4 kills the way Psycho did. But Demq now moves past. He's going to be coming through in the apartments, drops the bomb. There's a man behind him, tries to pick up a rifle on the ground. It's the AWP that goes by, and they just couldn't get it done. Jackie, at the end of it all, trying to save, but maybe wants to make a run for it now that he's found Nafani. Oh.
Yeah.
They're having a hard time picking up these weapons.
Yeah, he thought his legs would magnetize them a little quicker. Is he actually going for this? Seemingly so. Kit smoke.
Ooh. Kit smoke chance, and Axel on the AWP will not be given one. Well, actually, go figure.
A little slow, but not exactly his main forte. I really want to run entire series where we simply look at how many kills Axel gets in high kill games over at that B bomb site, because he is actually just, he's a machine.
Yeah. That is indeed the word on the scene. Gambit, however, they've got 2 machines right now. Axel and Hobbit both really chugging away. They're really working the Pareto distribution of the assembly line, putting up 80% of the kills amongst 20% of the members. Ooh, nice. You gotta respect a clean, re-peek out into a headshot with an AK. It doesn't matter if it's a Deagle. It doesn't matter if it's a P250. It's just the pure sex appeal of it. That's all.
I wonder if Jackie's going to investigate over at A. Seeming he's clearing out the ramp, so they can start to feel a bit more comfortable in this stack. The Molotov, that's not comfortable for Sergez.
Yeah, Psycho's also already revealed himself over here, and now knows that they're starting to trail through a Molotov at his feet and a flash in his face. This is a round where Gambit should be able to get out a slightly cleaner victory, at the very least. And indeed, it's just going to be a save. Well, not a save, but like they're basically. There's nothing to be gained over here, unfortunately, unless you can maybe pick up a rifle. But that's so unlikely, given how well Gambit does cluster themselves out. I wouldn't mind Jackie saving the Deagle and Kevlar, to be fair. If Sensei can get a kill, that would be nice just for the kill bonus.
Mm-hmm. And Gambit have really ironed out a lot of the wrinkles in this early first half. It seemed like their A-side executes have been maybe not the cleanest so far, but their sort of mid-takes and these B protocols have been really solid, even when things have kind of worked out for Akuma. Solid round recoveries. The fact that Jackie kind of sneaks away with an AK is also a nice little touch on top.
The bomb helps him out, otherwise Gambit was definitely trying to lean back in to see if they can stop him from having that, but yeah, bomb just inches it a little bit closer. He can pick it up with his feet. I've always thought it would be pretty cool if CS had a nice picking up guns animation where you just kick it up and grab it in your hand, Tomb Raider style. Flashbang's not going out, much faster play for Axel. The B bomb site's been his baby, but the A bomb site's going to be his nightmare. Jackie, however, is going to be joining him in the nightmare. As now it's a quick 2-for-2 trade. Coming through a very fast monopolization of B, and with Molotovs all across the board, the bombs should be plantable in this position, both for short and a main, but no one's going for the long wrap for a late round play, yet at least.
This fast burst really worked out for Gambit, but still a 3-on-3. Sharp shots on the rotate and the initial hold.
Oh, look at Sensei.
Yeah, long. I mean, there's a long rotate coming as well, so Akuma will have to speed things up if they don't want to get caught by this.
Damkey's got the first kill over here as well. Shiro's only got an AWP. You can smoke him off pretty effectively. Double smokes both going out. Sensei needs to be careful about his back, and he turns around just in time to see Nafany, but Nafany's won the duel. Shiro's got another. Nafany cleans it all up. It's not going to be the highest fragging game from either him or Shiro, but they are showing up where it matters, and they clean up and get them double digits.
What's always fun to track with the Gambit T-sides on Mirage is just which players are performing at the highest. When they have favored over towards the A side, typically, you know, you'll see Axel kind of ringing towards the bottom of the scoreboard. Not to anything to do with him in particular, but not exactly his comfort zone. And sometimes you'll see Nafany kind of take the reins in some of these games.
Go through what I always on screen now. Okay, this is more what I thought it would be in the beginning, I'll be honest.
Especially now that it's 10-5,
yeah,
you know?
Yeah, it makes sense. 700 to 108. Gambit really just rocking Akuma out like it's nothing else. Akuma, however, we mentioned about how we've seen a lot of really good stuff from them on the T side, so opportunities still lie, especially if you can bring out this pistol.
Well, they're clustering over towards this B-bomb site. Only that one flash for Psycho, and that's over at that A side, seeing if they can lean rotations over. Sharp shot for Inters.
That is crisp from him coming through. Sergey's now long-range duels with the Glock is never the tastiest of hors d'oeuvres. But hey, you'll scoop up a few of those if you can.
Yeah, that utility being sent over towards A so early was supposed to distract Gambit. The fact that Inters gets that initial kill as soon as those smokes bloom, Gambit know what's up, so Akuma have to reconsider.
And Inters is also retaken his position immediately afterwards. Straight back onto the van, making sure no one can push through without him having a very early sightline on them, and should have an idea that there's unlikely to be any Molotovs amongst the remaining players, so that position becomes all the stronger. If you drop down, you can crouch away, be a nuisance from there, but Sensei now P250 at the ready. Tags of Shiro, but Shiro just returning fire. Gambit aren't having any of it at this point. Akuma, with only 2 players left, it's just an absolute bloodbath. Inters is clean as can be. A very slow first half for him, but starting off the second nicely.
I think he'll try his hand at it. And a 1-on-5 would be certainly something. He's got it down to just 3, and Shiro's on the other side of it. A flank is coming. That bomb is still dropped. He didn't quite pick it up, so Axel does backstab him. Listen, man, as soon as there are kills to be had on that B-bomb site, he'll be there.
Look, it's like Axel just enters into the apartments. He's like, ah, yes, home sweet home.
Hey, he's been there his whole life.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, I feel like Axel in the apartments is like the online advantage that you have playing from your own home, where you're like, ah, I'm comfortable, I'm in my element and good stuff. Axel, the second he gets there, like, okay, 4 people are dead if I see them. Axel, though, right now, he's open to kill 4 people as well against the Eagles. Very important that he gets those frags. He's one of the 2 players with M4s, so really the big long-range fighters. I really like this from Shiro Michael. He doesn't buy head armor because they're expecting full Eagles as well. I know you also want to have an M4A4, and that's a worthy sacrifice, but I really like that.
Every penny on that CT side. Certainly worth noting.
That kit.
Did they make a step? I mean, Nafany is very aware this is a possibility. They're giving up a lot of control in middle, so getting into forward positions like this for Akuma can be beneficial.
Hobbit as well, just working around from the connector. Comes out, he should know he's about to be put underneath heavy fire. Jackie not clearing the angle properly. He does get taken down. And Hobbit with 2 should be 12 guaranteed for Gambit. And look, man, as much as we've hyped up Akuma, as much as we've said so many good things about them, I have to say, Gambit, nice shot from them too, even though it doesn't mean much. Gambit has really been looking like the antithesis of this team.
Yeah, I mean, even making the decision there to prioritize rifles for Gambit, you know, they miss out on a lot of crucial utility, but that also mitigates the opportunities for Akuma to find good timings on you, where you may be pulling out flashes and maybe not holding some of the angles and getting caught out on bursts. So just holding it in very defensive setups, such so that they can just take the fights and use those weapons to their advantage. Oh boy. XM, Hobbit, they're coming, eh?
Well, they're just flying away. Hobbit's got all the money in the world, and he's got it for... Oh, Shiro, you can't go doing him dirty like that. Like, I was just about to comment about how, you know, this is how you know Gambit's the best team in the world. Because they are buying an XM against a full an anti-eco.
It's all according to plan. That AWP for Shiro fully funded.
Yeah, this is like the Fulbright scholarship coming in. You just get your master's program completely paid for. You're like, well, thanks, Dad. And yeah, Hobbit is old enough to be his father. Let's be honest.
Whoa.
Hey,
as
I
a
love
kid,
my
of
dad.
course.
Oh yeah, exactly. So there you go. That kid's gonna be the future of Counter-Strike. One day. Maybe he just ends up being like, I don't know, like a doctor.
Yeah, many paths, of course.
Indeed. And one of those paths is leading straight to Hobbit, and that's Sergis making his way over. Dorothy can't anymore, and Nafany's just shown him the yellow brick road only leads to death. Psycho as well crosses over in the Palace. Hobbit peeking out afterwards. The trade's going the way of Gambit so far, and the Palace player just can't peek out yet. Sensei has to open up the site for him. Gets one, but Nafany's just consistently there with the trades. Gambit just seemed to make sure they're always one step ahead. And Jackie, he's been made aware of that fact a little bit painfully so.
Another clutch attempt for the unproven star. Not really brought into this roster as a star, but can certainly perform. Had a chance at it. Taps on Nafany. Not quite the damage he was looking for. Just too many different angles to worry about. Shiro gets there with the AWP. And Gambit looking to dominate a map in which the last time they played up against each other, you know, it was this tight-fought overtime slog between the two. It was the solid wins in both the series that caused these upsets, that got Akuma to this point. Gambit making it, I mean, to be fair, it hasn't looked easy in quite a lot of these moments. You know, we've seen some really crazy stuff from both Akuma and some really fantastic shots from Gambit, but they have never seemed out of control.
Oh, good night. So it doesn't quite cross over yet. Yeah, you're right. Just no matter what happens, Gambit's the ones with their hands on the wheel, and Jackie, well, he's hoping to take those hands off, but unfortunately, it's only the one, and it comes through to slap him down. Inters keeps it going for more. There's nothing to be done here against him, man. He's been solid when called to action. Unfortunately, when you're 7 and 9, you haven't been called to action very often in a 20-round game.
All right, what's the plan?
Pray?
Yeah, I think that's about it. I can't think of a better one.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't mind them just chilling around, talking about what to do next as well.
Treat it like a tactical timeout.
Yeah.
Problem is, you're now staring down the barrel of potentially 15 and then 10 straight. But yeah, you could try and relax.
True. Yeah, well, second map. Set your eyes on it, maybe.
Are you prepped for overpass? That was that conversation we were having earlier on.
Of course, but right now, can't stop having to go about this round because Axel, he's just going to come through. That's a nice shot. Dude, this is one thing I really want to give Gambit so much credit for. We saw it earlier, a couple rounds ago, when Jackie was playing in the 1v3, and he was playing next to stairs as well. Nafany baits him out. Sheer goes out towards the short ladder, peeks out from there. He's the one who gets a kill. Over here, again, Axel reveals his position, baits out some sound cues. Nafany's the one who comes through for the frag. Gambit are so clean and concise, even when it seems like it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. It's just incredibly refreshing to see, and it's so clear to me why Gambit are the ones who are beating Akuma compared to everyone else. It seems like every other team in the CIS region sticks to a little bit more traditional CIS Counter-Strike. Of course, there's a lot of different styles, but, it's slightly scrappier in a lot of situations. Great shot from Shiro as well to start things off on a Sensei. But Gambit, man, they just...
Yeah,
their I's and T's are constantly dotted and crossed.
Yeah, even if it's not tactical differences that we're seeing, right? It's just the mechanical disparity we're already being displayed with in this first map. Certainly notable. Demq spotted out Nafany, so he's looking for that secondary site player. Smoke will deny information. Akuma, that man down. Like I mentioned earlier, staring down that barrel of focusing on that second map. Another smoke will plop on Jackie, and the smoke hitting him costs him.
A 3-on-5 to fight for their map. Seems difficult at best. Nafany, meanwhile, going to be peeking out. Hobbit's even got a chance to be able to give him some backup, but won't be needed. 40 seconds and a 2-on-5. Demq's good for 1. But with Nafany being able to block them off from the A side completely, there's so much action on the B bomb side to be had if they go over. But Nafany's found out, and Demq's given them a chance. Hobbit, though, who's still nestled away, has not revealed his position a single time over. Could just make short work of it. His angle is perfect. He sees Sergiz's rifle as he drops down, but Sergiz, the bomb's been dropped. 18 seconds on the clock. Hobbit is just trying to spray away. Demq's low, and now he's spotted out as well. There's no way he can win this. Well, you've got to give him credit for trying. 16-5 at the end of it all. Hobbit and company just absolutely decimate. 24 kills on Hobbit, 20 on Axel. This was a masterclass from Gambit.
Yeah, world number 1, and proving it so. Every other expected result winner coming out of the CIS RMR defeated before Akuma, but Gambit just too tall in order. And you could see just how much they were outclassing them, even in moments where they were getting caught off guard. You mentioned it, just how sharp their mechanics looked. And it did seem like there were these moments where Akuma could have had this edge that could have slingshot them forward for more and more rounds. We saw that great patient play in the apartments where, Axel was just demolishing everyone at B while all of Axel's teammates are getting flanked and shot in the back, which is a crazy instance, yet it still didn't end up in round wins because Gambit recovered. I think that's when you look at big disparity.
On face value, I think they won an eco round. They won the pistol round on the CT side as Akuma, and they still only got 5 rounds on the board. So that really goes to show you just Gambit's domination, their excellence in this map. Now, of course, the series isn't over. Akuma still have one more chance at the very least to fight back. Overpass is going to be coming up next. That one, of course, is Gambit's map pick, but we'll be able to discuss that one after a short break. Don't go anywhere because there's a lot more great Counter-Strike to be had.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. And headshots, nice. Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Very much. They play, you win.
Fill me out with your smile. Now the sunshine brings the light. Fill me out with a flame. I will let you in this game. Take me out when I'm down. 'Cause with you I'm safe and sound. 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 I'm safe and Bring that beat back. Are you ready? I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger,
there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
bracket.
There are only a few seconds to close this round. A headshot! Nice! Fist bumps go to the teammates.
I wanna hear your go, go, go. Make them feel your smashing blow. Win the round. Rise to fame. Hold the ground.
Pretty much. They play, you win.
Welcome back to what could be the final game of the upper bracket for the CIS RMR that's going on right now. Of course, Epic League that you're tuning into right now. I'm T-Time, joined by none other than Michael Yumi Cassidy. If you've been absent so far for the tournament or for the match, Akuma have now come down 0-1 versus Gambit. It's the first time we've actually seen them lose a map in any one of these positions where they could have maybe upset, and Gambit did so in a very dominant fashion. Now, going into Overpass, it's going to be their own map pick. Gambit's hands are looking pretty damn hefty. Michael, do you think that Akuma can dodge those fists?
Yeah, I don't know, in all fairness. Gambit just seemed to outclass them. I thought this was going to be a much closer showing, given the dominance we saw from Akuma in the previous games. You know, I thought they might come out with a different strategy. But it seemed like a lot of the similar elements were kind of implemented, which only leads me to believe that more is going to be seen in Overpass. I personally don't think that they're going to have the additional layer of preparation coming into this game that I think that they may have for Mirage. And if they have prep for Mirage, and that's how Gambit have handled it, then moving into a map pick that I don't know that they've anticipated is even worse for wear.
Well, look, I'll devil's advocate for Akuma over here, because I think I agree with you on some level. I don't think that they should be able to take this map away, but the devil's advocate that I want to present over here is the fact that Gambit have also had a time to study Akuma and Mirage. So there is some sort of the idea that, you know, Gambit's probably going to be better at studying you anyway, but we haven't seen Akuma really on Overpass versus a better opponent, and there's certainly the possibility that they could have anti-shotted Gambit's Overpass. It's a map that Gambit does sometimes go to, and it is a map that they do occasionally pick, and very often actually let through towards that third map contention. They're quite solid on it as well, so I could see them having put in the prep behind it, and Gambit can't really say they've done the same. I mean, regardless, it's going to be a hard ask for Akuma to really win out. We saw Sensei having his moments. He's going to have to really step up and shine in a big way. Psycho as well actually started off really well on the first map last time over, but then he sort of teetered off substantially. And if Sensei and Psycho can show up, yeah, you've got a chance for sure. I won't take that away from them. But the problem is Hobbit and Axel look fantastic right now. Shiro, not quite there in Mirage, but knowing Overpass, I'm sure he's going to show up as well. So it really is a balancing act, and unfortunately, I don't know if there's enough weight in the entirety of Akuma to be able to get the scales to tip in their favor.
Yeah, I think one of the pieces that seemed just go missing in that first map was Sergiz. He was also one of these players that kind of inserted himself in a lot of problem positions when we look back at the Navi and the VP games, and it seemed like he wasn't really able to get that same level of impact into the mid-round, which, especially with how strong Gambit can be in the mid-round, if you are somehow able to disrupt that flow when it comes down to like 30, 40 seconds, that could be massive. And with late-round rotations kind of a really massive ballpark for Overpass as a map, I expect that if there is going to be someone that can really step up and bring Akuma through it, it will be Sergiz.
Well, it'll have to be Sergiz. But you never know. I mean, over here, Sergiz is already getting quite aggressive early on. He's got full control and sight lines. Psycho as well might be able to take an initial duel versus Shiro, but already you've seen Gambit are clustering all the way out towards the B-bomb side, and they're starting to move in. The MQ's already down. Jackie will follow, and although Psycho's found one elsewhere around, it's Nafani who's cut off Sergiz's head, and Psycho can't quite isolate that duel until Nafani's been given a chance to re-peek into it. He plays it perfectly, and that's a round pretty much already gone before it started.
That double entry at B just coming in way too quickly because I allowed Nafani to just focus on the flank. See if Sensei can take a few heads himself. Ooh, sharp on the flick right back, and he's ready for Nafany as well. He makes this so contestable.
And now he starts to move forward. The problem's always going to be the lack of kid and the time running out, though. And as he serves his way back, at best, he can maybe hope for another kill. An additional $300 are always good to have, especially if he can get it without letting that armor slip away from him. That would be really nice. And you can see he knows that the armor is something he should be prioritizing. Going into the next round, he'll have enough to buy a scout and drop a deagle if he wants to. So, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't even mind him buying a Farmus. Okay, so he does buy the scout. Does he drop the deagle over to Demq? Because if he does, that gives you a much better situation for... Yeah, I don't actually like this that much, because what I would have quite liked to see is if Sensei can drop a deagle over towards Demq and Demq doesn't buy any armor, then you're still in a position to be able to have double off setup going into your first round. So, would have been quite nice to see, but they decide against it.
You would be missing out on a nade set as a result of that, though. So I think it's fair. It's a compromise, right?
Yeah, of course. A difference in philosophies more than anything else, and I've never been much of a philosopher.
Well, B or not B? That's the question here for Gambit. They are postured up outside of it, simply waiting for the first move of Akuma, and I was going to fancy peer on in.
Oh!
In fact, going for the spray transfer? Through the smoke as well. He's sharp with it.
He's looking good. Good start to things for Hobbit, and that's where things start to get scary on Overpass. Hobbit can be very dynamic around the map. One of the more mobile players you'll see without being an opper. Now, they don't know it, but B-bomb site's pretty much open for their taking. Gambit, however, we talked to Ultra at Mirage about how good they were at making sure they don't make any stray mistakes, and they're not going to be straying away from that tendency.
Yeah, minor mistake. The bomb very separated, but it's also in a place where if things did go wrong over at B, they could have recovered.
Yeah.
Two sides of the same coin.
You don't doubt the brain of the number one team in the world. At least not for the past few years, you know?
Yeah.
Used to be Astralis. Now Gambit. There's been a few points where Navi's dropped in and out of the number one spot, but it is quite nice to see a CIS team really start to look like you could potentially see an era or a mini era from them. I'm not going to say Gambit are there yet, and I also don't know if you can actually have an era in the online period. I don't know what the rules around that are, but just the consistent dominance from Gambit, where what they've made, I think they've made now a couple of events in a row. They've made finals, won it in almost all of the tournaments they've played, except for one where they lost in the semifinals, and that's already a very convincing showing.
Yeah. I like that you tried to describe it as if there were rules to having an era.
I mean, I feel like there are on some level.
Some unwritten. The criteria changes from person to person, but
naturally.
Yeah, certainly on the right track, at the very minimum.
Akuma, however, wouldn't mind being more than a footnote in history, as they want to be able to take this one away. A couple of deagle kills would be nice to start things off, and they do look to be getting a little bit more aggressive. Inters has been kneecapped. Will instead be forced to limp. Axel chances a peek out into two, but isn't brought down or punished for it. Axel even repeaks afterwards. Surgis' flick isn't quick enough, and Inters can cover him. However, Sense is the one to find one in the meanwhile. Surgis follows up, but in the back is Hobbit, who has come through with the flank.
Oh, blanket of fire around the other side. That's a wrap. Demq seeing if he can take a bite out of this one. Sensei, just with that scout, not really favored chances. May as well die. Keep the armor as well. Reinforces buy in the next round. Just kind of chuck that scout away. It has been faithful to him. But he ain't
For
about
a second, I thought he tagged Axel through the concrete, and I was very shocked, but I realized it was just a random attempt, and Axel was already pretty low.
Yeah, I think we're all peachy keen over here. They even throw an on the fly short side smoke. Learning a smoke for heaven from multiple positions is a massive virtue. I don't know what he was quite looking for there. Just one on the exit, but instead it's a free frag for Hobbit. No additional casualties.
For an AK, you know, Maybe the bomb throws one over towards Graffiti. He can catch it out of the air.
Only Jackie has so much luck.
Yeah, that's true. In all fairness, a much more enclosed angle over there as well. Overpass, much more open bomb sites in that regards. Makes for an interesting map, I feel like. Especially when you consider just the dynamic of entering and how nightmarish it can be.
Four-man boost as soon as they know that the AWP's out.
Oh, Shiro.
Oh dear.
Oh, you love to see that. Psycho is just jumping up and down. And he is going to be acquainted with the peek from up high. Jackie, I don't know if you saw that. Foot's right through, but will be re-smoking. Monster out, peeks out as well in the gap between the two smokes. Gambit so far a very B-centric approach, and Circus might be looking to exploit that.
Sensei's pushing forward with the AWP. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Could have been big. Close range angles can be quite good, but right now it's Jackie who's waiting for the peek to come through. Shiro shot him down as well. It seems like everywhere they're peeking out, there's just a Gambit man to come out and drop a hammer right on their heads. It's whack-a-mole, and unfortunately, Akuma are the ones stuck inside a machine.
I've got to say, I really appreciate the approach to the start of this round here for Gambit. I think even if you're Akuma, you maybe don't expect Gambit to pull out the four-man boost against you specifically. You know, try and just keep like a basic game plan going.
Yeah, this early on especially. What,
yeah,
4 rounds into it?
It's something that Gambit will use usually later into games where teams are kind of less looking for it.
Yeah. I would love to see them take a double up forward. I'm sure Nafani is mostly just doing it to be able to weasel that away from any prying hands, just in case Jackie from the Afterlife just wants to come through.
Yeah, keep the AWP with the adults.
Yeah. Enters again. You gotta feel bad for him this past map as well. Just couldn't find any deals at all. There's no one's coming towards Inters, and then now again he's 0 and 1.
I'm telling you, it's all a part of the plan.
Indeed.
There's a team you are gonna track for. Stats don't matter.
I don't know if you noticed that one, but Axel tried to jump up and intercept the player underneath him to get the run boost, though. That would have been quite cool if he managed that. Shiro, though, ready and positioned. Sensei's got nothing on him. Shiro's read him like a book. Happening as well. Peeks out from behind. He does find another, and it seems like Akuma, where they were finding a lot of success on their Deagle rounds against pretty much all their opponents so far, even on Mirage against Gambit in a few situations. It's going to be a very different affair on Overpass. You can see the difference in confidence and maybe just the difference in protocols coming out compared to Dust 2 and Mirage, which they've played so many times over now.
Well, that's one of those things with confidence as well. If you're going for a lot of these early pushes and they are getting shut down, then that confidence is fleeting.
Dwindling, indeed.
That's where that whole topic of momentum comes into a lot of circles. But there's a lot of holes being exploited. Akuma really not finding that same level of success like you mentioned, and while Demkey will get one, just the fact that Gambit are so prepared to trade these ones out.
Beautiful.
Nothing falling too far away.
If anyone's ever wondering what it would look like if, maybe, you've got, like, I don't know, an advanced team or something like that, you think, hey, maybe we can take a map or two off, and this is what it looks like over there. Jackie turned around upon. And Akuma are a fantastic team, and that's something we have seen so far. They are a very well-structured team. They have the remnants of what Jonta left onto them as well. But right now, Gambit just look like they are miles ahead. Now, that could change. It's still early days. This is still, a pistol round and 2 gun rounds, basically, that Gambit have won. But the CT side is where Akuma are supposed to flourish, and that door is swiftly closing.
Flash will force Sensei back. Cursory shot fired, though. They knew the AWP was going for that mid-pick. Since they got picked last time round going outside long, so decided a different approach.
Gambit are just reading them like a book.
Just so much control already off the bat, and nobody's even really in contestable positions. Close to bathrooms, though, Surges. This smoke's going to fade relatively soon.
Flashbang's made noise as well, and Surges has found the timing, even peeks out for another one. That's the player you were pointing out needs to set them up for success, and indeed, with 3 kills found, 2 at the back of his hands. Gambit, in the first round where they looked like they should be struggling. Hobbit, however, at least trying to go for it. They will be content with losing those 2 weapons if need be, but don't just want to save. They've got plenty of money in the tank, and even if you can get some damage, it's all good. Surprisingly enough, Akuma don't pick up the secondary up, though.
Notice as well that they took a lot of individual fights there for Gambit, missing out on some of their protocol utility, playing it a bit more of an aggro default. Again, one of those rounds where you could maybe chalk it up to just exploring what the possibilities are for this T side. Of course, invaluable information to have as an IGL.
Flashbang goes down. Sensei tries to go for the pick, but the jump across means that he can't quite land it. He's not had much fortune in these early advanced positions. Surges as well. That is being forced out. Only 7 HP. Barely anything to run home with. Sensei now, once again, going for the same sort of aggressive play in towards connectors. Hard scoping forward to clear it out. This does allow a lot more rotation possibilities, but with Axel still left over towards that B-bomb site, he might be given a duel with Jackie pretty soon. If the smoke over towards Monster clears, that is.
Well, we've heard that Sensei has vacated the bottom side of connector. This boost, though, could catch them out. Oh, dear. Never mind. That low HP of Surges comes back to cost him.
Now they know where DemQ is as well. Hobbit trying to lead forward. Flashbang's brilliant. Man, the timing on those would be great if it was actually Gambit throwing them, actually. From Sensei, unfortunately. But, hey, you always said Gambit looked like they've got 6 players on the server. There you have it.
Yeah, I thought the flash was a little bit too perfect. Yeah. And
I know.
Turns out, big oopsie.
Oh, but Hobbit's just patting his team on the back saying, good job, guys. Like, we're really getting our protocols down.
Good flash.
Well done. Naphany as well. Well, I guess that's why they needed Sensei to throw the flash. Like, yeah. Sensei, though, should be caught out. Jackie's here to try and at least escort him to safety with these 2 weapons. There's some possibility of saving them, and it does seem like that will be the eventual outcome. However, at the end of it all, Akuma, you're getting into saves don't matter territory in just a few more rounds.
We saw Sensei go for some aggressive peeks down connector. We saw it again in that round, but he didn't quite push as far as we had seen him previously. Of course, Hobbit was on the other side of that one. Put him right in his place. But you expect to see more of these stars here for Akuma. Try and create that space, because these traditional site takes have been really strong for Gambit. Nade's good on Naphany, and they've got Sensei in an advanced position over at long, over the A side, but Gambit are heavily postured for B.
And the thing is that Surges has taken that position so many times over and then pushed into playground. It seems like they don't know what to do when they've got that unless they get a pick on the process. Jackie now has to defend. He's got the first very sharp shot, but a nade at his feet will weaken him up, and a Molotov as well will make him burn. A second one even expended as he thought he didn't have a smoke, but Hobbit tries to push through it and he's found nothing. Psycho as well just keeps on going, and now with the players having rotated over early, it's Shiro who has to try and save. A no-scope close range will find something, but enters with a smoke at his feet. Can't quite follow up. It has to be Shiro all the way, and he's just looking for damage. Another quick flick, and he keeps on going. Peaks are coming through, but it's slow. Psycho's been flicked onto as well, and a shot being missed. He's got a shot. Shiro in a 1-on-5 has got 3, and he's given himself a chance for more. 40 seconds on the clock. And now he starts to circle around. Now he starts to go through onto short. Are they expecting this at all? If Shiro scopes in, he's got to get a kill.
It's 2 AWPs too.
It's going to be very difficult for the CTs to guarantee a round over here. Sensei as well. Oh, Shiro's moved past. He's going to be able to come through towards the bomb site, pick up the bomb as well, and get it planted down. The problem is Sensei's got a Molotov, but Shiro himself deploys one of his own. There's no time. Shiro should be going down to the molly over here as soon as it spreads, but he's got another. Oh my god! Shiro! He's so damn good!
Especially after the shots missed on the AWP on the trade. You could see the door opening up, that chance for Shiro, and he was hitting everything, wasn't he? You can see our odds from our partners over at Paramatch. Very heavily sided over towards Gambit. 1-11. That is not healthy, but what is healthy, of course, is scrolling down to the banner below to get a bonus on your first deposit.
I think I bit my lip doing that.
Making me feel a type of way with the shots he sent.
Oh yeah. Counter-Strike's not supposed to be sensual, but Shiro knows just how to make it nice and slow. Jackie. Right now, just trying to spam away. He does find one through the smoke, and Demq's there on short to try and double it up. And now Jackie with a great flashbang does have the follow-up, but again, it's Shiro to find one. When all else fails, you know he's got something in the tank, and well, it turns out he might just be a tank. Hobbit, unfortunately, can't find the one on the back lines. That's Sergis who pushed up. We've seen this many times over. And he is just going to continue spraying through. 50 seconds. Shiro. No one to find. Well, Hobbit has made quite a bit of noise moving past. Sergis has got an idea of where he is, but question is, who's going to really be contesting him? Sensei. That's an angle you can lose out on very quickly. Hobbit's just waiting to see if there's a flank coming in. Same with Shiro. Patience is the game. But with time running out,
they're looking to save. Main objective here for Gambit. They'll have money for the buy in the next round. They just really hoping to hold on to these guns. Crucial point here for Hobbit as well. When he was holding that smoke, he was staring intently at the light. If the light had gone out, you'd know that somebody crossed towards that right side. See how he wasn't concerned about that angle whatsoever when he did put himself in this position. But as soon as things went astray, that slow creep towards B was going to be the plan once again for Gambit. They just decide, hey, we'll cut our losses, focus on the next round. I think we might see a bit more of a targeted approach over towards A. With how annoying Sergis and Sensei have been over towards the fountains, you'd expect Gambit to want to address this so that it isn't exploited further.
Yeah. I mean, it definitely helps that Jackie's been very good at finding at least 1 or 2 kills over towards the B-bomb side. Should Gambit try to get aggressive early on. He's been fantastic at suppressive fire. He's been definitely one of the reasons why Akuma have even been able to get 3 rounds on the board.
You can see Akuma also reading into that, not going for an aggressive peek themselves.
They've got 2 ops over here on the A-bomb side, though, which is interesting.
And not exactly the best line either here for Sensei, considering he's situated in the bathrooms. There's so much space. Look at what Nafany's up to. He could just completely blindside Demq.
Yeah, and much past that, Demq dead. Demq, however, does find one initially, almost a boon given over. Nafany, maybe not expecting a player up there, so he's made the call that, hey, we can double swing out, but that also gives Demq the ability to make sure it's not just an advantage given through Sensei. Molotov off, and Nafany, what a peek coming out from him. Wonderful stuff. Clearing out all his angles as well as he moves forward. It's Sergis on the bomb side, is now waiting for them to come over. Sergis, flashbangs are avoided. Hobbit's blinded up by his own teammate, and now Sergis has got 2. Molotov as well on his left means that the path of entries have been limited. Suddenly, Akuma are looking much better, but the problem is Axel, as always. He's now cleared out the B bomb site completely. Jackie, if he pushes forward, he's going to go down instantly. And Axel, he's just going to hold that trigger. Discipline, smokes off Heaven as well. Notes how many players are there. 10 seconds on the clock, but Shiro, he's shut down Sergis. Cycle left alone. 1 on 2. Will try to peek through, and Axel's just a little bit too good, Michael. That's what I feel like has been the story of the series so far.
Yeah, class act there from Axel. It's a late lurk, but it's exactly what Gambit needed, considering that B play gets locked down. Psycho with the support flashes. We've seen now a couple of rounds where he not only supplemented Jacky's performance over at the B Monster Tunnel, but now also as well on an A-site hold for Akuma. And even still, Gambit have been able to edge out these rounds.
Quite surprised that Akuma haven't gone for a bigger buy, to be honest. I like the conservative approach. I think it's good. It shows a lot more faith in yourself. But I'm just surprised that they have that. Now, it's good to see, but you know, this is one of the reasons why maybe I've been quicker to hype up Akuma a little bit more, because even in the face of being 3-7 down versus the best team in the world, you are not going for a force buy in a position where it can be very tempting. You know, you can buy out that AWP on Sensei. You can have, you know, you do have an M4 and MQ already. There's situations where you could see a team deciding, you know what, maybe screw it, we go for it.
And we could end up in a position where Gambit just continue to run away with this half. Kind of projected this 8th, but look at this stack here from Akuma. They are walking right into this here, Gambit.
Yeah, also, when you consider Jackie's got a great position on B to be able to get information. Now, Sensei had to hit that shot. Unfortunately, not quite ready for it, but Demq's there to pick up the pieces, and the pieces are falling. It's Gambit who are shattered on their offense. Nafany now alone in a 1-on-3, and he's known to clutch, but this might be one too difficult for him. Baits out the shot from Sergis, but the bombs drop far away, and a Molotov means he's got to move past and go the long way around. Long way, though. It's going to be accompanied by the ferryman. Great round of sneak out from Akuma as well. The stack, like you mentioned, pays off, and it's very heavily thanks to Jackie's positioning on B short, where he's able to give the all-clear call.
Yeah. Not likely to make that play in good conscience without a contingency plan, and Jackie was certainly that. Thought it was a bit odd that Sensei was kind of out in the open by himself, but it was kind of this baiting information play so that Demq could sweep up. So they rebound after not an optimal buy. Nades over towards short. Gambit dodging most of it. Nafany beat past, but Inters suffers. They want to burst towards B. Nafany really looking to pace things up.
We've got a good flashbang coming up for Jackie, but they've got a fair bit of damage. Jackie, though, still alive. He's been great on this position before as well, and now he's got 2 yet again. And Nade will take him down, but not out. And Nafany's going to be able to feel the difference between those two. Shiro does at least pick things up where he can, but he can't pick up an AK yet. That's where Hobbit should have been able to come by from the side, with the Mac-10 is somehow winning that duel, and now it's a double off. Shiro picks up the AK and reveals his position because of it, and Sensei on the side with the 5-7 bought up in the previous round. He's going to be able to come through. That is very impressive coming out from Akuma over there. The fact that they recognize that Shiro's picked up the AK-47 and immediately adjust accordingly. They switch out to the M4. They're able to wide swing out. They know where Hobbit's likely to be. Great stuff.
Yeah, I think as well. Shiro just surprised that they're facing as much as they were, and that's something that can happen with teams when you are kind of getting battered on a CT side. You do play more conservative and play for retakes a little bit too often. But great that they didn't shy away from it.
Oh, Hobbit found the timing. Demq might not be expecting this. The question is, has he made the call or not? One thing we haven't seen at all, actually, from the Gambit T side is any sort of boost to scout into the B bomb site outside in short water, and with how often they've gotten control of it and how often Jackie's just been dominating them from Toxic. Does seem like a bit of a missed opportunity, maybe.
See some big barrels performances today.
Yeah. That's where it goes. Quiet as a cattail. Swishing away in the toilets. Question is, can he? Sure he's not found out by Nafany. Nicely done. Plays it out perfectly. Very aware of the angles so far. But he's not been getting aggressive. I feel like he's been, surprisingly enough, looking much more solid inside the toilets.
Well, Gambit seemed to be relocating, given the fact that they've spotted out where Sergis was, and he's been quite the nuisance. I think he'll continue to be. Scout tag does land on him, so he's even lower, and Sensei will finish off the job. Shiro, that's what you get. Tag a friend, tag you back. Here's that short boost you were looking for, but Jackie's taking a wider angle. He's got more control in Monster.
I love it from Jackie, and now that he's peeking out, down in towards short, he knows the duel is isolated because of the... Oh, need. Oh, me, oh my, that is... I lost my words for a second. I was just... My mouth was salivating at that nade, Michael.
What, no armor, running through a Molotov?
Yeah. That is utility damage padding for days. I'm actually going to check the utility damage on Jackie. He's sitting on 170. Pretty nuts.
Yeah, he's been a key influence for these CT side rounds for Akuma. It may even force Gambit to play a bit more A-centric, but that moves into the AWPs, and we talked about how there was that double up setup over towards the A side. Once again, that's to be the case, but Demq's taking more of the angle into the connector. Sensei's going to be under pressure, though.
There's a bit of a spacing issue, though. Hafenu is very far removed from his team, so Sensei has an opportunity. But as he jumps up, oh god, Sensei. He does this very often. I've watched a lot of demos of Sensei in preparation, and maybe it's just like a young Opera thing. He jumps up very often when he's trying to retreat before he's about to round the corner, and because of that, you know, you do end up giving away your position quite often. So small things, but hey. Gambit in a 4v3 and Psycho. Oh, Axel. Oh my god. That is insane. Axel just destroys him, and Sergis, well, he may have brought Shiro down pretty low, but it's Jackie's job to finish it off. Shiro on a single point of HP, and now he's been smoked. Oh! Jackie! Stay very, very still, brother. Maybe he won't see you if you're not moving, but Hobbit sure as hell will. Gambit on the 8.
As if it wasn't already a hard enough clutch to try and win it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, what do you do when Axel swings on you like that? I think
I would love to see like a camera reaction of Psycho there, honestly. It's just gonna be a jump scare pretty much. You don't ever expect. Man. Yeah.
I think the big thing with Sensei is the surprise in that he's getting pushed after the frag. Quite often, if Operas are in a committed position like that, they'll stare intently at it while falling back, ready to take another fight. Because it's die or die trying.
Of course, now the question is for Akuma, not die trying. It is very much do or die. You can't let Gambit get up to 9. Otherwise, that CT side's going to be nightmarish. And Shiro with a great little combo. Make sure Demq can't get down any shenanigans over in short. Hobbit can't quite pre-fire the way Axel does, but at least he can spam away. Jackie, however, with the op picked up, does find Hobbit and equalize. Sergis takes that opportunity to get aggressive inside the smoke, and that could be big because Sensei already found one, but a missed spray. Sergis, that could have been everything.
Oh, Sensei had a chance at it as well over at long, and the flash is missed, but they're not peeking. They know the AWP is trained on this position. Sensei even pushing forward, but Inters rails him.
Inters is just too aware in that position. He knows it's got to be a wide swing coming out from him, and he's relying on Sensei not to be able to hit that shot. Now with Inters getting another kill on the Jackie, he might have just finished off the round here now. The problem, Psycho can now isolate the bomb. Shiro, however, runs away. That's what you like to see. Oh, Psycho can catch him off.
Yeah, he can cut him
what
off.
An angle.
Oh,
so many missed shots.
It's one chance.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't capture it. He let it slip.
I'll give Akuma this. It was a very good recovery. I didn't expect that to come through when, you know, we see them being down 6-1. In my head, I'm just going, all right, you know what? They're running away with it on Gambit's side. But then Jackie has a massive step up throughout the first half. He's on 14 kills right now. Sensei and Demq are slightly more disappointing as far as that is concerned. And I know they haven't been given the most opportunities, but That's something you really need to make on Overpass as the Oppers. The double op didn't seem to have the same stopping power, didn't seem to have the power to dismantle the default the way that it is maybe meant to.
Mm-hmm. I think importantly as well, when they were going for A-side aggression, it did take Gambit some extra time to try and adapt to their own play to deal with these B-side players. But then when Gambit started to switch things up over towards A, Akuma weren't really being aggressive over towards B conversely. See how things shape up for Gambit CT side now. They have a kit, couple of flashes on Nafany. And one nade set on Akuma could go a long way.
Debq's pretty isolated outside of Monster Tunnel, and they should realize that. That's possibly why Axel is actually getting a lot more aggressive out towards long. He wants to get a feel out for things, see if they have already pushed through. Now, this close of an angle is hard to defend at best. Hobbit lying in right on the A-bomb site, sees them peek out. Very clean with the USPs normally. Can this be another moment? Yes, it can. Gets one, makes it two, looking for more. Good tags over there, but it's Axel who's actually found the frag, and now he keeps on fighting. Hobbit! Mr. Cool, Mr. Clean, Mr. USP. He keeps it going and rolling, and Jacky's about to find out what happens when you're in a 1v5. Not the same thing as what Shiro had.
Yeah, that's stylish there from Hobbit. As well, just the patience to wait for the flash on the rotate. Knew it was coming.
The third frag was very nice.
Exactly how you want to play it when you're in that pressure position and the support flash is en route. Because if I throw a flash for you, you better be turning from it.
Hobbit's been on both ends of the equation, hasn't he?
Yep.
Support flash helping him out from the other team as well.
It's probably loving life. Everybody who fights is blind.
Yeah? Like, what are you guys talking about? CS is a hard game. Easy peasy.
Well, it's pistols really for Akuma. Nothing extra. Sad. Yet a true scenario they find themselves in. Shiro is close enough with this MP9 that he could farm some cash, and that's nice with the ult. Okay, never mind. I take it all back.
Oh no, Axel. Utility. Not the prettiest it's ever been. And let's not forget, we've seen a lot of situations on Overpass earlier on in the Virtuspro versus Spirit game where the Eagles can start to get upsets out.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anything that's going to get Akuma back into the game, it's going to be a random round that they're not supposed to win. Jackie, however, well, he's not supposed to live here, and indeed he won't. Nafany even pushes forward, turns around for another. Nafany, give me your diet plan, give me your crosshair, your config, hell, give me your hands while you're at it.
Well, he had the bomb, and he succeeds where Shiro failed. The big brain play would obviously to give his MP9 over to a teammate so that they could farm some cash.
No. He's all about that money-making madness. Enters, however, I'm going to put a stop to that. 11th round on the board for Gambit as they do clean up the half-buy pretty cleanly. Akuma, despite some signs of life coming through over there, are not going to be able to deliver. Now they have to show us a little bit more of a concerted effort with the full AKs now coming through. I wouldn't mind to see more of an execute-heavy style. You know Gambit's still sitting on some promises and whatnot. The problem is how much utility they have, though.
Yeah, missing out on Molotovs for executes is going to be a big problem. So many problem positions can be found, especially towards that B-bomb site. So may, in fact, if they want to go for that particular play, lean them towards A.
DemQ punishes Nafany on the jump spot. And you found yourself your opening. Gambit, they are not going to be aggressing through on the other side, especially when DemQ's revealed his position. Now, question is, has he done that to trail back and just keep the pressure on and going on to Gambit? Gambit heading up to Vider. Maybe even setting up for a bit of a flashbang. Psycho's the one to make sure the shot's been baited out. Axel not peeking in just quite yet. But You know, he's thinking about it. Shiro needs a flash for him. Axel, despite Jackie turning away, still gets the kill. And now with the smoke at his feet, is trying to retreat back. A one-way made for him next to the benches, and he's going to use that to its fullest. But damn Q, as he's peeking through, might be able to clear this out. If not, Sergis is close enough to trade away. And inside the smoke, he's spamming, but not connecting. Good nade as well. What? Oh, actually, it went behind the divider.
Oh, Axel's just such a sneaky man. That smoke finally fades, so he's dealt with, but Inters is there to compensate. Still a couple players in position here for Akuma, and site's still set on this A bomb site. A little bit unmoving over at B. They are hesitant to rotate.
Shiro waiting for the peak to come
Shadow.
through. Yeah, that's an easy kill. Bombs that even drop towards him. Sensei is left alone. 8 seconds. You gotta die, Sensei. You gotta die. Otherwise, you're dead after time. And, well, they'll give him the solace of cash, but it's small solace at best.
I love that even in that particular instance, with the time running down low, you know, they had the option to maybe even leave him alive for a moment longer to try and punish him after time. But they gave him the 1, 2, 3 shy surprise, where they all just swung together. So, really solid stuff, and you can see that they respect what Akuma have accomplished so far. They haven't been going for crazy, outlandish plays. They've very much been treating this as any other, just procedural.
They don't want to be just another head on the upset wall. Axel, however, well, he's finding a lot of ads. God, this guy's nuts. And I know that his numbers aren't the best right now. I know he's not been the flashiest right now in Overpass, but just how consistently he is able to deliver as a rifler is very impressive to watch for me. The ability that he has to cordon off an area and say, okay, you know what, this is mine. If you come into my territory, I'll get a kill for sure. You might get one afterwards, but I'll at least get one. That's brilliant to me. It's something you generally talk about in operas more than in riflers, especially not with an M4. Where does this one go?
Upside connector?
Okay.
Oh, the door.
Not quite sure about that one. But hey, it does block out Hobbit from moving through at the very least, even if he has now trailed past, and he's being a little bit worried maybe by his teammates. Oh, nicely done. Hobbit even finds one right there, jumps down to safety. Jackie can't peek in, but he's waiting for Hobbit to peek out instead, so a 1-for-1 keeps things in their favor. But utility is now running low, and Sergis will compensate with the kill.
4v3. That little counterplay over towards B is really, really interesting. Something I'll dive into after the round is finished, because Akuma are posturing out for this A bomb site. They have that man advantage, and with Gambit being split between their two bomb sites, they're relying on Shiro to do a lot of work here. They are subjecting him to a bit of torture. Could be pincered in from so many different angles, but he is so committed to the bathrooms that as soon as he hears any steps, he's called for Gambit to move on back to A.
Well, Shiro could find one from this.
They planting safe?
Oh no! He misses his opportunity, otherwise Psycho. Oh well, that's going to be around for Akuma to come through, the first on their terrorist side, but it is very well played, Michael.
Yeah, so the start of this round, it actually looks really good for Gambit, because quite often they'll blow open that connector door, and Akuma know it. So that's why they throw that that sort of the door smoke for bottom side connector, so that there cannot be the possibility of Sheer appearing in with the AWP or anybody with short water control harming those inside the connector. And the fact that Hobbit already has this counterplay lined up by sitting behind the smoke is just like brilliant. But the timing of it doesn't work out for him to get more than the one, which subjects Gambit to a case where they have this counterplay, and they haven't really come out a net positive as a result of it.
Jackie being able to strike in with one of his kills is also very important. He's been a lot more quiet in the second half, not as many opportunities as he was afforded in the CT side. Ended the first half on 14, now 16. So you can see any opportunity for him to get a little bit more involved is always going to be good for the side of Akuma when he had such a hot hand early on. MQ going for a faster play towards short. He has been tagged up very heavily. I love the spam there. Quite nice to see. Not many teams go for that anymore, but you gotta love it.
Surprising, considering I thought he'd sort of beaten past that angle where he could get spammed. Only for it to sort of hit him as he's about to peek into the short side angle.
It's quite good to be able to have like a full spam pattern that you've memorized where you're able to go past, but that's a wow. So I could just be right into intros when the smoke is dissipating, and now with the flashbang, Hobbit was thinking of peeking forward, but he's a little bit too worried about short presence that could come through and flank him if he goes too wide on Monster. And for good reason. There are still Psycho and Demgure able to push through into either side for now. Not to mention Sensei on the op, who's just got a sight line into Monster for days. 40 seconds and they're getting ready to execute. Gambit, one thing you can maybe even criticize about them is how slow they've been to gamble in situations on CT side.
Sometimes feel a little unnecessary, but 25 seconds and Akuma still haven't made their move.
Oh, Hobbit, he's in position up ahead, not going to be flashed up at all. They keep the T side at bay for now, and every rotation's come through from CTs. Nafany is also here. Hobbit jumps right back. Nafany closest to take contact, but Shiro's the first to fire. 8 seconds, and it's working out in their favor. Nafany jumps up. They just don't have the time. Psycho barely gets the bomb down, and as he does, he'll trail back out. Shiro to intercept and shuts him down. Shiro, what a defense on the bomb site going through. The crossfire between him and Nafany was fantastic, even if Nafany not really required to do anything there at that point.
And Gambit are a team that really do like to explore late round opportunities and will obviously look for information as well to try and clue themselves into where a hit is coming. But with Akuma just staggering for so long, kind of almost anticipating a swing from one of the Gambit players over at Monster, a swing that never came. Gambit, you can see they were scrambling to get themselves into positions that were safer in the site so that Akuma had to just push forward, and then it just becomes frantic from there. It's really well orchestrated there from Gambit just by playing a game of patience.
It does seem to be Gambit's way, just a game of patience consistently, be it Mirage, be it Overpass, be it whatever you want. Gambit are very, very, very patient about it all. Nafany, meanwhile, trying to spam away, nothing to find. DemQ this time does manage to avoid all the bullets. This time the default a lot more focused around the A bomb site where Shiro lies in wait, and Shiro's been explosive this game so far, so trying to cross him early on will not be easy, but if you take him down, then oh, what a shot from Axile. Shiro though, now Flashbang comes in, trying to force him out of position inside the toilets, but he will not reveal what exactly is going on. Still committed to the hard scope forward. What a peek from Sergis as well. Jesus. Annihilating Shiro. Just crouch peeking forward on the close range angle. Now DemQ's hoping to do something similar to Hobbit, but the bomb's still ready to head over to A. Good position to rotate if they wanted to, but Gambit's not giving up any information except for the fact that Hobbit is deadly. And with 3 players already on the A bomb site, no one's rotating back. This is perfectly played from Gambit. Axile's got yet another pick, and Sergis and Psycho both left completely isolated. Now brought down as well. Psycho just didn't have a chance. Axile, 3 very key kills coming through to get Gambit that 15th.
As if you needed any more evidence that this RMR is just stacked mechanically. We've had some really crazy shots throughout the entire day, in all fairness. And that round almost felt really, really rapid somehow, because all of the fights were sort of finished in the first 2 or 3 bullets of every duel.
Yeah. Sure, also all
in spite of the round timer.
Caps. Sure, also all chatted in full caps saying, hey, Sergis, nice shot.
Yeah. more talkative when, of course, Gambit are in the lead. 15-7, that's kind of a surefire victory. It would have to be a massive blunder. Oh my goodness, the spam through the connector. Oh dear. Nafany gets away with murder, and Jeki severely tagged up as well.
Axel. Holding away for Sensei, the white swing out. Sensei will win the duel. Axel, a whiff spray in some regards, but Sensei just very clean on the AK. Still, two players being as low as they are is going to be a very significant handicap coming through when you consider there are still 2 grenades left on the Gambit side. So, Akuma are going to have to tiptoe around wherever they go. Shiro. Ready for the execute. Smokes well timed. Flashbang even more so. Keeps them blinded up. Backs off as well. In the meanwhile, Nafany is circling around in the toilets. Will have a full flank, but Sensei catches him off. Nafany just not aware of the fact that they could already have moved past. Shiro not pulling the trigger while he's flashed, and Psycho hunts him down in the smoke. Gambit's money's not great, so probably a save coming out for these last 2 players. But Matt, for a round that looked like it could have very easily dropped into Gambit's hands, that is a swift turnaround thanks to Sensei.
Yeah, timing works out perfectly for them as well, because Nafany's just given the all clear. Because he's clearing out those bathrooms, Shiro starts to rotate away, and then as soon as that kill in response happens, holding the flank, that's when Shiro kind of moves out into his own demise. Sensei's even hunting extra, trying to make sure that there's no rifles brought forward. Gambit hurting their economy has implications to later rounds if Akuma are going to make this comeback.
I really love seeing players just have full awareness of those tiny annoying angles that you'll only ever see like once every 20 games.
Clearly put the reps in. Clearly been caught out by those angles more than a few times.
Yeah. I mean, you play 1,000 games of Counter-Strike, you're probably going to be pretty frustrated at the 1 in 20 even.
Why is there a box there? I'll make sure to be extra careful next time.
Something about run boost from spawn just really excites me. I don't know how much it's going to have an effect over here, but hey, Jackie's going to be down in connector. 2 players from Gambit over here too. Shiro's just been boosted up, and Hobbit's going to go on an exploratory mission.
Wondered whether they might sort of anticipate going for a boost in the connector a bit more naturally. Instead, the door is blown open for Hobbit to get the first, and he's lost Shiro, so he has to worry about the top side as well. Hobbit with 2 high-impact frags. This is his do-or-die moment here now for Akuma, Sensei, and Psycho to see if they can bring this one back.
They're going to come through hold hands to the end if they can, but more than anything else, they are hoping and praying for Gambit to get aggressive. But Gambit, they are aggressive in some regards, just not the way that benefits Akuma. Weird off angles, never going to work out too well for you. Axel swung out for 1, and that's Nafany to double it up and finish it off. It's 16-8. Gambit makes short work of the upsetting monsters. Akuma, despite the fantastic run that they've had so far, right now is where they are cut short, but their journey is not over. Still, they will be meeting Virtuspro in the lower bracket. Michael, this is pretty straightforward game coming out from Gambit. I think they just look fantastic. All in all, they're really showing us why they're the best team in the world. But I do want to say, Akuma showed us a lot of really good stuff as well. Jackie had some great moments. I think Sergez as well. And when you go back to the first map, we saw quite a bit from Psycho.
Yeah, and I think the big takeaway from both these maps is that there were still these openings that were trying to be exploited there from Akuma. It's just some of the execution in the late round was a little bit difficult to perform, because I think Gambit were just hyper aware that, especially with Akuma being the underdogs, they were taking a far more of these risks. And we highlighted how impactful Sergez was going to have to be. He did step up in the early stages, but he was also identified as a problem and addressed by Gambit.
Which was a very great adjustment coming out from them, absolutely. But, even then, being able to get up to 9-6 from, being down 6-1, showing a lot of mental resilience in that situation.